just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. We just gotta live our life, we paying a price. Piece of the pie, I need me a slice. Yeah. Rolling the dice, the scariest spice. Sticky like rice, the tricky reprise. Yeah. Love will suffice, I suffer in silence. All alone, I'm lost on the island. Let's spread peace and less of the violence. Sebastian Bach on God's playing violence. Yeah. The flowers violet, give me my rose. This for my city, all for my bros. Did it alone, so far in my zone. So raise your glass, let's all have a toast. I can show you how to get like me. Live your life till you die. Yeah, look, I can tell you how to live your life, but you just gotta get up now. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up now. Get up. Get up.
You keep me up all night, all night. Get still been the same, put that on the name. I had to go through it just to get to it, look what I became. Elevate, level up, way to the top, headed to the peak. All them boys wanna talk, hit them out of law, but don't got receipts. I do it with ease, to you it's a burden, to me it's a breeze. You feel that? That winner's degree, that kickback. You coming at me, boy, sit back. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb. With a vengeance, killing the ops, I'm leaving no remnants. They all in attendance. Gotta go big, I aim for the fences. It's mine, I sense it. Back in the scene, I'm back to the business. Back on the front line, gotta grind. It's time, let you be the witness. At the time, turn a repeat to a 3P, yeah. Got the franchise on me, you more like G League, yeah. 21st century, you all the way BC, yeah. Old boy been washed up, I'm notched up in TTA. Came out the womb like this, hit the pedal and room right quick. Gotta get it, we going up, way up, might land on the moon. Who step in a room like this? We breaking the rules right quick. They killing the mood, and up in a few, might land in a tomb.
Check.
let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day, and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Ooh, let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us. This is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive.
Motivated, I'm focused. Came a long way from the lowest. Yeah, gotta get it, the mindset, gotta put it in motion. This is the moment, gotta one up my opponent. Back then they ain't noticed me, now they know it's me. I'm the chosen. It's my time, yeah. yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster.
Yeah, whole lot of times they doubted I wouldn't be who I am without it. Sleepless nights, I counted. It all paid off, it's really astounding. I had to keep the faith to elevate. Hope for better days, they were coming. Now we can celebrate, knowing every day is abundant. Yeah, it's my time, yeah, I put that on Bible. No excuses, gotta get to the final. Take all of my idols and turn them to rivals. It's all or nothing, man, the trophy is vital. Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds on the time. Who can't fight? It's gotta be us.
Better under pressure, go ahead and let it fall on me. I'm destined for it all, you better call on me. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. They say what doesn't kill you make you stronger. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. All that pain, it done made me to a monster. I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
Tell me where the competition. Seem like they all been missing. Never made a wrong decision. It's got me walking different. I stay gassed up. Please point the opposition. No scope, it's no joke. Just know I aim with raw precision. I went and got my bid up quick, 100 figures. They once was competition, now ain't sitting with us. Been on a wave since we've been away. Snatch the game, now we here to stay.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's that you can't touch me. Things get ugly, they mad now. This all must be a whole new level to count. I'm packing on the pounds, pulled up with the dog hound, and I still had time to shut it down. Now you see them all screaming my name. See them trying to switch to my lane. They ain't never fit that frame. Only present when the cash came. Plenty days I've been on the road chasing. No legend ever said they was complacent. Nah.
I told my mama I make it, I make a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game. I told my mama I make it, I made a couple mistakes, but see I stay in my lane. I keep my feet on the pavement, and don't you ever mistake it. No, this ain't never been a game.
It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Yeah. Now or never. It's now or never. I'm in it to win it like Mike Jordan. Better run out for cover when I walk in. There are no limits to my calling. Going straight to the top like I've been boarding. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. I'm taking my shot like my hands on the rifle. Yeah.
talking. Couple of reporters reporting. Firing line with the red dot, no recordings. Taking the title like there are no rivals. Doing the eyes closed, give me a blindfold. This shit is easy, like a recital. And taking my shot, like my hands on the rifle. Yeah. It's now or never. Woo! It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. It's now or never. Now or never. Yeah. It's now or never. It's now or never.
Let's go, hey, step back, look at the wrist, wrist. Let go, let it go, switch, hey, turn the heads, can't miss this. Run it up, it's my fitness. Windows limousine tinted, stay up out of my business. Hey, you can never break me down, need more to take me out. They was all cool back then, now they wanna hate me now. Funny how it goes, can I get a countdown and drum roll? No time ain't an option, no. Sit back, watch this unfold. Hey, but it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. I got no but gas in the tank. If the wrong guy really wanna contest me, cause he envy everything that I got. What I am and he not. Coldest one on the block. You know these boys don't got nothing but excuses. My whole squad been doing they thing, dropping nothing but exclusives. Ooh, I know you see me step back, flossing. Please don't get too close unless you proceeding with caution. Yeah, I broke the moves out, time got nauseous. We can never settle for no loss. Yeah, hey, but it ain't nothing, let me tell you something. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man. Hey, yeah, one shot, one chance. Look, time spot, been a plan. Talking drive time, 100 bands. Yeah, we pull up, got the blind high, been a man.
tunnel vision. Enjoy with your mates, cause I'm on my way. You've made my decision. What did I do? What did I? Try to make you happy. Thought that I proved, thought that I told me that you love me. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart. But now you're in the spotlight and you're cruising. You play with my emotions. I was foolish, but now you're in the spotlight. Camera shooting. You're playing with my heart. You're playing with my heart.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I'm out here in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to fall, I'm ready to rise up. take me down. See that I'm surrounded by predators. It's critical, they got me in my element. It's dirty how you trying to keep it elegant. Keep my eyes open wide when everyone around me is an enemy. See my life cross my eyes. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I'll scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down. Too bad you can't take me down. You can't take me down. I'm ready to fall. I'm ready to rise up. I will do what it takes. I'll run blind straight into the flames. Watch me burn, alone in the shadows. I'll carry you home on my back. If it's you or me, then I'll take the shot. Still they say I'm the villain. I scream and nobody listens. Still they say I'm the villain. Too bad you can't take me down.
Welcome to VCT EMEA Radio with your host, Yinsu Collins.
Good morning, listeners. This is VCT EMEA FM, the one-stop shop to all of your life's puzzles and ponderings. As always, I'm joined by Ash and Kakuka. No problem is too big or too small for us to tackle together. You ask, we advise. And as always, we are going to answer some of your questions and lives ponderings. And our experts here, Kakuka and Ash, will help you guys to solve your problems. So we're going to start with the first letter of the week. It's a big one.
Yeah, it's huge. I'd say it's average.
This is from Nathan is not Gucci. I hope you guys are ready for this. Dear VCT EMEA FM, lately I keep having the same terrible dream because of my boss. Every night when I close my eyes, I see him frantically paging through this massive book. But there's something wrong. On every page is just the word Phoenix written over and over and over again. Now I just can't stop seeing Phoenix everywhere. I don't mind playing Phoenix myself every day, but how can I tell my boss that there are other duelists that exist as well? What do you think, Kakuka?
I think that he might need to look into what gentlemates have been doing, right? Maybe just move away from the Phoenix. Understand that just because an agent is tagged as a duelist, it doesn't mean that it's all to them. Same for Sage, I would say. Natank is a pretty good example of it.
I mean, the battle stage coming out, right? And you're still able to heal yourself, maybe not quite as much as on the Phoenix pick, but you provide a little bit more to the team as well as far as utility in those post plants. Even on the defense, just being able to lock down some more of those angles without necessarily having to always go for aggressive duels.
How should Nathan isn't Gucci address this to his boss? Just be upfront about it?
I'd leave a note. I think it's very tough to talk to your boss directly, but maybe he could leave like subliminal messages all around, you know, like with different ages, just post it everywhere.
I like that. Well, thank you very much, you guys. Nathan is Gucci. I hope you are feeling a bit more Gucci next week. Nice start. We'll go on with the next one here. The second letter we have, and it's once again going to be a large one. And this is from Tiny L. Tiny L says, Dear VCT EMEA fam, I've been a Giant X fan since the David P era. So I'm used to the ups and downs. This season has been the hardest yet though. I love all our players, but I just feel like there's something missing. Nobody's dodged a showstopper in a while. Pipson's been keeping himself dry, and Timmy the turret hasn't been fragging like he used to. We haven't even broken a desk yet. Do you have any advice for how we can inject a little bit of excitement, Ash, into the team?
A little bit of excitement. I don't think you can always rely on Timmy there, to be honest. He got a little bit of a nerf a while back as well, but just freshen things up. I think it's difficult when you have a lot of those expectations on your shoulders, and I don't know, for Giant X,
I think it's difficult. You need to trust the process a little bit more.
Yeah.
We've seen some changes since the kickoff. I think that Purpo is going to end up being very good for the team. I think that they're doing better bit by bit every single week. They still haven't secured a win, and I can understand how that is like dragging you down. But honestly, trust the process.
Yeah, I mean, Purpo even coming in, I feel like we've already seen some of that adjustment and some of the explosivity that he's able to add to the table, but you also got to give a little bit more time for this chemistry to develop because the addition's still super new.
And hear me out, Giants is like such a big team in an organization in Spain. Just honestly think about the great times that they had when it was back in league and in other games. I think that there's an organization to root for.
Well, my advice is if Giants aren't exciting enough for you, there are other Spanish orgs, you know. Next door.
That's also true.
Last but not least, we have one more letter to answer and one more to advise for. And this is a long one from Colin. Colin says,
Colin.
Dear VCT EMEA FM, I work for a municipal park department in Andalusia. And although my official job as a gardener, I've recently been assigned the task of caring for approximately 40 koi fish that are put into one of our lakes each summer. At first, the fish were pretty healthy, but lately some of their vital signs have been looking increasingly unsafe. I spoke to one of my colleagues, but instead of helping me, he turned into an absolute fanatic and threw the koi into an icebox. I tried to help by submerging them in liquid, but that didn't go too well either. A mate of mine gently suggested contacting a French veterinary corp, but I couldn't get hold of them. Do you know what else I could be doing to keep the koi healthier other than changing their food? I feel like Collins, maybe this is the wrong show to write into.
Are you
but
sure?
try your best.
You're
Try your best.
ready to deal with that kind of issue? Because I think that he's too lost in his job, you know? I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think I can...
I don't know. I have questions with the fact that we're looking to submerge them into a liquid when they should already be in one. Realistically, they should be in that environment where they could be thriving and whatnot.
Yeah.
I feel like it's a different type of koi that you guys are used to,
I'm
right?
not really sure that the koi exists anymore.
This koi?
Yeah.
The fish koi or koi koi?
The fish.
The fish?
Koi definitely exists.
You have
Or
any
it
advice
existed.
on fish keeping?
No, but dried
Any expertise?
fish. That's good. Maybe he should turn it into dried fish. Do you like dried fish?
I love dried fish. You can get them smoked as well. Yeah,
All
cured.
right.
You know, that's the solution. If he doesn't know how to keep them, at least eat them.
We're asking Colin in Andalusia to kill
It's funny
his fish.
because Koi is from Barcelona, but if he's in Andalusia, I mean, he's maybe in my city. He might be in front of my house for all that I know.
I feel like we're not equipped to talk about fish, but let's talk very briefly about koi and whether maybe Colin can tune in if he's already a koi fan in a different sense.
I think that many things have been going wrong, and it's difficult to say, especially because things look different at the beginning of the year for Koi. It really looked like in kickoff they were very close to even making it out of the play-in, and now that they're in the season, it looks like nothing is working for them. And I think that especially losing a 11-3 advantage is going to be very taxing onto them. So honestly, it's on the mental health of the players right now, I'd say.
The thing is, I don't even think that it's necessarily a case of Koi going downhill since kickoff. I think realistically, everyone else wasn't necessarily in their element, and we've seen that carry over now into stage one. And I think that makes it really difficult because Koi now constantly feel like they're kind of lagging behind a little bit in that kind of sense. And they're trying to build this identity for themselves, but I think they really need to focus a bit more on maybe the team atmosphere and ensuring that the chemistry is being built before that.
Well, it doesn't matter what's happening with Koi, it can't be as bad as what's been happening with Colin's fish. So thank you very much to you, Ash, and to you, Kakuka, our expert. If you guys have anything, and I mean anything, remember to write to us here at VCT EMEA FM. Remember, no problem is too big or too small for us to tackle together. You ask, we advise, and we'll see you next week.
Alone in the shadows. down.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to VCT EMEA. Today, it is do or die for Giant Eggs as they fight to keep their playoffs hopes alive versus Team Vitality. Hello, everyone. Once again, I am your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined here in the studio by Ash. Hi, Ash. Welcome back. Now, you did so brilliantly, VCT EMEA FM, answering all those questions, giving advice. I have a personal issue that's going on I want you to help me with. Okay. Is after yesterday, there are still doubters out there for the Turkish region. There are still all up in my girls telling me it's just hopium and copium. What do I do? How do I convince them to be on my side that Turkey is the best region?
Convince them? I mean, I think we saw the brilliance of the Turkish region. You talked about it during Truth or Cope. You asked Vlad and I on the desk yesterday if Turkish players have the best aim in the game, and I think we saw that coming out in yesterday's matches with the fact that Foot able to take out Fnatic 2-0, and it really came down to a lot of those duels, the way that they were isolating Fnatic as well within these maps and just dividing them up to ensure that they can find more favorable fights. And then you swing over towards the likes of BBL versus Na'Vi, and I think just it was pretty crazy how brilliant Brave was there. He didn't lose a single first engagement on defense.
But how do I convince everyone else that's still doubting? Look at the standings, Ash. They are top of both of their groups, and I just cannot believe people think that they might not make playoffs.
I think it's up in the air for everyone when you are looking at the standings with how the numbers can end up kind of calculating and tabulating at the end of the day. But overall, everything considered, we also did see the fact that Koi were unfortunately eliminated yesterday based off of Foot actually winning one of those maps.
Hold up, are you a doubter? Is that why you can't give me advice on this? Because you also doubt the Turkish teams, Ash?
Okay, I don't doubt them, but
Good.
The truth is just that it's anybody's game right now in either group here in Alpha or Omega.
Okay, I'm with you. It's anybody's game, especially for BBL and Foot. I have no doubt in those. Of course, the stakes are very high. They have been high this entire week. But for the first match we're going to see here, Giant X, they are fighting to avoid dun 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 elimination. Yes, it still works. It still works from yesterday. I can't believe I have that much power. All right, one more time. They're fighting to avoid
elimination.
Yes. Shout out to the producers for carrying me through this, all of the chaos we are going to be facing. But like we said, Giant X, if they lose to Team Vitality here right off the bat, they will be out of playoffs contention. They will not be making Masters Shanghai, and it's going to be, I feel like, a crazy way to start our day, Ash.
It's an insane way to start our day, and I think all things considered for today as well, we got to keep in mind it's also the Spanish versus the French.
Oh, yes. Oh, both games. We got a bit of a derby going on. But let's get started here with Giant X, because earlier I spoke to their coach Pipson about their split so far, and take a look at this. I'm now joined by Pipson, the head coach of Giant X. Now, Pipson, you've been here before. We had a little chat when you first started this split, and you said to me what you wanted to see from your boys was going back to the basic, the fundamentals, play discipline, play together, and maybe just kind of start again as a team. And now we've had a few games. Is that still how you feel? Do you still think that's the most important thing your players have to do right now?
No. If we would play like we play on screens, I think we would be insane. But if we take a look on our scrim results and our official results, it's completely huge difference. For example, before this week we had around so we practiced and we had 19 games before the game versus Vitality, and we played the franchise teams, so the teams from here, and from 19 games we lost only 2 on scrims. So we know that we are really, really good, but we cannot show it on official games, and we don't know what is the problem. So we are trying to find it out. Maybe it's something mental, maybe it is something else, but we cannot perform the same way what we're doing on scrims. That's why, for example, if I'm not mistaken, Angel said in the interview that we were the biggest disappointment from him, because when we scrim them, he's they are always insane, but on stage they are not showing it. So
I know you're still trying to find as to why you're not doing that on stage, but on game days, when you are there, you're watching your boys play, you don't have too many opportunities to talk to them. So in those pauses, in those moments, what are you prioritizing? What is it that you think that is the most important thing they need to fix in the moment?
No, sometimes it's not even about the fixes. Sometimes we have the read and we know what the opponent is going to do, but the individual decision making we are doing during the game screw up everything. Like as an example, the previous game versus Liquid, when on Lotus we make the pause and I say that they will 100% if you will fake A fight, they will react to C and fake A fight, just stack triple C. We stack triple C, but the way we stacked it and the way we did it, and they really commit to CS4, and we couldn't do anything because our individual decision making was awful, and sometimes it doesn't even matter when we know what opponent is going to do exactly. We just cannot win the rounds on official.
I mean, obviously today is going to be a huge game. You're not out of playoffs yet. I feel like it's still so close. So what do you think is going to be the biggest challenge? How are you dealing with the pressure of it all?
I don't think that right now we have the pressure. I think this is what might help us right now. Kind of like
do or die.
A little bit. No, it's like even the expectation a little bit broke, right? That you see that you are pretty good on scrims and the stuff like that. You are like expecting something to happen during the official games, and then you are coming here like for 3 weeks, and every time you show the battle, you are winning them up over like all the teams, like and the stuff like that, and you cannot close the games, and you are like performing not good. I think that this is the biggest helpful right now, that the expectation kind of broke, and you're like, okay, whatever, let's just play and try to play the same as we do on scrims.
Whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Pipson, for this interview, and best of luck. I believe in you guys. You got this. Let's go. Oh, let's go indeed. You heard it from Pipson that they've been doing pretty well in scrims. They've been getting the results, but it's not about the scrims today. It is about what they can do on the server. So let's bring out Giant X and Team Vitality. On stage in the Riot Games arena. Of course, anything that happened before today no longer matters. Giant X, they do not have a choice. They have to win if they want to make playoffs. But it's a very similar story on the other side of this. Team Vitality, they lost already earlier this week. They need to bring home a win. And Ash, as we take a look at the map of Vitos, how tough of a challenge do you think it's going to be?
I think it's going to be pretty difficult. I don't really think, well, I think when you look at Giant X, they haven't won a single game so far this season, even since kickoff. And so the map look isn't going to favor them either which way, but Lotus here is a map where both these teams previously were playing mirror compositions, playing very much so into the Lotus meta that had developed back off of last year as well, but I want to see a little bit more innovation coming out from both sides. I think it does get dodgy when we head over towards Breeze into that second map, the pick here for Vitality, because previously they had been playing that Astra Yoru comp.
Yeah,
the only team to play Astra on Breeze here in EMEA.
They picked Breeze. They picked the map that Giant X took down Fnatic dominantly with ease, where Purpo was popping off left, right, and center. So this is very, very interesting. But looking towards that Lotus, Vitality, they have been innovating. We've seen, you know, some of the deadlock stuff as well here and there. How about this Lotus? Do you think this is where maybe we don't see a mirror matchup today?
I'm hoping that we do have a surprise coming out from, honestly, both sides. I think a criticism, though, for Vitality that we've heard throughout the last several weeks is their reliance on preparation going into these matches. So if Giant X can counter that by bringing out something that they are not expecting, that could give them a great edge up here into their map pick.
Honestly, if Foot can win on Lotus with no initiators and using a Cypher as a pretty much a drone and a Sage as well, I'm actually for everything at this point. I don't think anything could be remotely a bad pick. But let's take a look at Agent Select here and see what we are going to get, because like you said previously, it would have been a mirror matchup.
Would have been. We got a drum roll for this, but Okay.
Oh, okay. It's definitely not a mirror match up today.
No, so standard here for Giant X moving forward, but Team Vitality on the map pick of Giant X are the ones who have actually prepped into switching up this composition. You have the Neon coming in, that Gecko. I'm curious to see what the synergy is going to be like with that, expecting Kicks to kind of follow quickly behind a runner with that utility, but Giant X,
Yeah.
how are they going to look to counter that?
And also for Runner, you know, he's played a bunch of agents so far. We've seen what he can do on the duelist, but Neon, not so much. It's one of his lesser played one for sure. So this is very, very interesting. I love the Gecko, though. I'm all for the Gecko.
I think Gecko's just come out so frequently now here on every single map. I think within the pool, there have been ways to work him in.
I can't wait to see what we're going to get here and throw this over to your casters for today. It's Golden Boy, I think, and Tombiz.
Ah, I see. I
Thank
see what
you.
she did there.
Yeah, right? We had this pre-planned a little bit.
For a second, I was like, in my dreams.
In my dreams? Oh, okay. Well, GB, if you ever want a job, you know where to come. Fene doesn't work out. You know what? I'm excited for this one, though, Tom, because we've got, it could be my last cast by the looks of things. We've got Giant X elimination time. Well, it's their decision on whether or not that comes true, as Vitality have come in with a pretty interesting comp. A lot of changes from the last time they played, but I think they only got 4 rounds then, Tom, so it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, well, the thing is it their decision? I think it almost depends in my eyes on how Vitality play today. I like what they've come in with. Trex also, I think this is his first ever time playing Omen, so it'll be a little bit different for him, but I think he's already proven his flexibility within this roster. But it really is both teams. GX looking for a response to the entire season, Vitality looking for a response from earlier in the week because they got smashed by Gentlemates.
Yeah, it really wasn't a pretty showing, and moving on to this pick, perhaps a punish for Giant X, but they will have prepared for a little bit of a different composition. Safe, off rip, able to pick up the opening, and that's going to be Purpo down. The pistol isn't taking this towards the B site. Well, at least not for now. Vitality opening the door, giving away some presence on this A angle. I like the Killjoy setup from Giants. They've got a lot of information. As you see Vitality push up towards A, they'd have to break that alarm bot, which they won't. The turret catches them on the way through. So the info is there, and they know the hit's on B.
Oh, okay. See you later, Hoodie. He's been caught out, and they're slowly going to be picked apart. I believe he's just Cloud. Redgar remaining.
Planted.
I think in this sort of after plant, winning the round becomes an almost impossibility. I'm also just looking at these rotations being held. Cloud trying to clear out. Both players are actually going to peek him at once. The timing couldn't be better from Vitality. And for Redgar, miracles need to be made. Already they're going to be checking absolutely everything. All the utility coming out from Vitality couldn't have been better. And an Andaluthia flawless to kick off round number 1.
In fact, not a lick of damage sustained either. Those ghosts all carried through in full HP as they did. A very clean, flawless round at that. You like that more when you've got rifles in play. You got your full shields to play around, but hey, listen, that's a confidence builder, if anything. Already the first round on the board for Vitality, and we're seeing that setup from GX. It will play a bigger role in some of the future rounds. For now, they've only got their pistols to play around, and we should be seeing a clean second. I like the Vitality come in with 3 rifles and only 2 pistols, so a lot of possibility, a lot of margins for error. Exactly, the Navi. They've got money for next round, but ability to fight here nonetheless.
Yeah, I think as well, I'm looking at the roles that are being picked this time out, because that was the main sort of problem I had, is we saw Vitality swap a lot to bring in Trex, but they also put, I think it was Safe no longer playing Controller and not playing Sentinel either. He's playing Viper, which I think on this map didn't make as much sense. I think Sender also switched over to playing Omen, which is more aggressive, and I don't think really suited his playstyle. And also Kix was playing Sentinel. And I think now they've sort of switched things around into a manner where I go, okay, all of these roles make sense. Safe back on the Sentinel, it means he can focus on his individual ability. And one, as it's been mentioned throughout the week, that's where he's the most terrifying.
Out of charges. Coming through.
Oh, Runner's been in a little bit of trouble. Tagged up, but managed to make it out. Kix goes down. There's a rifle drop to the floor. Okay, now we get into the question of damage. How many more kills can GX rack up with Purpo down to 5 and Redgar miles away? Fight will be slow for Vitality. Well, you probably want to see Safe retrieve that weapon pretty soon. 5 HP on Purpo. He can't swing out. He's trapped in a corner, and it has
He's gonna have to pre-fire Timmy.
Get Redgar to go destroy it first. Look. Nade managed to make it out. Create a bit of space, but Redgar can't even destroy the turret, even if he wanted to. And Purpo, well, he didn't stand a chance in that aim duel.
They did mention that there was somebody writing in to the radio show about Timmy the turret and getting kills. I think they were hoping that it would be for GX though. So probably not what they were looking for today, as that has gone in the other direction. And that's the thing, this round definitely had a decent amount of damage. Unfortunately, it was only the players that had pistols or the rifles were retrieved, so it hasn't really done anything in the grand scale of things.
Yeah, there was some potential, as you can see, with one more kill going their way. It could have been beautiful. The smoke, if it had been a little closer, maybe it could have saved Purpo's life. But they only had classics. This is a real round, and a lot of aggression out of GX, playing up on C, but the stuns come out, the nades go through, and Redgar able to find one, but he's stuck out in the open. Purpo here with him, and he's making it a costly round already. 3 kills, and only safe left standing. A very clean response, at least it was, from the man of Purpo, but now he's down, and it falls to Vitinho and Hoodie to make this work. Often you'll see this setup be on C, but they've changed it around, playing it more for the deep A control. Instead, that means that Safe's able to walk in here for free.
Yeah, 1v2 clutch on this site especially gives me flashbacks to last year for Giant X. Safe as well as one of those players that you have to give the utmost respect. Timing here, not going to work out for him though, as he ends up facing the wrong way. GX are going to win that round, but let's be honest, it's the Purpo show again.
It absolutely was. You know, and again, some players had to die for him to get the space, right? These players are so focused on eliminating this man here, Redgar, and you can see he really wasn't in a pretty position, but it's the trades right after, one by one, swinging in and
so what you're
taking those
saying is
kills.
he was baiting?
Not just that, he had a second player to bait as well further back. I believe it was Cloud who was laying down his life for the Purpo 3K.
Yeah.
Not bad. Showstoppers online, Tom,
just like
coming
my
in around
teammates,
4.
for real, honestly.
Yeah, it's exactly what they do. They don't get those kills though, do they, Tom?
Shadows.
No, I do, because I'm the one baiting. Sorry, I didn't make that clear.
I see. You're following up on it. I see. I haven't seen that in our ranked games, Tom, but maybe it's a solo
That's
queues.
because you're on the other side of the map spamming an Odin into a wall.
That is true. That is actually accurate in this instance. But slander, nonetheless. GX, 5 rifles and a showstopper to play with. Vitality full by up, but kicks. Well, he's thankfully had shields to start this one out. He's on 1 HP.
He's just about breathing. That's all I can say. And especially considering he's the only one with an ult on his side. Could actually be a pretty big difference maker. GX, they have stacked up early though. They have got that A site firmly under their control. A 4th player maybe even rotating in that direction. It's because of the aggressive position currently being held by Redgar. The only problem will be is if there's a split back towards the B site. That's where they currently have no control whatsoever other than the turret.
Yeah, and that turret, you know, it's being hurt, and now it's being destroyed through the wall. The 1 HP player eventually falls, but the turret has been destroyed and pinged out players, so they know that they could be shifting this towards the B side as we speak.
30 seconds left.
They're not worried. GX have a great retake, especially with a showstopper to play with. They're staying in position. That means Vitality are running right into a stacked up site. Hoodie, how is he getting away with so much? Jumping around the site, grabs 1 showstopper in. Trex will struggle to stay alive as that showstopper hasn't been fired.
He baited him.
12 seconds left. He is slowing this squad down. Sender picks another safe on the Redgar, and they know exactly where Purpo is. Very nice from Vitality. 3-1. They're right back in winning ways.
Trex is so clever. He like jumped out and faked the TP, so you could see that Purpo's running around looking for him with the showstopper, and he still stood exactly where he was a few seconds before. Just a nice little bit of shadow step tech that he's managed to get through there. And that's the thing, like they did the early damage. The start really wasn't bad from the side of GX, but other than that, it was just solo fight after solo fight, and every single one of them ended up being won by the side of Vitality. A 3-1 start. Again, expectation on this map is normally to have a lean towards that attack inside. But in this, at least, for Vitality, you expect them to have a conversion here. Still got a couple of ults to play with. Much stronger weaponry. Maybe a trade here, that's the idea, but Safe is not going to push too far.
C's almost off limits, off rip as well. That smoke up on the box against an eco, you're never going to be playing it through a one-way like that. Up around mound with so many positions for them to hide in. Vitality of their eyes set on A, but that is where this setup, the Viper Killjoy, is currently in play. It's where the rotations have come through as well. So there's utility, and there's a lot of pistols hungry for a kill. Vitality will pick up the pace now with the door open and the utility on its way. They've cleared out tree. It's time to clear out the site, and this is where the real danger comes. An attempt. Ooh, the paranoia through. They're slowed and actually taken down to start with. Play through from Runner. Got a little bit of space to play with. Those players are stunned, but when it comes for the fight, they're ready to duel. Nicely done to at least make this costly, but some more can be found still. Purple putting it into a 2 versus 2 sneaky play on a Trex, and he gets punished. Redgar was waiting the whole time. And now once again, Safe finds himself in a 1v2, but this time it's a round that they should have won. And a round that he now needs to pull right back, the rifle in his hand, and Redgar 45 HP with a pistol. He's caught, and Safe has an idea on the last! What a connection! Great readjustment for the Red Bull clutch.
I don't know, there was just something in the back of my head that just told me he was going to win that. And it's just something when it comes to Safe in late round scenarios, playing back on that Sentinel as well. He just always seems to bring that value for his squad, and value that, let's be honest, shouldn't really have been needed. Like, it was a round with minimal investment and a lot of awkward fights, peculiar angles peaked and almost not ready for the angle that they're actually checking. It's not a bad round from GX, but when you got that man on your screen, sometimes the problems erase themselves.
Well, Safe's died once so far, and it was that 1v2 against odds that he fell. Now he's up against a pretty strongly stacked scoreline, 4-1, but the rifles come out from GX. If Vitality win this one, they start to run away with the early game, and already much better look to this squad than what we saw last time around. They've already hit the 4 rounds.
This is a lot of defensive side aggression in a lot of these early positions. I think the Vitality have realized it. They've been peeking out B, Safe's managed to clear that on his own. They've also been trying the same thing outside C. That has now been forced back. So there's not a whole lot of information currently available for GX. And bear in mind the ults. That's the big thing. You've got a lockdown. You can clear an entire site in the last 30 seconds. Ooh. He may not even need to. Redgar's just been spammed through smoke and through a box. A little bit unlucky to start things off, but now this round already looks rough.
That's a huge read from Vitality. Of course, the setup from GX is that when Runner goes, well, running in, for lack of a better word, the paranoia comes through. They know that player should be behind the box, the spam. What an amazing punish. And now they've got themselves side control over B with the lockdown, plant coming through safely, some utility for post-plant. An incredibly strong position to play off of some cerebral early rounding. GX are going to have a tough task getting back in towards this B site.
Yeah, so much utility as well. Paranoia, Snakebite, Poison Orb, Stun. They can buy so much extra time. It's going to have to be a solid retake. That Paranoia is set up onto 3 different people. He blast packs through while blind. Maybe a bit of an error on the timing. Had already thrown it down. Hoodie, though, does well. A couple of trades to make things a little bit more competitive, but the crossfire is just too strong. Cloud has to flee the scene. And Vitality, well, it got a little bit close in the middle thanks to Hoodie, but other than that, it was relatively clean.
I'm still taken aback by the opening pick. The ballsy play to push up on C, take that mount control when round after round GX have been showing presence there. They've had 3 players. They've had Redgar put out the one-way smoke that a lot of teams will respect and pull back from or commit a ton to dealing with, and they actually saw the leg.
Saw him.
So it wasn't even the prediction of where he'd play. It was just that little bit of an over peak. What a costly one it was.
Yeah, and the retake just a little bit scuffed. Like, I think a lot of that was obviously he'd already thrown the blast pack and the paranoia was just so well timed, so it's a bit unlucky, but you can see that if you allow a team to get in with that much utility, like if you don't have to use your paranoia on a take, you've done well.
Oh yeah.
And they still had so much more to play with. Vitality are running away with this. Finances as well in an incredibly good spot, and it's not really surprising that we're going to see ourselves a pause. The scary thing as well is even though you can see that the ult's going to be online for Runner, a lot of the time Overdrive is not something you use that often. But he hasn't bought yet. So I'm thinking, like, especially when your opponents have just used their pause, personally, that's when I'd love to see that ult used, because it is one of the most disruptive ultimates in the game. You're full sprint running at people and trying to take space. Well, he's going to be able to do that in a round where Giant X are trying to beat what you were already trying, which was a slow default working the map. Throw in a Neon ult and it's completely different.
Time to kill is going to be a lot lower as well with those light shields in play, and hard to track when you've got a Guardian. You can see those weaknesses coming through on GX. The way this game's been going so far, credits won't be too much of a worry for them for long, but Vitality steaming away with these rounds. A stop needs to be put to it. Sees right off rip, going to be put in play. A site, no longer a passive defensive play with Killjoy utility far into A and no early aggression. Instead, they fight for Rubble, they play for that control on GX, and now they leave just Redguard there to hold it. This is their adjustment after the pause to have the utility, not just on C, Tom, because you'll see this KJ util on C around here, but it's much, much deeper.
All right, it's immediately popped. It means that the afterplant can't come in the first few seconds, but I almost think that might have been a little bit too early. Yeah. It's not really done too much in terms of delay, and Runner, he has no interest in delay. He's just looking to try and take fights, as they've already managed to get themselves into an afterplant, a 3v4, not a whole lot that can be used to try and get back in, and Runner, well, overdrive not used in the way I expected, but that's not bad at all.
Well, we say you don't often get to use it, and even when you do, you don't often get the fruits of your labor, but my goodness, it doesn't seem like anything could go wrong for Vitality so far. 6-1 in the lead. Safe is 9-2. And Death is something not many of these Vitality players have a lot of experience with on this map so far. A Paranoia was absolutely perfect. The push up from Runner.
Yeah.
And then, well, yeah. It is a strange fight. The second one, the third of his round was a little more conventional. At this point, you know, we see GX try new things, but I do agree with you, Tom. It looked like that C utility was used up just that little bit too early.
It was panicking. And that's the thing. It's like, it was used off the contact of Thrash, which is just like, what, are you trying to destroy an ult that's probably not going to reach you anyway? Obviously, Fatinho playing in a role that hasn't really been fleshed out, and that's been the biggest weakness all season for GX, is their Sentinel play. It's the same again. Fast-paced take in, Runner left blind, but there hasn't really been a kill on him. There we go. Cloud's been able to take him out, and after spotting that stack up, I think this has to be a fallback.
Yeah, really nice counterplay by Giants. The Paranoia stops anybody from following up. They isolate the player on the site with a smoke, and then it's easy pickings. 5 versus 3. They've got the reward already. The question is, do they overheat on this on the defensive side? It's not about aggression, it's about rotations. If they start to play towards the other side of the map, expecting Vitality to have changed their direction, as we've seen from them before, but instead, now knowing there's no Paranoia to play up against, they know that this C hold is that little bit weaker. Looking for an opportunity, looking for a head to peek out, but contact will come through on the back of the turret. There's no need to peek just yet. And the ult, well, that's cleared out B. It's time to move, but now they're up close. Redguard, contact close. He's trying to get out, but he's wide open.
Oh, they didn't have anything for contact. And so when he TPs away, Vitality actually used that for space. Cloud's done well, though. The Nightfall also left some of the players low and deafened, so they're not going to know if some of the control has been taken already. Trex peeking out is problematic. The blast pack used to actually deny alongside the snake bite. They've got to try and stick this one now. And they will be able to get it within the Viper's pit. Sets them up nicely. Safe. Playing close around the angle with the shorty. There's a real opportunity to cause someone problems, but Sender actually goes swinging, and now he's left completely isolated. Cloud is going to do the work to get them their second round, but even still, it got dicey.
Yeah, really good look from GX. I think a lot of that comes down to eliminating runners so early on. You're just losing a lot of vitality in terms of being able to push through and take that space. That was the kill there, having isolated him, but here, this is where it all falls apart. 2 players on the site, Tom. One trying to retreat, one I guess just creating that bit of space to retreat as well, play around the smoke, maybe catch one on the way through, and both of them are punished instantly. From that point, there seemed to be no way back. They managed to make it work nonetheless.
Even still, there is going to be a fairly comfortable purchase in for Vitality, even for this round and the next. On the other side of things, there's definitely still weaknesses. The gap can be padded, though. And while the Dizzy has already got so much information, that's 2 players pinged up. Vitality will know that. In fact, may even opt to fight this in a different manner. They have got 4 players currently building up outside B. Opening of the door could be huge, but instead, they're just going straight into the B site.
So much fun to watch Runner play this agent. The movement is sublime. The little attempt to spam through the smoke. If that had gotten a kill, my goodness. But Sender lurking up. He had a really tough map last time. He's being spotted out by Hoodie. Ever vigilant GX on the way back through. The plan has been secured on B, but a player lost. Sender's utility as well. Post plan can be so valuable. Showstopper fired, nothing to be found, and somehow Hoodie doubled up on that. He got pushed by Runner and Kicks and made it look damn easy. Trex, you're in a lot of trouble in that corner. They might have thought he's already out, though, with the Shrouded Step. In fact, they're not even clearing it on the way through. 1 for Trex. How much more, though? The snake bite's got him boxed in and out of the round.
Yeah, and in that time, obviously, the other team had just defused completely, so there wasn't really any opportunity for him to win the round. It was all about damage. But no, much better. Mostly from Hoodie. Just being able to take some of these fights towards the door. Very vigilant to make sure that they cleared out the player in the backlines as well of Sender. We know that he likes to lurk around those angles. And we're starting to see a slow build back into this one for GX. As I said, though, they still haven't managed to break the economy yet. But still keeping ults online. Only the showstopper used in that last round. Viper's Pit available. Lockdown as well. This is looking like a much better spot to fight from.
Door open already. Hoodie's thinking about it. Yeah, the ult is going to be committed. They don't want to lose control over Tree. Runner's being dropped on the spray straight through the door. Vitality also seen moving through. This is what we're talking about. That deeper utility from the Killjoy makes it so difficult to play towards this side. At this point, they would already be applying the pressure. Whoops. Much like in the Koi game, that door wasn't open yet.
Yeah.
You gotta wait. You gotta wait just a second longer. Well, 5 versus 4. Vitality still with a Thrash. They might even use it just to clear the space.
Yeah, with lockdown available, you can see that GX are somewhat happy to give up that B control. Sender, though, has been able to find Hoodie. That was the pit. It's taken out quite a few players. Vitinho, though, is just hitting all of his shots. But again, this round has come back into contention. It was looking like a massive advantage for the GX side. And now Vitinho has to do it all. They're looking for that ace already. Managing so close to close the round. But it's going to be left onto Redgar. A 1 versus 1. IGL versus IGL. Sender seems locked in, but has missed the timing. Redgar comes around just a second later. And while it's another hero that arises for the side of GX, Vitinho, 4 kills in that round.
At 6-1, Tom, I was pretty worried about what we were going to see here today. I said to the boys before the game, I'm expecting this to go the distance. We're owed 3 maps between them. I love this idea as well from center to spray. The door is open. If you're a Viper, you have to play close to that door. You can't risk somebody slipping through the gap. He just takes his shot, and, well, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And he hit that one. 6-4, 2-round gap between them. GX still have that lockdown to work around, but Vitality didn't use up the Thrash. They didn't need it. Now they might.
Again, it looks like it might be an early brawl. They've been able to find the information quite easily off the back of the Dizzy. Though seemingly, after that smoke goes up, they're not willing to challenge it whatsoever. I'm not sure if this is just because they realize a lot of the time that B site has been open. May just opt to try and play post-farm because there hasn't been a mass amount of defense of this position, but with no challenge towards C, GX are starting to realize, okay, now this is where we bolster our B site. 2 players ready and waiting for them here.
Well, Vitality have already shown what happens when they go for that play, right? When they're moving C, it's quick, it's aggressive, and there's a bombardment of utility. But actually, they were going C, just trying to split it through the door to catch those players that had gotten aggressive. Instead, they're caught by them. The players aggressing on B, pick off the C push, and the lurk is found. They're getting used to it. They know Sender likes to play around that A door late into the round. 50 seconds left on the clock. Vitality still have Thrash available, but harder to use without some picks. And Trex, sure, finds one, but goes down to it. Lockdown still in the back pocket for GX, but might not be needed in this round. Trying to isolate a duel. Runner does very well to find that, but again, the trade comes through. GX are in that 2-man squad. Set up no matter where you go. Gorgeous stuff. Purpo with another 3K, and that means another round for GX, now just trailing by 1.
Yeah, it definitely seems like they're starting to adapt to what Vitality are doing. Like the same lurk in the last couple of rounds, it's not going to be too problematic to clear. They've also realized that a lot of the time, if they take that control, immediately you'll watch Vitality go back to the B site, so they stacked it up. Vitality had an adaptation of their own, but they then followed up on it. They expected, okay, if they're going to go back to the C site, we need to try and help out with Redgar, and that's exactly what they did. So again, good mid-rounding this time from GX. Still, it hasn't been a break in terms of the investment from Vitality. They have had to buy every single round. They're beginning to plant every single round. And they still have Thrash. We'll see how it's going to be utilized here with that lockdown and Nightfall still online. And Purpo, he's kicked things off well.
Oh my, what is Sender up to? That's a double wallbang kill. Vitality looking to swarm control over Rubble and Sender. He's just taking the cake. Oh, what a gorgeous round from this man. He only saw 1 player, But he killed 3 already, got a plant, and a Viper's Pit online on the back of it. This is a pretty damning end to the half. I'm not sure that Vitinho has the gall to win this one. Oh my goodness. Lockdown in play, he's waiting. Gonna pop his down to try to buy that little bit of extra space. Defending it should be easy as well. He's got his position to play from. What's the decision on the other side? They can play out of the pit and quickly go back in. There's 1 Snakebite still online for Sender. There's a Nano Swarm even in play, and the Snakebite isn't used. They know that they need to run down the clock more so than anything. This is an area that they're not looking to give him a single advantage. And sure, the Thrash is going to be dodged, but now you're in a lot of trouble. Mosh Pit through, wall bangs, and, well, there was no way out of that one. A good attempt by Vitinho, but in the end, Vitality will have the lead at the half. It was 6-1 when we started this out, and they finished 7-5. Not a bad recovery from...
All in all, a decent half. Like, especially when you lose the pistol. I don't think that's bad at all to come out with 5 rounds on the defensive side, especially when I said normally you're going to have more rounds heading onto that attack. I also feel like when you're running a composition that revolves around a Neon, a lot of the time you'll really expect those rounds to come in on the attack side. So I think they can be very happy with their resurgence. I do still think they're getting that pistol, getting them off the mark, because there's still been some quieter performances. And that's the thing, we've noticed this like once or twice now, that Cloud has been a bit more hit and miss. Now, I know obviously Redgar nearer the bottom of the board, no offense to him, but that's sort of a regular. Cloud being down there is more of a problem, because in their match, I think it was versus Fnatic, he seemed to play very well, even in the loss. But then the week prior, he was missing almost altogether. Very aggressive though. They're going to play this defense almost as an attack, Mitch. They are pushing in towards the spawn.
It was a good display to start this off with Cloud ripping Runner's head clean off. But it's going to slow down now as Vitality concede the control and back up. This defensive side has its worries for me, Tom. I mentioned last time, the Na'Vi game, it was a very dominant scoreline, and that was Vitality starting on the defense. They won the pistol, the follow-up.
One more round.
Yeah.
it wasn't good.
It was pretty rough to watch. This, though, already a good look. I mean, Sender got more wallbang kills, or the same amount of wallbang kills in the last round as he did kills in the whole last series that they played on Lotus. It's an improvement, for sure. This defense has its tests and already lost 1 player. So how valuable that pistol could be for this squad. But looks like there's a good read here on the side of GX as to what's going down. But 3 players that could still come ahead when it comes to the fights. The numbers might not be with them, but the flank of Safe looks to put things back in a more winnable position. They're ready. Both lined up and taking the fight 1 at a time. They isolate these duels in 2vx's. Well handled by GX. And 6 rounds now their reward.
That was a very, very peculiar round to watch. Like, obviously you've got Safe flanking behind the turret, but the turret now only obviously faces towards B, so you can't even place it so much in a way that you did before that would actually like help you out with those flanks. But nobody's aware of it, so he could have got a whole lot more. I think he probably expected at that point that somebody would be looking in his direction when he's running around, but that wasn't the case. And then also it just like a very awkward battle, because the amount of utility that was used there by GX to sort of clear a lot of those close angles, kind of expected it to be a little cleaner, but they'll take the pistol. It doesn't matter. The brawl goes in their favor. It looks like we might get another one.
I don't think it's a might anymore. There's a lot of players here hiding behind the mound, and now they emerge. GX realize the stack they're running into, but the Mosh Pit forces Cloud into the open, tries to take down more with him, but only good for the 1 kill. That's the advantage, sitting with Vitality, the spike down in the open. And although it is retrievable with their utility, Vitality are getting ahead of the problem. They realize that, well, what are GX going to do? They're going to fight for Mound. They're going to put their utility into it. They're going to try to punish you. So Vitality move towards the other side of the map, give up the control, and allow GX to play mind games against themselves. They'll think C is where the stack is and start to rotate. Tom, this has worked out perfectly.
Yeah, chances are as well you're not going to go B, because that's the close range angles. That's where the pistols, maybe a shorty
exactly,
could do so much damage.
Could have pushed up on box.
The only problem now is because of the amount of time that has gone, Vitality has started to second guess themselves. So they had it correct initially. Now going to be a much more isolated fight. Tracks in the corner, peeks out, already lost. And now Sender, well, the only thing he can hope for is that somebody tries to make way through the door. I'd say it'd be a little bit risky knowing what weaponry could be on the other side, and they have already taken the site behind him. It's going to be a winnable fight, but Vitinho is going to close him out. Again, good adaptation. Nice shot from Safe, though. That's a spike down. There's only 10 seconds left. If they can hold on to this, there's a real chance of them taking the round. Purpo, the time may now be gone. Surely one of them's going to sacrifice their life to make sure this goes over the line. And Vitality are going to win it. In there, Eco.
What an amazing resurgence. The initial fight on Mound was gorgeous, the read to move to A, but it looked like it fell apart. After they make that call, that they second-guess themselves, they spread out in 2-2 control, and yet still able to isolate these fights. They dropped the spike carrier twice in that round in very bad positions that, well, changed the flow entirely. And even Sender, this is a position he's played in quite a lot. And in fact, in my mind, when I think about the Viper up close with the Shorty, he was the one that was doing it most prominently in the early iterations of this map. And you know, the reality is, he still managed to get his damage done when they avoided his setup. When they ran behind him, he sprints in, gives his life to put Vitinho down to 40, and that plays a big role in some of these players being able to close it out later on.
But the thing is, there's still going to be a buy here. GX had a couple of players not investing in the last round. That means you're going to have Cloud and Vitinho still having rifles. They're probably the players you'd want. One's most likely to come out as heroes in this round, but they're up against a full stack of weaponry on the other side. Ult's not particularly close either. There's no Showstopper or Nightfall that could potentially pad the gaps. They're almost just hoping that someone on the other side makes a mistake, I guess somewhat similarly to them in the last round.
There's the utility destroyed on B. One player spotted already jump peeking it. They know this site hasn't been left completely isolated. They won't quite know how stacked up it is as players now gravitate more and more towards this position, but the spike is on the move. Doesn't look like it's on the move to B. In fact, with the C presence, with the B presence, with the door swinging open, they're letting Vitality know that C or B is their final destination, but no. They've shifted it yet again. The rotates back to the A side. GX will get here a little bit late, though. It looks like the rotations have already fully come through, but the paranoia was absolutely perfect. Trex with 2, and now they're boxed in. Kicks on another double, leaves it on the Cloud, and with 10 seconds left, he has no choice but to run straight into Runner. 9 on the board for Vitality, and a gorgeous round here. They never panic on that defensive side. They were ready for whatever came.
I think especially, we've seen this from Vitality in the past with their Omen. I think in most cases when it was safe in the past, playing quite aggressively. And then all it comes down to is Trex goes, okay, I've seen a Prowler, I'm going to TP back to site. They use the Viper screen for the rotation of kicks to be there as well. And then it's almost just like that one paranoia plus like the TP across, the player coming through. It was just a little bit disjointed from GX, and that makes it very easy for Vitality on the defense.
It's the second time now we've seen that paranoia used in a way that completely disrupts the flow of a retake. The value, absolutely massive. Nano Swarm in, that means Sender can try to isolate duels, but they've got 2 players that can bypass it, and Redgar luckily is able to connect that kill. Paranoia again, absolutely perfect. But the players aren't deterred, instead fighting alongside the smokes, and you can go wherever you want. That was the spike that was pushing through. That kill was so essential for Redgar to find, or for him to just walk through and find free space. But now, now the round is winnable again. Okay, never mind.
Well, it's still going to be incredibly difficult. All right, you hit shots like that, never mind. Vitinho's just pulled that one right out of his rear. I don't know how he's managed to win that fight. And now Jex is somehow in a 1 versus 3 scenario. Cloud can just walk in, take the spike, and just go back to C. They've cleared that out a while ago. There's not really any need for them to go anywhere else. You can see Vitinho just watching, waiting. Instead, though, they're going to start stepping towards the B side. They're going into the one place that is actually dangerous right now. They could even still go back if they wanted to, but Vitinho's just hitting every shot. I don't like how they won the round, but they did, so whatever.
Well, that's a guy that just understands how that round needs to breathe. His teammates are coming out spawn. He's got 5 HP. He's swinging it, making sure that they've got that little bit of cover, can at least find the trade. I love the idea from Sender, playing ahead of that util. But my goodness, this round fell apart here in this moment. Well, 2 players pushing Vitinho.
I do feel like Redgar tried his very best to lose that round.
I don't know, yeah, spike pathing could have been
he was like really trying. He was like, guys, I'm going to run in and give them the spike. If you win this, I'll give you a round of applause.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the idea, right? Like you start out, you're on your way towards this side, 2 players burst through, Nano goes up, there's now 2 or 3 players on the other team trying to fight you. You think maybe there's a gap for me to walk to C. At least, worst case, 1v1. Loses the 1v1, round seems done.
They're gonna go through this.
Oh, okay. Great stuff.
It's so risky. But it actually, well, it played perfectly into the hands. The flash was a little bit late. and it meant that they didn't have the information, just looking for a little bit of a surprise factor. And while GX are going to take that all along, now it's dominoes. Save's going to try and swing back in, hoping to find them something in the round, but you can see the GX have stabilized.
They found their footing, that's for sure. And look where the spike is, Tom. This time they've got it.
There.
That's definitely going to shoot the win rate way up, although it hasn't affected it too badly when they don't. 2 players behind that box, sitting and waiting. Someone on Vitality had to go out to try to find the information, and now it's happened again. Save still sees 2 players there, not able to punish. The individual performance is now all that remains. Kicks is miles away, safe on his own, and he manages to. It's not the easiest of situations for Kicks to recover. It's more manageable than it was a second ago, but the word save might start to float around.
Yeah, their finances are not in the best spot, but clearly feeling he can get something done here. Not the case. Hoodie is going to convert their 8th round, and yeah, I definitely think, like, I understand it. You're running a composition that revolves around a Neon. You're going to try something very aggressive, but it definitely felt like any sort of flash or utility or anything that was meant to be thrown through was just a bit late.
Nice. Well, yeah, I mean, we saw it there in the replay. We saw it live as well. These players are holding a wall, and they just come walking through. It's easy as it can be. A straight-up fight for this squad with, well, results that go as expected. 8 rounds for GX on the back of those punishes. Ults starting to come online, and a pause called by Vitality because, well, again, they were leading 6-1. It's 9-8 on a side that previously they haven't been able to get a lot done. The only time they played this was up against Na'Vi. They had 3 rounds, including the pistol and follow-up, which with the second round buyback, they've essentially managed here as well.
Both halves. They won the pistol in the first half, and they won the second round in the second half. So you've got as clear a sort of opening as you can get. If anything, better than you'd normally have it. They won it with an eco, so that sent their economy through the roof. Also, like, in comparison to the last time they played, completely different comp. Like, they are running something so different to try and sort of almost disrupt what's on the other side. And at the moment, I feel like a lot of the rounds they've lost have actually been them kind of overplaying things a little bit. Like maybe trying to reclaim space, like in the round where the spike was dropped. Like they wanted to try and push aggressively and take control. It didn't work for them. The last round was trying to push through a Viper screen. I almost feel like if Vitality just calm it a little bit, they'll end up winning the map.
I can see that, yeah, maybe getting a little ahead of himself with the aggression, but it's gonna, oh, I thought it was gonna happen again here. I saw 3 players, I saw Neon. That's where I expect aggression to come through. But
Stingers, Sheriffs.
They play back. They play safe. They play slow. The rotation's even coming through from Runner towards the B site. For GX, it's death ball time. This is a round where you just can't allow yourself to get isolated. That's how these rounds have been lost in the past.
For me, especially after taking some early tags, this is a round where you use your Nightfall. Just make sure it's a conversion. They already had problems before with these sort of rounds. They're definitely watching for safe, but that doesn't necessarily matter. This guy has some of the crispiest aim in all of EMEA. I definitely want to see them use their Nightfall now. Just make sure this round goes in your favor. I don't care if you have to use an ult.
This is the kind of round that ult is built for, if anything. The ulti used on Mound, they see nobody. Alarm bell's got to be ringing. Somewhere that has been played time and time again. Center already down. There's Kicks up close. Stinger in hand. He's dodged the eyes of Redgar. The door allowed him a position to play from, and the spike is down on the A site. I feel like this is the story of GX's life. Left. They have to push back into these players to claim the spike. Purpo's already on 22 HP. Might as well just let loose that nade pretty soon, because he won't be around for all too much longer. And the door opened again as they retreat, and will it be a full retreat? They'll be sending it all the way back towards their spawn with 12 seconds. They're still pushing forward, Tom. Looks like Hoodie wants to fight. Looks like he wants the spike, if anything. It's crazy levels of aggression coming through. And in the end, yeah, the result is as expected. You know, they don't value the weapons that much because they've got credits in their back pocket. Maybe the idea here being to punish as much as you could so Vitality don't get those free rifles to carry through to the next. They'll only bring 2 in, but nonetheless, 10-8 is secured.
I think GX, they're running a challenge at the moment of winning a round versus pistols. It's just, like, I don't know how this has gone as badly as it did. I guess they sent the Nightfall in and just sort of tunnel visioned in onto the player that it connected onto, because that's what it seemed like, or because the kill came in over in tree, but they just forgot about the players above. It definitely seems really scuffed for GX in these sort of rounds, and Vitality have got to be laughing at this stage, because they've got their economy back on track again.
Losing that second round could be damning after finding the pistol, but they've done a fantastic job here. Okay, the turrets come in to save the day. Although Fatinho will eventually fall, he's at least slowed down that aggression on mid. It will spur the rest of the team forward, though, having lost all the control behind them. They instead need to take some of their own. The plant down for the lane wait, nobody that can deny it.
Spike planted.
So a post-plant setup with a Viper's Pit available, and there it is, activated.
Purple caught. That gives the advantage. Thrash is actually going to catch one. I think Cloud thought it went past him, and Sender's just taken over. That retake was over in a flash. And for GX, again, they'll still have the finances, but that was a really nice retake. I even think that, I don't know if we can watch that back, Kix might have baited out Cloud. Because I think he went past it with the Thrash, and then almost, and then turned it back at the last second to catch him.
Oh my god, Tom, he used his ult at the end of the round. Of course, it refreshes, so he wasn't going to have it next anyways. That's ridiculous from Sender. The fact that, okay, they already got one guy detained with the Thrash, so they know there's only one in there. But he just steps further into the Viper's Pit. Welcome to his world. He's taking that fight, winning it, and putting Vitality 11-8 up. This defensive side's already looking a lot better than it did previously. 33% better. And at this point, 2 away from the win. It's the ultis that you're worried about. Lockdown, get you some space, but that's showstopper from Purpo if well placed. And it's been a few rounds since we saw him pop off. He's been responsible for a couple of these rounds in GX's back pocket. Redgar's playing this wise on the jump peak. That operator is waiting for him to make a mistake. The door now being approached by GX. This is the real problem. The smoke goes down, the door opens up, and now Runner needs to get out of there.
Placing swamp grenade.
Good work from GX just to clear that without too much of a battle. Not allowing that early space to be held by Vitality. And in fact, they've got both sides of the map sort of locked down at the moment. That's the one issue for Vitality, is they don't have that space. But as said, I do feel like a lot of these passive holds from them can work out. They've still got a Viper's Pit available if they want to try and deny. And also Runner can pop his ult if he's needed for those close quarters battles. I think the only issue right now is the fact that Kix could be isolated. And after he already spots a little bit of information, he's going to fall back. The showstopper though, wow, they're not going to fall for that one, Trex.
But they're ready. They were gambling on this being a B play all along. Vitality have the read. They've got the positions, they've got the players, but they're losing some. And a big punish by Runner keeps it equal. 2 versus 2. Ult in back pocket if he needs it for some quicker movement, and that's exactly what he'll do. Right in there, putting Fatinho down to his last stroke of HP, and a clean shot from Kix guarantees it. And plenty of time to destroy that lockdown, and with the defuse coming through, Vitality now have 4 chances to close out Giant X's map pick. A map where previously, starting out this season, they looked atrocious. And then they move on to Breeze, somewhere I think they'll feel even more comfortable.
God, it's a map that they're clearly picking as well as somewhat of a counter to GX. It was one where they've looked pretty decent last time out versus Fnatic. But again, I can only assume Vitality are doing that because they have a plan to try and beat this. For now, though, on their own map choice, we're starting to see some of the flair. I think Kix staying alive in that round, integral in the end. Runner with that operator is going to be stuck through, and unfortunately, the ults were pretty much burnt out in the last rounds, or last couple at least, for GX. So this just has to be a round off the rifles. And let's be honest, thus far that hasn't really been the case.
No, it hasn't. Vitality have been coming leagues ahead. And look again, there's already 3 players here. You can't get through that Viper util. Good spam from Hoodie though. Manages to drop one, but they know Redgar's up top. The punish is not there. Great response from the IGL of GX. And now the site control is theirs. The plant is in. And the advantages are clearly in the attacker's favor. For Vitality, I think often this is a round you wouldn't try. They've got the money to go for it. And with 4 chances to close this out, why not see if you can grab a pick? But if one doesn't come in soon, Tom, I do think they'll start looking in another direction. I would have, but I see the ult pushing forward. I see the flash through, the stun in, and the peek from Kix is good. But after 1, it's time to give up.
Yeah, losing the rifle, fine, losing the operator. That's going to be a bit more of a hefty burden. Cloud is trying to chase this one down, but Runner, well, it's in the name. Full sprint on the other side, playing the Neon. He is as far away as possible at this stage, and the rest of the players weren't really looking to try and hunt him down. GX clinging to life. And it's funny, they almost have to do the opposite of what happened to them last time. When they played against Team Liquid, they were 4 or 5 rounds up. Liquid win a streak of these clutch rounds to bring it to overtime, which they still won, but that's besides the point. I'm not sure I believe in it though. That's the problem. I feel like there's been so many rounds where GX have given something away by like a silly mistake or just being caught off by something. And I also just believe at some point we're going to see Safe or Sender or Trex or Kicks. Someone just is going to pop off and just close out the round. So, I don't know. I feel like I want to see something a little bit cleaner if I can truly believe GX are going to be able to turn this.
Well, that's it, yeah. 3 in a row isn't the biggest of tasks, but it's looked a little shaky, and Vitality always have those big pop-off rounds. Trex escapes. Barely any shields left on him. His HP's taking a bit of a dive. This is nasty. Sender.
Yeah, deserved.
I mean, that's a crazy aggressive position with the Odin, and I'd be singing his praises if he made it work, but that was
My
far
ears would
from a
be
success.
ringing if he managed to win that, and thank God he didn't.
Yeah, well, #1 GX fan over here, Tom Biz. You know who to come for, Vitality. I'll still take my jersey. But 5 versus 3. It is looking like
4 at this point.
Do any of them have your name properly?
Yeah, 3 of them.
Tom Biz?
3. Only one of them says Ton. The new one's really pretty. I have been bribed.
It's nice.
With honey.
Turret out.
That's also true. Made some good dishes with that. Sriracha honey chicken. Shout out Vitality. Stock in the pantry. Nice spam by Trex, but, well, that shot hasn't quite connected. Time, not a massive issue, but player numbers certainly are. We find Trex all alone. It's time to get out of here. No Shrouded Step to cover his cross, but the smoke will do just that, and he is out. Weapon retrieved. The paranoia to cover his retreat. They'll still swing in time. But he's tucked away. And they're going the other direction. So the rifle will be carried through to the next, but that is 1 out of 3 for GX. 2 more to push us to an overtime.
Yeah, and it did seem again like there were just moments for Vitality where maybe there was an opportunity or two, hoping to try and find something back, but again, it just some risky plays. And that's the thing, I can understand why they're going for them because they've been quite hit and miss. Like, we've seen once or twice where Safe was pushed all the way around behind them, they managed to win a round. The next time they try and make a play up towards A and they get caught. And I do think GX, at least with the majority, they've used their utility well to try and clear these positions, and if they haven't, they've hard checked them. So a little bit of a gamble taken.
Snuff them out.
And it's failed miserably. Now the weaponry still has its issues, but a Viper's Pit for Sender and Spectre's absolutely fine.
Well, that pit's already going to be activated on B, but it looks like they'll be quickly changing directions on the side of Vitality. Just as soon as the pit goes up, it goes right back down. C-site's under threat. A lot of presence. The bombardment of utility paranoia committed. Blast packs in. They know that this is the site they're taking it to, but there's not much they can do with the positions they're in. Often, when you have the Killjoy on C, the Viper's going to be close by to slow down that push. This time with the pit, it wasn't the case. But Zender has snuck himself into a little bit of an awkward position that they're not quite ready for, but he gets swung. Runner with the quick double keeps it very competitive. His HP is very low. Could still manage to pull off something with Trax sneaking around the side, but they're looking for him. GX want to isolate a duel. They're playing it together, and Hoodie has been so sublime when he needs to be, pulling them out of so many tough positions. Runner, there's not a lot he can do. No stuns left even. Has to rely on his aim for this one, and Hoodie is quick on the trigger yet again. 12-11. One more for GX to make that comeback happen.
Yeah, and I do feel like a lot of their sort of more direct plays, where they're grouped up as a team, have been working out. I do think Sender's a little bit unlucky. Like, if he doesn't have a Spectre there, I think he guaranteed gets 2. Like, it's just not the gun you really want when there's a couple of players running past you. The setup not necessarily bad, but unfortunately the execution of it wasn't great. And now you look at the weaponry that's on the other side. Guardians, a Bulldog, it's definitely not the prettiest. They've still got the ult, but a few others can be built. Like, look at the other side. 2 ults, so 1 away. Cloud and Hoodie. The question I have with them, Mitch, is this team, I felt like they've had opportunities throughout the season. They have been known to choke.
I mean the Liquid game, right? This was a game that felt like it could have been theirs. Even in the maps they won, this map, it ended up being way closer than expected. Failing to close it out at the last second. GX, what a way to go it would be. At least they have made this competitive. They've shown that they can match pound for pound, but it ain't over yet. One more run to bring us to an overtime. As you said, those 2 ultimates, Yeah, Hoodie gets his Viper's Pit online. This round changes completely. And it all hinges on Trex and these opening fights. He won't find the first, and that jump, I found myself dunking for him. He's just about made it, and the paranoia to delay that little bit further, it's perfect. It's caught almost all of the players, but he's out in the open. Tom, this is not a good position, not with the Guardian, not when they all come running through.
Yeah, that's not the start you're looking for. That's also Hoodie to get the kill, by the way. So it's already going to be the ult online. Thrash sent through on the other side. I think that's caught multiple people, but I don't think it matters. A Nightfall for Cloud. They got the 2 kills they needed to find ultimates online. Safe is running it down, though. He's got an opportunity to do damage. He spotted out Hoodie. Was hoping to try and catch him. Hits the headshot, and Sender's found another. That's actually going to be Hoodie down. Back into a 3v3. The spam so close to closing out a couple of others. Instead, though, the spike has been planted. Kicks. Tries to take a little bit of extra control, but the utility is gone, and so is their personnel. It's left onto Sender. He's had amazing rounds. There's some low players, but he has to hit the shot. He doesn't even know Fatidio's there. The shoe this time for GX is on the other foot as they'll turn it around and go to OT.
Big smile on Bebe's face down in the crowd, supporting the Spanish squad. Long have they waited for a win. This could be it, Tom. All the way up to an overtime. GX have done a great job. I've never cursed anything in my lifetime. I don't know what you're talking about.
If GX win their first game the day that you're wearing full gold while the Golden Hornets are playing,
that could be rough. That could be rough.
For you, I don't think there'll be any teams
to be honest,
left.
Tom, I see a lot of potential sponsorships in the future. I think I'm going to get a lot of jerseys.
Reverse sponsorships.
It's like Vitality will be sending me a giant X jersey. It's going to be fantastic. We'll be stocked up for months. Moving into this overtime, we get another look at GX's defense. And this time it's actually very different. You're going to have the Killjoy utility on the C side, but you still have the Omen there. It looks like they're gambling on this being the preference of Vitality. And there have definitely been rounds that they've liked to blitz it towards C later on. But for now, that attack side isn't moving anywhere. They're playing in the default, trying to take some space on B, probably destroy that alarm bot. They don't know it's there, but
I'm out of here.
they know something is. But the rubble control from GX is fantastic.
It's a full retake setup. But yeah, holding this aggressive spot will make it a little bit more difficult, especially they know that there likes to be lurks. So if this control isn't garnered, could be problematic. The problem is the space, though. Hoodie's done well. Still holds on to one, but it'll eventually go down, and Purple has to make the decision of whether or not this is worth fighting. He's not going to make it through the door, though. Runner was too quick. Again, looks like a small mistake that could be problematic. There's also a lurk making its way towards the B site that if the timing is right for save, no! Cloud actually checks on him. That's the kill that evens things up, and well, the rest of the team are now hightailing it in towards that A site. But this retake now is even.
Spike planted.
Gecko, the one to plant. Runner not prioritizing his ult, but that's hardly a surprise. Instead, he's taking the space with his speed, moving up towards heaven, waiting for this blitz to come through. And this is a nasty little setup, one that I'm not sure how you even approach dealing with that from GX, predicting a firing squad up top. In fact, they might just have to wait. Oh! Runner, his 4th kill. Blink and you miss it. Patino and Redguard down, leaves Cloud alone. And Runner on the verge of an ace. That firing squad is set up in heaven yet again. And as Cloud swings into it, well, he doesn't even get a chance. Trex would have been the 3rd man in that fight, but he wanted to fight all for himself. 13 rounds for Vitality and another map point.
That's the thing, Runner's been decent so far, but this round was completely different. Mercy being able to isolate Hoodie off the utility, catching Purple as he tries to retreat. And then just the last couple of kills here was so clean. Turning the round on its head, giving Vitality that advantage. And after a streak of rounds to fight things back, it's once again into this attack. So I feel like I've been here before. Maybe even yesterday, in fact.
Deja vu, yeah. It's hit me too, Tom. But for Vitality,
Poison toxins
in a prime position now to close this one out.
They need a defense round, though. It is the same as yesterday.
They have changed it up a little bit here with the aggression over towards Rubble, the player inside of the connector, so they've got a 2-stack on B. When you think about their preference, they definitely like to fight for this Rubble late into the round. It makes sense they try to defend it like that, and it looks like GX will be moving back in this direction.
Yeah, the bigger problem they've had, though, is when it's a fullback to the C site, which is definitely still isolated onto safe. And I think that's where we may end up heading. Just with the control that's there for the side of GX, like to try and reclaim control of A.
Placing alarm bot.
You need that to hit B, realistically, at least hit it properly. So they're going to go back to the C side, put all the pressure on Safe again.
It's also easier. You see Omen A, you know they don't have the paranoia. What are they going to do to slow you down? Well, that's what. Nanos, this time not used early. This time, huge impact. And Runner able to trade out the player swinging. Some snake bitten down low, vulnerable, but still winning fights. Cloud with the double, keeps it competitive. GX still have some breath left in them. Some fight still to go, and they haven't managed around the corner. It was Kicks holding for it, but the shot isn't hit. Paranoia used, no follow-up again, but 17 seconds left. At a certain point, GX are gonna have to take the risk and start this plant. And that's when Vitality could come swarming back through, no utility to play with, and there's the plant. It's actually secured at this point. Vitality not able to punish. These players are low, and they're coming in as a death ball, but that's the same on both sides. Swing out from Cloud is good. Here comes the ultimate, and the swing on the back, they're low for the ace! Cloud keeps them alive! GX get one more shot!
Oh, that's all we're getting in OT. 4K from Runner, Cloud goes one better. I do think, though, there were moments in that round again for Vitality where I go, you've given that away. Like, they started off so strong, Safe's utility was sublime, but it's the kill back here. Sender just trying to run forward. The rest of his team are holding back. They're playing retake, and Sender decides, I'm the hero. Not this time. And he has had his moments, I understand it. He's had those moments that have done well, but that one just seemed like a little bit of a throw. They gave Cloud the opportunity. The next kill gets him his ult, and then he does the rest. But if that kill doesn't go his way, they don't win that round.
No, that could have spiraled out of control pretty quickly. The stress in those coach booths must be off the charts. Would have loved to see a replay of Salah as that round just crumbles.
Oh, we did. He didn't look very happy.
Oh, we did? I must have been looking down.
You're too busy looking into my eyes. I know what it is. I know what it is.
That's it. It's my biggest problem. But my goodness. Yeah, and you can imagine. I can imagine. You can
This is a giant exports, by the way. Because you could tell, like, they won that round, but Pips is probably going, Cloud. Like, we shouldn't have won that round, but Cloud. So, and also just probably needing someone to calm things down a little bit. Although he doesn't look like he's the calmest.
I don't know that I pull Pipson in to calm things down.
Guys, you really need to calm down right now!
Intimidating you into silence. Fair play. You know, though, if there was someone I wanted to have a word with in a moment like this, I probably would pick Pipson, because you know he's going to tell you everything you did wrong right off rip. He's not holding back. The spam of both Odins, finding nothing. A-Rubble hasn't really been contested at the start of most rounds. It's been a much slower play around that part of the map. Now, they've heard that. You have to think from Vitality's perspective. They know that Fade is clearing aggressively on C. That means there's probably two players there. It's often been the Omen. They think B's going to be that little bit lighter, but it's not.
Oh,
they're waiting readily. GX with a flurry of frags and an Andaluthia flawless round here in overtime. This is going to be the first map point for GX on their pick. And what a comeback if they close it out here.
They're going onto the attack as well. That's where both of these teams have looked better. That was a defensive round victory, and a lot of it was just such a direct hit. Patino does great, but just being able to deny enough time, and then the rest of the team are so ready to sort of take that control. That's why they wanted that deep control. Keeps them in position. Oh, there you go. Okay, Pipson was ready for that one. The hard read coming in. The mind games, that's why he took the pause. To be honest, you don't normally get to hear comms like that. That's beautiful. The fact that he is so hyped that he read that perfectly, knew what they were going to do, and the other side doesn't look anywhere near. This doesn't look like Salah's about to tell them a hard counter, I'll be honest with you.
Well, if Salah called this pause, I'm like, guys, I told you we were ready for this. Yeah, I'd have a bit of a problem. It didn't look like it. For Vitality now, a solution to their defensive side is needed, but you have to think they were very close to finding it on their last defensive round as well. It had to be bailed out by Cloud having an ace. It could have spiraled out. It could have found its way into Vitality's pocket. But for them now, for the first time, they're facing off against that deficit. GX have the lead. The last possible moment they've come ahead. And there's only a few more seconds left for those conversations to come to a close. The last words from Salah, and let's hope they're good. Vitality need everything they can get coming into round number 28 on map 1 of the series.
Yeah, of course. This was, again, this is the second time that GX have chosen Lotus and it's gone to OT. I wouldn't say it's a comfortable pick, maybe just a pick, but we'll see what they've got to offer. Again, early aggression, it seems like Kicks Just going to be farming up the orb and his utility back. After that initial throw out, the space this time not claimed. So if Kix wants to fight this, it would be at utmost risk to himself.
That wall actually gave them the perfect angle for the reveal. It couldn't be broken. Great paranoia. Trax will return in kind and bail on out of there, creating space, slowing them down, and allowing the rotates to come through, but it's only one runner up top. The rest waiting for this pivot to the B site, but it's not coming. They're focused in on A. One kill for Trex, and runner responds as well. The numbers stay in the hands of Vitality. The spike still needs to be planted. It's down on the ground. Everybody's rotating into position. It will be a 4v3, clean as can be. And the trade out. Barbo runs out of ammo. That could be his real problem with Vitinho now left alone. He finds the first, but he's left to 18 HP. He needs the headshot on this fight, and Safe will be the one to find it instead. 14 to 14. We're not done yet on Lotus.
It was close though. It was close. Like he made the right play, a little bit more health, and he probably takes that one. Again though, it was decent early utility from GX. They did well to take the site. It was just that the rotations came in fast. And again, I think there may have even been a missed piece or two of utility. I'm pretty sure I saw a C's land on top of the site, like right at the top of the site. I don't know if that went to plan, but I don't know if that was the decisive factor in the round. Either way, 14-14, back to the defense for GX. They need to do it again. Normally when we get into OT, it does seem like the sides no longer matter. It's the heroes of the round that truly are relied on. Cloud in OT has been unstoppable. Runner has been fantastic. Trex, it's a lick of damage.
Yeah, it's not that much actually. I thought there were a few more connections.
Sees 15 damage with an Odin. Oh my, I need something.
Get the camera! Well, if he spams this right beside the tree, I mean, Sander's in a risky position knowing there's an Odin on the other side. Oh, his hips almost got taken off, but he just about survives that onslaught. Hoodie moving back into position now, the door open. That's going to cause some problems. Sander picks up one, stunned through. Again, looking like it will be the split towards B from the perspective of GX. With the numbers disadvantages now and the pick towards tree, Vitality shift gear. The A side is once again the target. Trex will be left behind. Much later stage to this play as he tries to pick off the rotations. They only need to deal with one player on the site, but it is Vitinho. Young gun from Spain. Moving around the side to catch an angle. The spam is beautiful, but they return it. And now this is where the real value can be found by Trex, but he's looking the wrong way.
I didn't expect anybody to be in that late. Cloud again. As said, when it comes to OT, no one's been better. 25 and 19 on the board. He's already going to pick up another. That's Nightfall again. The second time he's going to have it in OT. This time it's missed though. Sender, he's been spotted. He's been seen, but it's one bullet. That's all he needed. And now Redgar in the 1v1, but he'll win it home. It's GX to take the lead once again. I feel like it's Cloud once more to be the most important player. And for Vitality, they're going to have to win another defensive round.
Ooh, a lot of these defensive rounds, though, have come so close in the end that I'm not even sure the side mattered. Are you kidding me?
He killed two players, technically, with one bullet.
That's a little ridiculous. I didn't catch that on live. That shot, though, from Sender. We often have these segments on the show, the quick reflex shots, and that one would definitely be there. What a flick. And GX 15 to 14 nonetheless. They come out on top.
Bebe gets on the Turkish stream. He's completed the trifecta. That's all he needs to do.
I don't think he predicted BBL the other day, so maybe another day. Maybe next week.
15-14. Once again, another chance for GX. It would actually be the same scoreline if they close it here that they did versus Team Liquid. All to plan.
All to plan.
Pipson has aged 15 years in the last week.
Find you.
We'll see. If they get it over the line, I don't think he'll mind. Heading into Breeze as well, as said, it will come down to the counters pulled in by Vitality. Purpo looking to lead the charge, but this time it's a ruse. They have forced back Trex almost entirely, but look at the rotation. There are two players waiting on this B site in case they head that way.
Oh, well, now there's four. Rotations have come in very quickly. Kick still has his flash. He's playing behind the smoke, but GX seem aware of that danger. Don't know if they read it or or if they predict it. But the play towards A is the final destination. Trex doesn't catch anything on the cross. And now that B squad is starting to realize that they stacked up on the wrong site. Plant
Spike
comes
planted.
through. Man advantage stacked for GX. And even delayed on the way back in. Kicks his flash will have to do wonders. There is a player close, Purpo, if he can reveal him. That can help them out a little bit. They already seem aware of it with the spams.
To clear him though, he gets two with basically 2 bullets. The showstopper fired out, but it doesn't matter. It is done. It happens again. It's an Andalusia flawless for them to close out this map. And for GX, and more so for Pipson, he's used to 16-14s. It turns out he's bringing them to Valorant too.
Yeah, he's not gonna struggle to coach in the MR12, is he? This guy's doing a grand old job just by himself. 16-14, GX win their map pick. Anything but convincing. We might have a series on our hands. Breeze is up next after the break.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Let's do something crazy. Get a bit wild today. Cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing. Nothing is in our way. Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Ooh, let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up and we'll burn through the past and take it higher. Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, just you and I. You and I. Can't believe it took so long to realize. This is where we come
What is he doing? Listen to the way how we communicate. He's trying to say where is the next flower side. How many words? 2 words. First word. First syllable. Do they read Vitality? Oh, he ruined it now.
Просто пиздец, what am I doing? I'm a 30 years old and I'm doing. Done? I'm done.
I have no words. You know, I prepared a little funny pun intro, but after seeing that for the first time, do you know what, Ash? Welcome back. Do you want to sample the Vitality Honey?
I just
Is it good?
did. It was good. Victory is sweet. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Well, not for them apparently, because Giant X were able to actually take them down there all the way into overtime. I honestly didn't expect it after what happened in regular time.
No, I mean, they start up 6-1, and then Giant X, they end up finding their groove on defense, finding those retakes previously. I mean, they did have a very passive approach, I think, to their defensive side. We didn't see that kind of aggression that you expect out of this meta composition from Giant X over towards Rubble, but they eventually kind of tried to play that ebb and flow back over towards that C site and play some more of those protocols there.
Yeah, as you guys can see, Cloud here in overtime, I just felt like he completely carried them over. How many ultimates did he even have as well? It was crazy. It was crazy.
Count. I feel like he had one probably almost every single round of OT that we saw coming out from them.
Yeah, and that really, really saved them in those times. And this is the thing, they managed to close out Giant X, but it wasn't clean, Ash. Maybe there were moments where they just made some mistakes. The eco rounds as well wasn't the cleanest. So in another timeline, I felt like they probably could have secured this pretty confidently.
I think in a timeline where Redgar's not TPing to his death over and over again, maybe, but I feel like we saw so many early portions of the round where Redgar's just out to like Safe's utility, just those nano swarms taking him out there, and it's just, I don't know.
Get that man on Clove. Get that man on Clove. Because imagine if he was doing that on Clove, I feel like it would be more forgivable. But let's take a look here at Runner in the AIM Labs warm-up, because he brought out that Neon, which I actually really liked. I understand why they changed their comp a little bit, but looking ahead to Breeze, Ash, his job is going to be a lot more simple.
It definitely is going to be more simple there, especially when we're considering the composition that we might look at over on Breeze. But I really liked seeing the synergy between the Neon and the Gecko at the very least, to try and use those concusses alongside the Dizzy. But heading into our second map, this is where we're going to look at a very different approach from both of these teams, because we're expecting that double duelist here for Giant X, the Jet and the Yoru, to come out versus a double controller instead there for Vitality, with them pulling out typically the Astra historically.
It's so random, right?
Yeah.
It's just the most random comp ever. And you mentioned about how nobody really plays it in EMEA. I'm going to tell you right now, Ash, nobody plays it globally either. They are the only people in the world that run this Astra, Yoru, Sova, Viper, Cypher comp. But on the other side, Giant X's comp, where they took down Fnatic, I love this comp. The win rate is so high. You see NRG over there in NA absolutely dominating as well. I can't help but feel like Vitality, they might have to change something here.
I think it is going to be an important look, because with the Astra, they were trying to synergize with the Yoru pick with that utility and allow him to kind of TP in and find a bit more of that space, but you can't be nearly as proactive just due to the cooldowns with Astra now. It just takes so long for her util to actually spawn in that kind of sense. But then you look over at the fact that I love the nod over towards Americas there for the double duel list here on Breeze. It's something that only Giant X are doing in EMEA.
Yeah, let's take a look at Agent Select and see if those are the comps we are going to be getting for today. Of course, Giant X winning that first map is huge. It means that they are not as close to getting eliminated as we think they are, but there are no changes, as they're just going to stick to it.
I'm kind of scared. I'm pretty nervous about the Astra, because I feel like if you're not finding that synergy off the gate, it's really hard to actually get that ball rolling, because if it's not playing in favor with how you're looking to help the Yoru find that space there for Runner, it leaves a lot left to be desired.
And also Giant X, they have tape on this. They've seen this Vitality comp already.
it's pretty easy to go back. And for Vitality at the same time, though, this is a team that loves their preparation. So the fact that Giant X also haven't changed anything, it does give them that ability to look at what Giant X was really putting out there on the server, because they do expose a lot with that match that they had up against Fnatic.
Well, the job is not done. Giant X, they have to win this series. One map will not be enough for them to avoid elimination. So let's jump back into Breeze with Mitch and Tom and see where this is going to go.
Stakes have been set by the desk, Tom. It's not just about the series, it's the bigger picture for Vitality. It's not about a win in the series even. They need that map on the board, and now it's their map pick. No better time to secure their tournament life.
The best thing about it is if they don't win a map in this series, which obviously means this one, they're reliant on Koi beating KC. Now, no offense to Koi, but they'll probably take it. They haven't won much, if anything, so far. And they lost from 11-3 last week. So that's not where I want to be banking my money on getting me to playoffs. So for Vitality's sake, they need to win this one.
I'll put it this way. If GX win this series, Koi will be the only team without a win on the board, and you need them to get there first. So it's a pretty tough way back through. For Vitality, their fate is in their hands for now. As we come into this map, one that they chose, it means they start on the attack. GX choose their defensive beginning. Cypher set up on B to get past, as well as that. Fadinho is in position. He won't have any of his crazy Yoru utility to work around for now. He's being floated on the back of the site. They know that he's here. Good shot to start with. Avoids the stun as well. Sender trying to swing through and catch an angle, but it's his teammates on the site that find those kills instead. And now, a tougher situation with the advantage swinging towards Vitality, but a spike still to be planted and a well-placed shock dart. There's quite a bit of damage to Trax.
Got to be careful of where they're actually going to be planting this, just because this flank position is being held. Kicks, I think he may have spotted already, though. That's going to be Hoodie seen, and more importantly, safe already on his third kill of the round. It doesn't look like this is going to be a winnable position, especially with him now finding one more. It's up for the ace, and Trix is going to steal it away. I don't think Vitality are going to mind too much, as they'll take home another pistol. I think that's, no, it's not 3 for 3, but it's 2.5.
Kind of, yeah, right. You win that second round eco. It's not a pistol, but it kind of is. It gives you a good start.
Won all the, well, so far they've won all the second rounds. We'll see if that changes.
And it's also like, if anything, if you're to go to a team and say, do you want to win the pistol or the second round? I think a lot of them will take that second because of the potential to launch yourself into the series, crippling your opponent's economy. But here, Vitality have to avoid that happening to them. GX have only got classics to play with, but look at the map. A lot of players on that right side, traps left for B aggression, one player spotting mid. If they commit to the A side off rip, there could be trouble brewing with GX stacked up here. Those pistols won't do a lot of damage on their own, but there is strength in numbers, that's for sure.
I think this is the exact same position
here
we saw Durka get that ratty little
same
kill.
wall.
So they're trying it. I'd be a little bit disappointed if anyone fell for that again. And wow, but he is already going to make sure they can't because he just goes swinging. And that's probably the last person you want to go peeking in that scenario when you have that little trap set up. And that's so unlucky for Safe. He's checked his cam. He was alone with a Phantom.
Yeah.
That's their only Phantom.
Well, now it's GX's only Phantom, at least. It's swapped hands. It's giving them a chance.
Give it to Cloud.
Yeah. But he did all right last map, didn't he? Had a few nice rounds. That's one kill for Trax, two as well. He's making it look good. That rifle not as scary. Maybe for Trax it is, because he's stuck in a close corridor fight.
He placed the star in the middle of the fight.
No way.
30 seconds left.
Oh, I gotta respect the goal to do that. Even still, any more weaponry dropped, one more kill, and this is a far more costly round. There's Cloud again. Third kill already. I said he is the last man you wanted to give this rifle to. You can see Sender already looking to get into after plant positions. Only has a singular snake bite, but they've got shock darts as well. And bear in mind, no shields available on the remaining couple. So they're going to be able to buy a decent amount of time. You expect there's going to be Cloud holding this angle. They've seen the orbit mid already, though. Redgar's just going to stick this one. Cloud, he's already managed to find the first. It comes down to the last fight, and Redgar's going to take it. Who said that they've won all the second rounds? Honestly, that guy's a moron, and just shut up. Honestly.
Tom,
it was me, by the way.
I know.
For anybody else.
I was going to throw you under the bus. I was on it. This, look, solo player being with the Phantom, I think they've realized, I think you've all realized at home, not a great idea. Support, the closest player to support was
at least like
up in tube.
Give it to anyone else.
Anyone else. Anyone else. Give the guy a ghost sitting in the corner. No problem. But, you know, even someone spotting further back from him, it's just such a messy way to lose that round. And for Vitality, that has got to be frustrating. A map that they
frustrated.
very much... Yeah. You can only imagine how much worse it is for those players. Oh man, well, a very costly start, and as we said, losing that second round, Tom, it's not good for your economy. Gives your opponents a huge leg up, but there's still something to brawl with here. That didn't connect on either shots, but somehow Purpo's out. He's got an opportunity to reload in the corner. He's dashing out, confirming that they're pushing onto him, and in the end, the TP will be taken by Runner. They're not able to punish on that fight, and the Outlaw's still floating around. A big danger in this round, considering there's not a lot in terms of shields. For Vitality, they have no shields, bar light, so it's a one-hit weapon. So Purpo won't be too worried about having that low health.
Tracks. What they've opted to do here is rather than buy in with rifles, which is kind of what you do with the lower weapons normally, they've gone for a Guardian, and they've gone for an Outlaw of their own. So a chance to try and do some damage. If there are players that bought low shields, there's still an opportunity. That's not gone great.
Exactly where you
Hoodie already been caught off, a risk taken, and almost works out for Vitinho, but now those weapons starting to drop back into the opposing hands. Almost a return to
30
sender.
seconds left. Spike planted.
Could have been massive. It did damage on Descender. Next shock dart could claim a kill. So many players are low, and Runner couldn't crash those gates in time. Damage done to some players in main. In fact, the only full HP player is this guy. One that's not looking to duel heads up. Instead, he's looking to come behind them. Backs facing. Can be hard shots to hit, but his timing here is sublime. Making it now to the bridge. They move to site, but they needed to keep players alive. Keep the stress in the back of their minds, because that reveal is going to give away his position. Now they know exactly where to look, and Redgar closes that one out easily. I'm sure he gets tagged down to 4 HP. It's a narrow margin, but gets there in the end. Easy peasy.
It wasn't even close.
He's not even sweating.
No, never.
Not worried at all. Have to rebuy shields, won't he?
Well, 2-1. It gets converted in the end. Definitely got a little bit messy at times, but some decent shock darts, and Cloud to the rescue once again. That's always the thing with this GX roster. That's it. I think Cloud has had one bad week, like one notable week where I was like, okay, that wasn't Cloud. And then every other time, he's just been fantastic. And it is kind of depressing, because you want this guy at like international events. You want this guy to be competing with the best of them, because he's up there and has been for a very long time, even going back to when he was on Na'Vi. Now at least though, Purpo, a bit of a quieter start from him, but he was great when it came to this defensive side aggression. Him and Vitinho, a lot of what they were doing on this map was challenging for mid-control. With nothing being spotted, they go back to fight main, and Safe's already won that opener.
One issue that they've had in moving towards this B side has been traps, although I see the trap has been presumably destroyed. Yeah, Redgar hasn't got it in his back pocket anymore. And that's one of the problems that has been there for Vitality. You move towards B. We saw Kicks throw out some shock darts to clear the close traps, but they weren't in play. They were always deeper on the site. This time, one of them is committed towards the tube, which is now being cleared out by a drone as well. They know nobody's here, and they have late round information for it. The problem is, with no traps on B anymore, it's only the camera to defend. It's going to have a tough time seeing Runner. He's in a different dimension, but it will see the decoy, the wall go up, and that should confirm to them that this is exactly where the push is coming through. GX gambled incorrectly, and with a man disadvantage, it's going to be tough to get back in. 30 seconds on the clock. Blind Hunter's Fury to deny the plant, and no damage found.
No, I think they were very, very aware of that ultimate being online. This 4v5 is not going to be easy. Still some counter utility, a solid flash as well as they try and run through the screen. This round looking a lot better for the side of Vitality as they pick them apart one by one. And after some blips, some mistakes, it's a return to form with an Andalucia flawless.
Tied up 2-2. Competitive early half. So in some rounds you wouldn't really expect.
Yeah, some of the thing that's been a little bit frustrating for the side of GX is that a lot of their opening battles that they have lost has just been somebody peeking into main when they haven't been keeping an eye on it. Like, okay, that one was a little bit of like a narrow peek, but Safe has just walked in A main multiple times, and you had one round where I think it was Hoodie just peeked it, that round where Fiddy just peeks it. I think if you're going to challenge for that, there needs to be something there. Like, don't just allow him to just, well, then again, they just walked up.
The space will be taken in towards A main. Purpo is watching for the first player to peek. The thing is, Safe hasn't really been swinging it. Last round he did. But before that, it's been this passive play behind the box. And now even further back. Looks like there will be a delay, but eventually the play is coming towards this site. Purpo, having seen no contact, wants to get up. Not even hearing a cam activated. He'll go off the flash, but it didn't catch Safe. A clean punish for this man, now sitting 9 kills and 2 deaths. What a start to this map for the Cypher.
Yeah, I think they know he's there now. And that's, again, that's the 3rd time he's got the opening kill from that position. I want to see more of a committal. Like, if you're going to try and take him out, commit. Put Vitinho there to trade. You can pop that flash in from anywhere. You could have had Hoodie alongside him as well, but instead it's basically just been either someone peeking or, well, now this. And it hasn't gone to plan. Obviously the flash missed, which definitely didn't help. Now, though, they're going to look to try and execute. Hoodie has retrieved that operator. They're being split in through mid that they've got to be wary of. Vitinho trying to find some space. Cloud has done well, though, but again, it's these aggressive pushes that it just hasn't succeeded.
No, Safe has just been aware every time. He's got these pushes up on A main, locked down. And the aggression around on A site could have been massive, but there was still one gun trained on the angle. The call is made by GX already to pop a save. And you can see 2 rounds now. Maybe a task for Jack Igo. Jack Igo, look at the B site. Because there's been a few times where I see a trap put down on B. 2, this time there was nothing in halls, right? So they actually had 2 traps. But the one that's sitting here in the middle of the site is pretty consistently being destroyed. 2 rounds now. I assume it's a long-range shock dart from Kicks that he's firing through a lineup. And so they'll change that setup now as time goes on. Ooh. We haven't seen them actually commit to the B hits. This is the first time we really get to see the crunch with the rifles in hand, and it's trying to deny what's left of GX's buy, so they can't carry it through to the next round with the peak coming in from Safe. He's too damn
he's
good.
So good right now. He's so good. I think maybe someone told him like, oh yeah, by the way, if we get 2-0'd, then it's down to Koi, and he's like,
Koi?
No, not on my watch.
Oh God.
Yeah, Koi has to beat KC.
No, I know. I was giving his reaction.
So yeah, 12 and 2. But again, I do think that they need to adapt the way that they're actually going to be playing into A main, because this guy is just ripping them apart. It's been the similar fights. As I said, like either he's taken a fight, fallen back, or he's just holding. But whatever it is, if your lurk player who's solo is 12 and 2, then you're not doing it the best of jobs.
But they've killed Safe twice. They've won 2 rounds. It seems to be a formula at this point. One of them, he was in his camera. When he has his rifle up, he's damn near unstoppable. Over a 90% win rate in those duels. Some against a guy dashing in with an operator in hand. Purpo, who was popping off last map, had some massive rounds. I think cooled down a little bit, certainly when we got out of the first half, but still finished in a very respectable position.
I think as well, the last time they played this map, maybe this is just trying to like almost counter the counter. Like if your opponent picks a map that obviously they've already seen you play, you're going to try and not play the same way you did before. But what Fnatic sort of struggled to deal with was just the outright aggression. Like we had these combination setups where you had Vitinho deep in mid, like basically holding the close corner as you round it, and then you had Purpo playing an aggressive angle to fight them on it. And that was working wonderfully. That denied all mid control, which is something they haven't been able to do so far. Instead, though, it does look like they may actually try and fully take control over towards A, which is where Safe has been. He's not there anymore.
Revealing area. Kicks for the reveal up top. 1 trap down and 1 still in the back pocket for Redgar. He's very isolated on B. You have a Yoru TP, the gate crash from Vitinho, but it's still making its way to a safe angle. He'll now come in to help, but he's being revealed! The second he steps through that portal, he's out of the round, and a snake fight waiting for him as well. That's what caught Redgar. Gorgeous play from Vitality.
That was a huge combo. Like that was, they had the dart going over to reveal. They had a gravity well to pull them in, a snake bite, so they had to try and jump out of the snake bite. They then go into the dart reveals them, they get wall banged. That is what you call a set play. That was gorgeous from Vitality.
Well, their homework certainly paid off. But we got a couple seconds into this round and someone on GX said save. And even that is a tough task. By the looks of things, Cloud dropped another rifle out of play. This is going to put some strain on their economy for the next round. These last 2 players, they should be too far away to fail at this point. Imagining those weapons are guaranteed, short of any overpeaks. Mike.
That's the thing, yeah. The spike was planted sort of late in that take when the round was already over. So there is actually enough time for these players to hunt them down. Purpo looking for his first kill. He does eventually get there, a little bit labored, but at least he's now on the board. Okay, the second one's a little bit better. The problem is just don't face safe. Don't even look at him. Don't even breathe near him. The guy just isn't missing anything at this point. And well, that round had been over for a long, long time. Vitality 4 and 2 up on this attack side, looking solid. And you have to bear in mind, in the victory versus Fnatic, GX actually had an 8-4 defensive half. Like, that was where they pulled up the majority of their rounds.
Yes, this should do.
13 kills, 2 deaths. Ridiculous.
He didn't have to do much that round.
No. He's besting the performance of the rest of his team put together. Shock dart up and over. Thank you, Zelf. That's making its way towards B. Here it is in the third person. Landing in with the double bounce, confirming whether or not they managed to destroy it. And we can see that those traps have indeed changed position. This is essential for Redguard to keep his utility online late into the round. For Vitality, they also know they haven't destroyed it. And they'll end up moving back. There's no commitment towards this A site, but no surprise, Safe is left to lurk. He has commanded control over this part of the map. And at this point, if I'm GX, I'm not pushing it purely because I know he's probably waiting there.
The thing is, I feel like Vitality have done a great job of spotting the gaps. Mid, as said, in the last matchup when GX were playing Fnatic, they were really fighting for this amount of control. Runner has just walked up there. He's been sent with a drone. He's found the information. Now, they have got a trip that almost looks set to try and catch him, but he has no plans of actually utilizing it. With 40 seconds left, they now start heading into what looks like a B take again, but they're sending all of this util. They're trying to hold players in, even pulling a rotation with just so much utility being sent through. It's only actually Redguard on the other side of the map just trying to hold. And then, well, they could make sure that he can't do anything here.
That snake bite shock dart combo as well got extremely dangerous. Look at that trap. That's a nasty trap to try catch players going into the corner. It will be spotted and destroyed, but you can see the idea behind it. The other was waiting for a mid push to come through. We saw for a moment there was a chance Runner came into it, and it will give them a tiny bit of control for the later round, but fighting through this wall is not an option. They wait for it to fade, and now the fights come in, but Safe is the one picking up the first, still sitting in main. Ult used as Runner now looks for a target, someone to isolate with a flash in hand. No gate crash to fall back on unless I'm mistaken. He has to commit to this. And now coming out of the ult in a little bit of danger with the players on site, but that is quickly put to bed by Sender. 2 kills with kicks closing out the round. And Vitality 5-2 in the lead. A very good start to this map, but we've seen that before.
Yeah, I really like that from Runner. He basically just holds onto his ult until they go into the retake. So he's waiting. The second the other Dimensional Drift gets close to him, he goes, oh, you're going to isolate me, are you? Dimensional Drift. And then just runs around just giving all the information to his teammates. It's just the ultimate distraction play, throwing out flashes. And the rest of his team had just did a perfect post plant. Again, you're going to see Safe get another couple of kills, but who's surprised by that? And although it's not going to put Runner any higher up the scoreboard, he basically wins them the round just off sheer disruption alone. It has to be a timeout here for GX, because thus far, these last 2 rounds especially, every single set play that we're seeing from Vitality is perfect. Like, I didn't think for a second any of these rounds were even remotely close.
On the upside, what's gotten a little closer is the gap between Safe and all the other kills on his team added up. It's now equal. Neck and neck. He slowed down. Bad round from Safe. Needs more kills.
Yeah, he only got 2.
Yeah, what the hell is that? 3 or 4, man. Don't even bother. The guy is unbelievable right now. I mean, Safe wasn't bad in the last map either. He had a decent map, as did everyone.
I don't
really.
think he's
you don't get a tight game like that, but
on an individual level, I can't think of the last time where I was like, yeah, Safe played bad.
He's never bad, but sometimes he's unbelievably good.
Yeah.
And that's what we're seeing here. A new form hit.
He's never bad, he's sometimes mortal.
Yeah. Sometimes he's like the rest of us.
Yeah, he's running around with no clip or something. I don't know how he does it. 5-2. So far, GX, there's been very little life in them. You have to bear in mind they had a second round victory. The other one was basically free, and even still that was close. Now coming in with some weaker weaponry, but they do have a Blade Storm. But Purpo, the only kills he's had so far have been in a save. That's it.
Same crack again with kicks. Shock dart up and over, destroying the setup on B, but the camera's still spotting no one there. You're gonna have a late play by Redguard. These pistols have stacked up on A. Good information to play around, and they're ready to blitz in. The decoy finding one. spotted Safe out. They tried to spam back, but it's just not the weapons for it. The Blade Storm doesn't find a thing, nothing to write home about in this round. In fact, it is an Andalucia flawless for Vitality.
Yeah, I think they're actually running out of things to spend their credits on. That's the biggest issue that they currently have in this map. You've got 4 players over the 7,000 credit mark. And then the other one is 16 and 3. So I don't think there's any real issues here other than what's currently there for Giant X. As I said, they had success on the... But that's the thing, I don't even think they're attempting a lot of the stuff that was successful versus Fnatic. And, well, I'm hoping we're going to see some sort of response now. Operator back in play. There is that mid play. So you've already got Vitinho looking to push deep down. Pop flash up. That's Purpo with the opener. Finally, we see a kill that actually has some impact.
Yeah, fantastic read on how that flash would go through as well. You saw him adjusting his position, perfectly dodging the blind that came after Vitality. 1 man down. Their map control is being spotted. They even heard a player down below in mid. Below that wall, around the pillar. He's TP'd out though. Vitinho's made his way to yellow with the gate crash. Purpo, the timing. Those steps might even have been heard. Safe knows there's someone around this angle. And he's waiting for the person to peek through that's going to confirm.
He's called the rotate for his team. Because he heard a couple of players go in the other direction, he has called the rotate. Kick's already going to pick off Hoodie. That only leaves 1 man defending this. And Vitinho, there's a possibility he gets flanked, but actually Safe is going for the bigger play. He knows that if he waits and catches the players as they rotate, that could be a bigger problem. He's not even going to expect it to be there, and the other player was using the ult. Again, this round already looks bleak for the side of GX. With the Viper's pit down, they still have to deal with Safe.
Yeah, and that seems to be the biggest task. Eventually, they find him. It's the door that opened. Vitinho able to flood through, but the Viper's pit went up. And with that, the win rate of Vitality in this round, no matter how many times you run it, it's going to be tough to deal with. Viper's pit playing through 2 snake bites and a Hunter's Fury post-plant. 0% chance.
Hunter's Fury into a Viper's
pit.
pit.
Oh, he's dodged the upshot at least. Kicks caught off guard somewhat. The reveal will go through. But there's a player watching the cross. Vitinho's got him if he swings through. Kicks needs to be aware of it, and he's not. Okay, 1 more weapon dropped, but just peep the economy of Vitality. Their credits are, and the round's not even over yet. Their credits are pretty tight, pretty secure, I would say. That's insane. They were 200 credits short of having 9K on everyone.
The thing that's worrying, though, is, again, like, we've seen the trip placed there pretty much every single round. Now, I didn't see one elsewhere, so I can only assume that that was broken. And it just didn't seem like there was an adaptation to that. Like, Safe was able to just walk up, and there was at no point anybody aware that he was that far forward. He got so much information for the team to find the rotation. And again, Kicks just swings aim in, just gets a free opener. It is just a problematic round. Again, we're going to see this aggression into mid. I like that GX are not just sitting back, but as you can see, Vitality are now, they've seen the last play already. Are they going to be watching in towards mid? They may not even need to. Vitinho's got some good timing. He's at least going to get himself 1.
Oh, nice kill by Cloud 2, and with the wall falling, the follow-up is even easier. 2 versus 5. You know, we've seen this one before. Kicks! He's made it doable! You can't count Vitality out of a round. It's never over till that last player's dropped. Op is trained in, waiting for a peek. Purpo might have had the opportunity, but the players were spotted a little bit earlier. Kick still has a Hunter's Fury, but nowhere to use it from. They need a fight for control, of course. Safe is still going. Kick's caught inside those snake bites, and Safe gets another. This round has gone from unlosable to almost unwinnable. Purpo with the op needs to take down 2, and he hasn't got a chance. 3 from Kicks. Those first 2 need to be studied. And Safe, I don't know what this guy's done before the game. The banana buff, I don't know what his sleep regimen is. We need to copy it all. We need to live like this man.
Time of death, 642. Honestly, that's an unlosable round. Like, the fact that Kicks manages to get a couple, the fact that you then have solo battles taken by Safe aggressively, like, I don't see a way back. Like, that was the moment where you have to come alive for GX to convert a round, and they've just lost to, what was it, 2v4, 2v5? Like, it's just...
2v4, for sure.
Just rough. It is a bleak scenario after such a close first map, 16-14 on their choice. And then a map, as said, one of the maps they've actually been able to take versus one of the stronger competitors. And That team is dissipated. The initial mid-present. They're starting to do this again. That has, as said, it's been one of the successes of this composition, of this team on this map. Just putting these two together, giving them an opportunity to fight. Can they do it again?
Good flash, good follow-up. Runner will be punished, though. Here's the double peek. Up top and down below. Purpo's in trouble. They know he's stuck in this corner. There is no way out. The wall will be put up. Just going to bypass him entirely. Purpo has a chance to spray down, but he doesn't want to give it away. And now as the wall falls there, ready and waiting.
Spike
Still just the
down
one to be
mid.
found. One of the more competitive early rounds. And Redgar corrects just in time to keep it that way. Spike dropped, but so is Redgar. And Hoodie fell elsewhere. It's only Cloud left. And the information now given away. He had the jump. That advantage is now completely gone. The reveal a little late, and as he swings, Trex is up top. Gorgeous play by Vitality once again. You can see why they picked this map.
Yeah, looking comfortable. Interplay between the players has definitely been better throughout. Safe still kind of good.
Yeah, well, I mean, the guy is 20 and 4. 20, and find the 4 times he's died. He's helped him get a kill.
I remember on the desk, he had Benji for the last game. It was when it was versus Gentlemates, and he goes, "Is there any strategy that you would say for Gentlemates?" And he said, "Don't peek safe."
Good call. Good call. I wish GX watched that interview.
Yeah.
Granted, easier said than done. This guy has some global control, and here he is. It looks like they'll peek, and the decoy is the first to try, walking straight by. The teleport used by Yoru back to the B site. They don't think there's anyone here because no one broke the decoy. They didn't see anything. There's a push through tube that's also being watched, and here comes the ultimate runner. On his way out to the A site, they have to be aware of this flank. Sender's watching it. He has been for the last 30 seconds. Now he turns away, but Kix takes the responsibility. Drone out, sees a player close, has to cancel in time, and he won't. Hoodie with a great punish, and now main control swings towards GX. So much to play with on the way back through.
This is definitely one of the better opportunities we've seen from them. This is so aggressive. The flash was decent, but not quite good enough. Purpo holding the line, making sure there's no retreat, no escape, as he'll get his 3rd kill of the round. It's left all onto Trex. This would have to be a miracle play. And after a long hiatus from the board, it is at least going to be a 3rd round. Maybe if you believe in curses, there's a chance for GX here.
Yeah, it's been a long time. We've seen it go even worse in terms of comebacks. 9-3 used to be as extreme as it got. Nowadays, 10-2 doesn't even secure you a game.
Wait, when did that happen?
I don't want to talk about it. Round 2 and 3.
It was the funny thing is, you could have said 11-3, and it would have been a reference to a different team.
Yeah.
But you kind of outed yourself there.
I did. I chose Liquid.
I chose
Liquid.
pain.
I did. It's fresh. That wound ain't going away anytime soon. But 9-3 for Vitality. They have, a pretty good position. They won the pistol. They lost the follow-up.
Yeah.
They lost the 3rd round, and then went on a streak of 8. For GX, it's not even about beating the strategy of Vitality, which has been good. The set plays have been beautiful. This has just been a joy of a map to watch. But there is just an element of ridiculousness. In the hands of Safe, these rounds have been, well, safe. Secure. Let's go with that one. Sounds better.
Well, he is feeling confident. Already taking the push into mid. That's going to clear out any information that this could be a B hit. So he won't see anything. And that was one of the major issues that GX had first time out playing this map versus KC. Was that they were falling flat when it came to flanks. They got caught out quite regularly. Kix, he's done so much damage. Hasn't quite managed to kill off Purpo, but the rest of the team a little far behind. And they face off Runner instead. The nail maybe in the coffin here. Redgar is at least going to be able to find one. That's something. A glimmer of hope in what looks like dark times for GX, but he's going to have to ace it in a 1 versus 4. To say I don't believe is an understatement.
Well, Tom, he got his camera back.
Woo! So. Well, he hasn't got it back yet. In 10 seconds, he'll have it back.
It's back.
And no spike.
It's just not ready to go back out yet. But I think the spike is...
I wouldn't be ready either.
No, I want to
Imminent death awaits the camera and Redgar.
Got 25 HP, a 1 versus 4. If there was any play to get GX back into the map, I guess this would
20
be
seconds?
Safe would win this.
Somehow.
I don't think Redgar's
I don't know if he would have been in this scenario anyway, though. That's the other problem. You did say Safe wins this.
That's what I meant.
Yes.
Yes.
Well, 10-3. It is not getting any better. Now, luckily, if you are a GX fan, sorry how the season's going, but more importantly, one of the rounds they did win was an eco round number 2. So, best chance yet.
If anything, they've lost that pistol on purpose, Tom.
That goes there.
It's all part of the plan.
Here. Was that Milan's strategy?
Map 1. I hope not. I hope not.
No, he's a man who lives off data. Unless he's been looking at Foot's data, maybe that could be misleading.
I love this. Outlaw buying this round is just free money. These players are not going to be able to match up to it. One shot to the body, you're down. He gets 2 shots at a time. A quick reload after the first. Drone through. Spots players falling back. And there's not really anything to do on the Vitality side, but wait. And push, sorry. There is something to do. Push.
He doesn't even have an outlaw skin.
Take the fights.
He's not a true...
That's kind of wild. I mean, the Battle Pass has one that's pretty good. There's some in... I mean...
Does it upset you a bit that the one time you're seeing outlaw actually get kills is when it's someone who didn't even buy a skin?
It kind of sucks.
He's a part-time outlaw player.
Well, you know what? That's what you get for not buying an outlaw skin. You get Marshall. Thank you, Cloud. Returning some balance to the world. But, yeah, the Battle Pass skin's pretty fire. The other ones are terrible.
Okay. Cloud's always dangerous.
Are you believing, Tom?
I got a flash. I always believe in Cloud, but this might be a little bit of a bridge too far. I don't know what this is. They're kind of caught in the same corner.
Spike
Eventually,
down A.
he'll go down to kicks. Patino can do any extra damage? No. So they're going to keep the weapons in the end. It was only a ghost that will have been lost, so not too much of a problem. And for Vitality, wow, it's 11-3. We've seen that come back before, Mitch. There you go.
We did, Tom. We've seen those comebacks a few times. Many teams. You know, it's what you got to understand, Tom. It's a lot easier than you'd think to lose those leads. That's what I'll say. So it's anyone's game here.
It's a lot easier than you think.
To lose an 11-3 lead.
I guess I don't think it's possible at all, really. So I guess maybe you are correct.
There you go. There you go. Already proven.
I am somehow backing up your ludicrous random statements. But the thing is, at this point, 11-3, I think most of us are just looking for sunset at this stage.
You reckon?
The sun has set on Breeze already. And Purpo, yeah. It's been the story of his game, really. Hasn't been going great. Trex, he's stuck here. But somehow I believe, yeah, he got out with no problems at all. He just walked away. Oh, that runner gets away as well. I don't even think he took any damage. And while Fatino's hoping that he can find a gap, but already in the bonus round, this could be the beginning of the end. Fatino has at least managed to garner some extra space, and I guess there is somewhat of a solo hold, but a very quick rotation available for Runner. And instead, they're actually going to go back to the B side, which Vitality have read spot on.
I think, yeah, Runner's a little more stuck in the mud now. Don't think he's got any gate crashes left after burning
30
them.
seconds left.
But the rotation in from Trex is perfect. They had kicks here to help out. They'll still be able to fire off some recons, but let's see if there's players left by then. Redgar, the first to fall. And then Sender peeks out from the other angle, isolating these duels, surprising them. And even the players coming through mid can't get the element of surprise on their side.
10 seconds left.
The third round for GX is where we sit, because that fourth ain't going on the board anytime soon, at least not here. 12 for Vitality as the final seconds tick away. Will there even be a rifle to bring forward? Nope. Vitality don't want there to be. They are swarming this final player. 12-3. 9 chances to bring us to sunset. The third map in the series, and one that, well, in Giant X's mind, it's probably just going to be the second map in the series. Forget this one ever happened.
Yeah, it's been, what is that? 11 of the last 12 rounds have gone the way of Vitality.
Yeah.
So this is about as bleak as it gets. They lost the bonus round as well, almost to a flawless. And we are getting ready for the next map. I think we have been for quite a while. Runner at least will be shut down. As said, Cloud has at least shown something here. Kick's trying to do a little bit of damage. He doesn't have much support. Rotation already there from Trex, and his spam Wild doesn't really get anything. Shock Dart might, however, as almost kills off Redgar, and he's lucky to be alive.
There's no more Shock Darts to hunt him down, at least. He'll get his camera up in the air, and his camera's gone just like that. Information not great to follow up on. Tag not found, and Redgar falls. Okay. But they've got that post plant inside of main. They've got snakebite lineups. Just look where Hoodie is. He's going to be firing those up and over. You've got late round flank coming in from Cloud and Fatinho in a nasty position, looking to gate crash back to defend those Viper lineups. Vitality put the pressure on up close. Now they're able to start the defuse, tap it at least. Purpo with 2, Cloud with another, and it is sealed like that. GX, 4 rounds on the board. And remember, in this league, it does matter in terms of round difference. It's very late in the season for GX to worry about that without a win on the board. But the less dominant they can make this, the better their chances.
Yeah, I will say I think they're a little bit screwed on map difference before, and more so wins.
That's the one that's going to
You can have the greatest round difference in the world. If you don't win any games, it's not gonna matter.
Could hurt Vitality if it's not a dominant victory as well.
Yeah, I still think their life is mostly in their own hands. If they win the series next week as well versus Koi, that's where you want to be, having the opportunity to take things home yourself. Lots of information already. There's going to be so much damage just done off all of this extra utility. Runner has faced into the blender. Well, not going to be falling for that one. In fact, Fatinho couldn't be further away. He's actually looking to come in late from mid. The full force, though, is here from the side of Vitality. Everybody already on site.
Gate crash put through by Fatinho as well. He has a fall back to play in main with this team, and that's exactly where Purpo's going. He's down and out of the action. Vitality's sights set on main, on rooting these players from those post-plant positions. The main problem that we're seeing is Fatinho. It's being looked for. Trex is ready for it and finding the kill off screen. It comes down to a relatively close position with Safe already trying to defuse. He's gotten it to almost to half, but Hoodie interrupted. Clean shot that may just have secured the round here and now. With 6 bullets left, Sander is running out of chances. 12-5. The gap closes, but a long way to go yet.
Yeah, I think one of the major positives for GX, honestly, is if you're getting boomed in a game like this, just start to get things flowing a little bit. We're starting to see Purpo hit a few shots because he was someone that, again, last time out, played fantastically on this map, has definitely been a little bit more quiet. But the last few rounds, he's definitely shown that there is still some gas left in the tank. And well, Cloud still up there at the top, not quite matching up to the likes of Safe, who's 23-7 on the other side. Maybe slowed down a little bit, you know. I think he's 2-2 the last few rounds. That's very bad for Safe.
He's getting kicked out of this match.
Rob's going to sub in and get 1 kill in the next map.
2-22 coming out of that. Oh, nice shot by Trex. The Outlaw Demon coming through. That's Fatinho down and out, and a big part of their space taking, their late round harassment off the table. Weaker weapons for Vitality. This seems like the way they would close it out with how rounds went so far. One trap spotted, another hasn't been. There we go, it's destroyed. A lot of the danger of Safe now retracted, and he's all the way down to his pistol. 2 versus 3, 1 shot connected. That makes it doable for Trex. Just 1 shot to the body on Cloud, on Purpo, and it's Redgar who needs the headshot or an upgraded weapon before he takes him down. The reveal coming through causes some problems. Trex trying to dance around this side. Here's the opportunity, low HP, good shot. And taking out the Classic. I don't know if he thinks he's low, but he's very wrong. Rifle can be retrieved at least. Trex can take an even fight. I'm not sure about that one. Time to reload. Take another swing at this. Redgar just needs to run the clock down, deny this defuse. First shot doesn't hit. Smoke down, activated, rifle on the floor. Trex doesn't want it. And he goes down after pulling his star back. A nice try. But one more GX find it yet again. 6-round gap now.
Yeah, it was a lower buy round for sure, but again, we're seeing the stars over on that Vitality side. Trex with a large amount of damage to make that one competitive, but in the end, Redgar's able to take it over the line. 3 in a row. They need to double that in succession to take us to overtime. And the worry now is the ults. You've got almost everything. Kick's the only one who hasn't been able to get that Hunter's Fury online again. We're going to see this early main control, and the dimensional drift will be brought online. Immediately, though, we've seen Viper Spit on the other side of the map. They're going to try and fight for this.
That's Purpo again with the opening pick. This is what I wanted to see. He's definitely much more warmed up. Shoot me, shoot me. That's what Fatinho's calling, but it doesn't hit. The movement is sublime. And only 1 pulse of that actually ends up landing. Safe down to 45 HP. He's being tagged heavily. He's got kicks on the side to help him out. Purpo's gone down to a shock dart from Cloud. Now the numbers are even yet again. This is starting to get not even a little bit scary. I'm very scared now. I am worried, terrified for the side of GX as they've stalled out with the spike in the open, waiting for that flank to come through. And Redgar finds it in tube, opens the door, puts pressure on Kicks. His third kill of the round as Redgar looks to secure the last. It's safe in the clutch, and Vitinho had the off angle. 7 on the board for GX. 5 more to go. They're on the way.
Yeah, they're slowly making their way. 4 streak. It still doesn't really feel real, though. It's just such a long road to try and get anything back in. I do wonder how long we're going to see that A main aggression continued for Vitality, because they've attempted it quite a few times. There's been a decent amount of damage done, but they've never actually come out of that fight on top. GX have done well to sort of hold on. And this round, the lurk from Redgar ended up being what turned the tide. Financially as well, this is more of an interesting spot for Vitality. Still able to get somewhat of a buy onto the board. Safe would have to go low with the rifle, but again, with those ults that they have available to them, it might be worth risking it just to try and close this a little earlier.
It was good to see as well as we swapped over to the cam of Pipson and Milan, coaching staff over on GX. You see them laughing about that round. I'm guessing it was the shock dart that took Purpo down that got a giggle out of them. The mood definitely changing.
I don't know if they'd be giggling if they didn't win it.
No. Let me tell you. That's
not way you want to end it.
There would be another extreme emotion on display, but it wouldn't be on the happiness.
We wouldn't be able to see it because that camera would have flown out a window.
In a different room right now. But yeah, 5 more rounds needed for GX, and I think they've done a fantastic job winning a lot of these opening duels. The lurk up from Redgar last round as well, that is what gave them the leg up, opening that door, him finding 3 kills from that position. But they need to keep reinventing the wheel here, keep on their toes, because if Vitality make the right adjustment as ultimates come online, well, they only need the 1 round.
Scanning ahead.
Alrighty. Some early utility being expended, but I like that. As I said, I'd be surprised if Vitality fight that again. Timing is almost everything here. Safe, is he gonna check? He actually kind of doesn't, but it doesn't matter. He wins the fight anyway. It's gonna be that same execution, but now they have the man advantage. Now they have those ultimates to play with. Hunter's Fury available, Runner hoping for a miracle shot, but they're actually gonna use it immediately. I thought they might try and combine it. Instead, they don't actually need to. Safe has just taken over the round. It's now left all onto 1, and it is done. It felt like a long time coming as Vitality were utterly dominant from start to finish in this map. And sure, GX at least showed a little bit of life, but they got a long way to go if they're gonna turn things on Sunset.
Oh yeah, the momentum swinging towards Vitality off rip, but we did see a resurgence from GX in the end. That's a good sign. With Sunset up next, we'll decide it all there.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Yeah, I feel like a champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. They told me I wouldn't be nothing. Came on down second to none. I need me a trophy, I need me a ring. I'm not with the bull, but keep it a beam. You know what it is, you know what I mean. Shit, all I do is win, 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 win. Haters wanna hate, they ain't make top 10. Double, triple team, what they need to defend. I juke left and I'm gone with the win. I'm gone with it.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Feel like a champ, MVP status. Yeah, the win been guaranteed. So let's see about it. If you gon' speak about it, then be about it. If you don't bring that energy, no, I can't be around it. Nah, I'ma shoot my shot. I'ma stick it, watch. At the tippy top, I cannot take no loss. 2 seconds on the clock, they gotta give me the rock. I got a game on what? Yeah, I got a game on lock.
I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine. I feel like a champion. A champion. Ain't nothing that can't be done. Oh yeah. I put it all on the line. Definition of divine.
Well, Team Vitality, they hit back and they hit back hard against Giants on Breeze. I'm Yingsu and I got Ash here with me once again. Ash, I felt like you predicted that. You tasted the honey, you said it tasted like victory, and that is exactly what they delivered.
Yeah, Vitality getting a taste of their own honey this time around. And I think that for Giant X, we just didn't see the same kind of dominance, the same kind of play style as their match up against Fnatic. We didn't really see Vitinho playing the disruption as much as we expected to help Purpo make that space on sites.
It also just felt like it was a bit too little too late when they started kind of executing as a team and having Fitty down mid there as well. But for Vitality, though, after what happened on map 1, that is the win that they really, really needed to get them back on track.
It is. I think we were expecting, after how dodgy Lotus was, it was a really messy map, for Breeze to be maybe a little bit closer, and especially looking towards the fact that Vitality, you look at their composition with the Astra pick as well, we don't really see the same kind of value, I don't think, coming out of it, but it doesn't matter when you have Safe in the server.
Yeah, they made it work. And for Safe, Tom mentioned it briefly. We had Benji Fishy with us the other day, and he said the only way that you could take down Vitality is to, 1, not peek Safe, and 2, if you do peek Safe, kill Safe. So basically, do not aim duel him. And I think Benji was right. We should have him on more often.
Yeah, we definitely should. I mean, he goes, what, 28 and 9 there in this map here on Breeze. And then you're looking towards those first engagements. Safe didn't lose a single one here on Breeze. 5 of them out of the 6 being on that attacking side and finding the value off those lurks just over towards A main.
I think it's crazy that he had, like you said, 6 and 0 first kill, first death, and the entirety of Giant X had 5. just fight between 5 players. Hey, maybe they spread out the, you know, spread it out equally. Everybody gets one. But for people that don't know Safe that well, he always has a good performance on Breeze. In fact, I believe his kill max, I think, is 37 kills, and that did happen on Breeze. It just feels like the plays that he comes online. But can he carry that on, Ash, as we head to Sunset?
I think that's what's scary, because we did previously see Vitality take foot down at 13-9 here on Sunset, but otherwise it hasn't necessarily been a strong map for this team. And I want to say for Giant X, it's also not looking like a good map. I feel like this map Vito was kind of weird all in all.
The thing is, the Gentlemates game is where I started to feel a little bit worried, because it just didn't look good at all. They kind of rolled over. What I will say is a little bit of hopium for all the Giant X fans out there. We saw Tank on that war, and Vitality couldn't deal with it. And Giant X, guess what? They used to run a Sage on this map. They know how to play the Sage as well. So maybe we get another one of them on the war. You think, Ash, that's the solve?
How aggressively are they gonna really play with it though? Because you look at Tank and he's vertical all the time in the air. And then winning out those duels as well. But then you're also looking at the old comp, the one that Vitality have been going with here, and it is this composition where you're seeing the double controller, no Cypher, which in EMEA, they're the only team that's actually running the Viper here on Sunset. Compared to all other regions, you look even over towards Pacific, where Viper is a mainstay. EMEA has taken a very different look at the meta here on Sunset.
This is the thing. We've seen a couple of changes, right, on the first map, especially Vitality. They were trying something. They brought out the Neon here. I know the loss against Gentlemates, like I said, it wasn't the greatest, but I don't feel like they need to change comps.
No, I don't think so. I really think it's more about the approach. And at least for Vitality, you're looking towards the fact that they do have to play more of that ebb and flow, running that double initiator as well, and look for some of those engagements and look to deny spaces like market and over towards mid. And then when you swing back over towards Giant X, I think it's going to be interesting to see how they manage to counter that, because their mid-rounding has been a little off.
Well, let's see if we are going to get something new. And we will! We got the Gecko on the other side in this as well. Do you like this?
I like the adjustment. I think Gecko is really nice here on Sunset. There's a lot of safe places where you can manage to send Wingman in for that plant, and then you play that numbers advantage there as you're fighting to guard him right while he's getting that spike down. And Cloud has looked pretty good, I think, on the Gecko that we've seen on previous maps as well.
Yeah, I mean, if it's anybody that's going to be doing something well on Gecko, it feels like Cloud would be your man. But the thing is, a change this late into the competition as well, Ash, it is a risk.
It is a really big risk, and I'm looking forward to seeing how it ends up panning out.
Well, it has to pan out if Giant X want to stay in playoffs contention, because a loss here will seal their fate. Mitch and Tom, the pressure is on.
For GX, they come into this series knowing that a loss will put them out of contention, but the reality is it's setting in now. This squad has this map to fight for their whole tournament life. On Vitality side, very much the same. They need this win. I wouldn't say just as much as GX, if even maybe more, for the fact that they still have the potential to make those deep runs, whereas GX's run is it's still in question.
Well, we also know that where you finish in the table can affect you so much into playoffs, whether you're in the knockout stage or at least have a lifeline. Everything is to play for here as we head into Sunset. A change of composition, somewhat taken in the norm, and it's going to be aggressive push-up. Runner has met the majority of his opposing team. That nade is going to close out a second. There's been a trade elsewhere, but Runner, he's just looking to do it all on his own. Solid utility eventually goes down, though, and Rekko's done well. However, he can't escape.
Yeah, good paranoia from Sender. Even if they can't follow up on it on time, they're moving back towards Hoodie. Knife out, weapon comes in just in time, and they're looking the other way. He takes kicks down, and Sender can't turn in time. 1-0. The pistol goes to the Giants.
Yeah, a Red Bull clutch to kick things off. Their pistol round success has not been the highest, but they'll take one home this time. And you can already see the way that they're looking to try and play this map hyper aggressively. Maybe a little bit unaware of the position of Runner. He almost managed to win that round single-handedly, unfortunately for them. Hoodie was able to do just that little bit better in the end.
Now that's an iconic laugh. Let's get that one on the soundboard. 1-0, GX, good start. Buy up is 4 rifles alongside a pistol for Cloud. They're not expecting to take too many losses. They're looking to take some long-range fights. The battle on A is interrupted a bit by the smoke that's in play, and the blitz up out of Vitality already looking to quicken the pace on the mid play with a close lurk out of Sender. If he walks through that smoke, he's in a lot of trouble, and it looks like he did. Smoke challenged on, leaving Kicks all alone in a 1v4. Damage done to Purpo, but with one pistol in play, it all comes down to how much damage he can do. Dropping one more player means one rifle not carried through to the next. But look at where GX are playing.
Yeah.
Literally 4 players bunkered in on one spot, ready to take it as a firing squad.
He does have the spike now. Taking the orb is probably going to give things away a little bit. But they might even want, like, if he gets the plant down, it's not the end of the world. Rather than throwing away extra weaponry. Try and send little bro through, but the fact is, just going to go heading into the site. This would be a clutch for the ages, a Guardian, full HP, but nowhere really to hide. And wow, he's taken 4! It's actually the nade that closes him out in the end. I can't believe he got that much damage done. It's only saved by a martyrdom. If you could see Mitch's face right now.
What did I just watch? I mean, Nut's first fight, Nut's second, GX hitting all their shots, everything's going well. And I'm thinking, yeah, maybe they lose one rifle. He gets 3 there? The wall bang, collateral kill. I mean, the high penetration certainly helped him out in still dealing damage to the players further back, but Salah, I get you, bro. I felt exactly the same. He almost won that.
You were more shocked than him, I think. And also, guess what?
Oh,
his ult's online.
Has he got his ult off that? What a shock. Unbelievable. Well, an expensive round for the side of GX. Take a look at their credits coming into this. They fully buy up, but it's costly.
They've invested completely. So if they win it, okay, it doesn't actually matter as much. If they lose it, well, this isn't a bonus round at all. This is just a buy.
Oh, yeah. Initial trap positions are being spotted out. It won't be catching them off guard. It looks like Runner's already aware of it. And then into a retrievable position. Thrash will be back online late in the round. Flash used just in case. Players have managed to sneak their way onto the site. A tight angle by Hoodie. As the cages fall, the wall's still there, but it'll go soon. The nade forced him out of position. In fact, 2 nades were hunting down Hoodie. Oh, unlucky for save. He thought that angle was clear, that he could move that little quicker, that he was safe, and he wasn't. Neither is Purpo on 5 health. One stray shot will take him down and almost isolates another duel. With Kicks on 50, it's winnable. But Redgar needs to land that first shot, isolating the fights and putting Sender down to his last legs, but Vitality just about come ahead.
Yeah, a complete back and forth throughout the round. Solid utility on the entry, but all the way through there was just spanners in the work. The late hold coming in from Redgar, the attempted trades from Purpo. The problem is, and normally as a bonus round, that would have been fantastic. A round 3, mini investment, but it wasn't. That was everything on the table for GX, so even losing to just one player means that they're going to be in the bin in terms of what they've got for this round. Just a few pistols to play with. Can make some attempts with the Sheriffs, and actually, in the early round, it is going to be a straight stack up over onto this B side. You've got one man in the form of Redgar. He's going to hold the rest.
Yeah, they weren't quite as pushed up as expected at blitz of utility. Waited on by Vitality. The first player able to make it out, the rest holding to take the fights. Nicely handled in the early stage. For GX, well, it's kind of an awkward situation now. They know there's a few players inside of B, but it becomes a waiting game, and all the while you don't know if Vitality are on their way over to duel Redgar in a 5v1 fight on A main. There's no easy solution to this. You have to take a gamble no matter where you go. I just want to see them stick together on those pistols once they get the info.
Still pushing into what is ultimately the stack side. Stuns making things awkward, but no real spot to find anything. It would have to come down to mistakes. Vitinho should eventually be cleared, whether it comes after a kill, and while the smoke is going to make things even more irritating. Redgar on the flank is being watched for, but it's a nice shot. At least making things a little bit more costly, and that's something that I feel like GX have done reasonably well so far. Vitinho with another, and that's a rifle. He may just want to save this.
He could do, but well, the run through the Viper wall tells us he had other ideas. No shredded step for Redgar, no rifle to be retrieved. The spike can take him down in the end. I think that might be the idea here, but especially with the ult already online. Stepping closer. He's trying to keep them in position so they end up going down to it. There's the tap, and he runs. But they've already left. They know that there's no time for this one to go across the line. In the end, as expected, Redgar goes down to the spike, and the rounds equalize in numbers, now 2-2.
Yeah. Expected. I like the ideas from GX. Just a few microaggressions. You had like the flank as well from Redgar. It's not bad, but ultimately it doesn't affect too much. And that's one of the things you have to bear in mind, the differences between these comps is that GX have got a lot to be able to watch that flank. Hoodie, when he goes onto the attack side, is going to be a vital piece. You're going to have a pretty wide net spread out by Vitality because they don't have that. Instead, they've got more in terms of the information of the initiators. Mark already checking to see if there's anybody towards that market. Because there isn't, they're going to push up, but so will GX.
Filling in the space nicely and avoiding that early knife, so the Cypher util stays in play. Hoodie needs to survive this battle, though, to keep it in, and it's gone. Showstopper online in the back of the Cloud running, and he's made it far enough. Great stun to slow down this ultimate from really finding impact. It's all a gambling game, and he's gambled wrong. Vitality, 5 versus 4, even without a connection on the Showstopper, and the spike now making its way to the site.
Tracks. Well placed. Cause issues. He has runner to swing off it as well. It's gorgeous from Vitality. The timing of the swings couldn't have been any better, and this attempted retake becomes just one man facing off against 5 players. You can see that maybe Redgar was hoping to try and find something, but in the end, it's probably just going to be holding on to the weaponry. I like what Vitality are doing, though. Like, again, they're using these early knives for intel to get them into position, and even though there was a pretty solid read out from GX, I felt like Runner has really come alive. Like, I think at the end of Lotus, he started to really get into it a little bit, and since then, he really hasn't stopped.
Is Redgar even going to get to save this rifle? They're sprinting towards him, and, well, it doesn't look like Xander had his gun in hand. Now he does. Players coming around the other side, and he'll just about hang on to it. That was quite the escape act out of Redgar. He found the only little corner he could hide in and avoid their bullets. Yeah, this Showstopper, you know, it doesn't find impact, but like you say, it slows down those players from making it back through, makes them use some of their cyclical utility, runs down the clock a little bit, and ultimately buys them the space to get that plant through. No ultis online for Vitality in this round, Tom, but there's not only a Showstopper for GX, but almost everything else, just one orb away on Cloud from having the full 5 ultimates to work with.
Yeah, they're padding the gap of some weaker weaponry with those ults. Safe as well. We know that he likes to hold outside of A. In their game versus mates, he was probably the only issue they ever actually faced. A lot of that was just off cheeky plays from a Sage. I don't think that's something that Vitality will fall for again. Mid-control is the aim of the game for them in this round, and you can see attempted warbangs, but none of those ults being expended just yet. I think maybe Vitality is going to try and bait some of them out, but not successful so far.
Showstopper, it seemed nicely placed, but they've avoided that. Some damage done, but no players claimed from it. Vitality stands strong with 5 players and now look to take that space that Safe has already found. We pushed up and cleared these close range angles. Now they move to the site. Knife is back online in 6 seconds. For Trex, that could be huge, with the Cypher still playing around this angle. The cam up, the traps there, the cage to follow up on it. And the knife is just about going to catch him. So now that utility's down, it's visible and it's destroyed. The lurk out of Sender, and he's caught with knife in hand. This has happened so many times to Vitality already. Those mid lurks just have not been well timed in terms of when they try to push up to take the space. And now the retake setup, sure, it's going to take a minute for GX to be ready, but Vitality have a man disadvantage. They try to take risks, they try to push up, and they find nothing.
Oh, the rest steaming through. It's going to be the flash to at least blind one save. He just hits everything! I don't know how he does it, but every time this man just comes alive. 4 kills, blink and you miss it. And while Vitality, maybe they didn't need the ults, maybe they didn't need to have the space when you've got Safe on your team.
Just seems to be a win condition for this squad. Yeah, the lurk doesn't work, the ults don't come in, but when you got this guy online, you're going to have a Viper's Pit pretty often. Already just one away from having it in play. And look, coming into round 7, GX probably would hope that Viper's Pit comes online, because they've only got pistols. They'd love some close range angles. The Sheriffs ×5. This is a round that I'd be very confident in Vitality winning based on what we saw. Let's see if GX have that same punch to be packed.
Oh, instead, investing the orb onto Kicks. May just go back to the other side of the map, although it does look like Purpo's pushed up. Really aggressive. Definitely wary. The safe will be around here, because he pretty much always is. Again, though, the thing I liked about even Vitality going back to when they were playing Destrian is their slow defaults on the attack. Very good at claiming mid control. Okay, sure, they've been caught pushing up mid a couple of times, but their actual take of it, using that Gecko utility, set flashes to slowly just garner extra control around the map. And now they do have that Thrash online. And that's the thing, when you have pistols, this is one of the best ults to have, just to get you extra info.
It's gone off the short. Not really retrievable, but they're not looking to retrieve it either. Spike's on its way to B, as are plenty of the players. Blast Pack's already hurt in market, but GX reacts so quickly. They've already called in for the reinforcements that are now making it into the site. Shot from Redgar's good. The spams light up Bedinho. The nade pushes him into the open, and it's not an easy fight to take. But he's plenty of teammates to try to back him up. Thrash goes through for some seizes. 12 seconds left. This plant needs to come in very soon, and they don't have the control to get it done. The pistols keep picking up players, and Kicks even tagged up. Now has to defend that spike, and he does so well. 2 HP though. Cloud could end up coming on top, but he won't find the shot in time. The adjustment to Runner too difficult. And 5 found for Vitality by the thinnest of margins.
Yeah, the 2 rookies are the ones to save them in that scenario. Again, you said it, the rotations coming out of Giant X in this round were fantastic. They had the squad ready. It looked like they were even going to close it out in the end, but just a fantastic work from Kicks and Runner in the end. It's not a round they'll be probably overall happy with, just in terms of how close it came, but it's 5 in a row now. Only the pistol and second round on the board at the moment for GX. It is starting to get reminiscent of that Breeze map. And after taking the first home, 16-14, you have to wonder if they've run out of steam.
It's only 5-2 early days. He had that flash full blinding both players, but Runner gets through that a little bit quicker. Able to take down Fatinho. Big retake utility now down and out. Nice shot by Redgar up top. There's a spray there for a reason. Paranoia used. He's not going through this. There's no way, but Cloud has picked up Sender with a flash over top. Not catching players outside of the pit. They're still dancing around inside it. Runner on the spam. He's lit him up. The decay was almost enough to flank around the back, caught, leaving Runner alone. And he's been spotted and stunned. Well handled by GX, getting back into the site. 5-3. I'm very much back into the game now with a round on the board.
Yeah, I like the way that they're playing this B site, because a lot of teams will really struggle once it gets into the post plan, so they're consistently playing ahead of it. They're getting the rotations very early. I think that's the second time now that we've had Redgar up above, being able to take down the spike, which once that spike's planted, it's just going to be falling back into ratty corners and just spamming the utility that they have. Instead, he's been able to deny that and actually having a very good map, which Redgar has not been having the best performances individually. So the fact that he's performing here is a good sign for GX.
Vitality able to get right back into buying form. Plenty of credits stacked up after their streak of rounds. Even after this, they'll be in a decent position. GX can't feel so comfortable. Well, they've got some credits of their own. Showstopper online for Runner, and Runner will not be able to use it. He's been dropped off rip in that battle. Cloud for Runner. It's a decent trade.
Just setting up once more. As I said, the B site, I think GX have done quite well, but they have struggled a little bit more when it comes to A. Ultimate's not going to play a part in this round unless there's an elite from the shadows, but Hoodie, he's holding the line. He's only going to get the one, though. Decent stun, again, from Fatinho to at least delay, slow them down. But they are going to have to give up the site, and Purpo's position has been somewhat revealed. In fact, they may even be looking to try and pressure him.
That nade's going to put pressure back in the other direction. It's Vitality forced out of position. can't commit to the plant.
30 seconds
Low
left.
HP on Trek, Safe not too healthy
Poison's
either.
off.
Sure, it's a 3v3 and the spike is planted, but it seems GX still have the upper hand. The nade was already burnt up, but Purpo, one blast pack, a flash on Patino. There's the flash burn and an immediate response. Viper utility goes up, slows them down that little bit further. And Safe is still here, but that Boombot will right? His teammate break it, it doesn't matter. Good flash around from Trex, swing from center at the same time, and Redgar can't even land the first shot. Nothing leaves the barrel. Sender on the other side to put 6 on the board for Vitality. And look, said GX back in winning ways, back on the board. It was just that one round, and now Vitality are right back, hands firmly on the reins.
Yeah, again, just the switch up back towards the A site. And although there was at least a little bit of a hold from Hoodie, they're just doing well to hit the timing on their utility, swing things together. And even just on an individual standpoint, overall as a team, they've looked the better. Still a little bit uncomfortable, it seems, for whoever is on that Sentinel role for GX. It hasn't looked good throughout the season, and I don't know if that's going to be changing anytime soon. For now, back to weak weaponry. They've had some success. Normally it's the rounds where GX are gambling a little bit more, taking some risks. We saw the early mid presence, that hasn't really happened since. A lot of that has been just given up to Vitality, and they do very well to play with the rotations when they do that. They've been able to sort of double back. They always have Safe lurking on one side, and then the rest of the team are just able to consistently rotate around the map without too many problems.
Fire in the hole!
While Showstopper, easy opener.
Bomb buddy out.
That shrouded step wasn't shrouded enough. Runner, 2 tags through the box. Not going to be the end of the world. Nade backside, clears this out, and he fights right to the spawn. Great double up by Safe. The trade is perfect. The GX don't have a way back in unless they make their own. Purpo onto Safe. That's a good start. Going to remove a lot of that post-plant utility that could have been an annoyance for this squad. But getting into main is going to be tough. Taking these players out, pushing them into the open, not really doable. The nade from Purpo perhaps, but as you highlighted on the screen a second ago, Tom Kicks has the thrash to work with. The get out of jail free card could even be worth trying to bait it out of them, but they're not doing that. Instead, flashing it, swinging it, and using the numbers to their advantage, keeping that thrash for a future round. Nice attempt to isolate fights. With a Phantom, maybe he would have gotten 2. That could have been competitive, but the Guardian just didn't cut it. 7-3. Vitality, they have won a lot of rounds at this point. 7 out of the last 8. GX are stalling on this defense, but they don't have much more time to correct course.
Yeah, as I said, what I think GX are doing quite well earlier in the half was being able to be disruptive in terms of the way they were actually playing. And a lot of that was because of the B main execute. So as I said, Redgar was able to sort of get kills over the top, find those openers, and then it became a little bit more difficult to get into the after plan. So this adaptation, when they've been taking mid almost every round for free, Vitality just go, okay, let's use the Showstopper, let's clear him out, then our Sate Tank is going to be so much easier, and that's what it was. Like, it came down to, okay, a few shots, again, weaker weaponry, so it's a little bit different, but it really is dangerous times for GX. Now, we've seen it already. Throughout the series, they have been able to have late resurgences, getting the last round, I believe, at the half on Breeze. Also a mini comeback when it came to the first map of Lotus as well. But again, the difference between that sort of 9-3 and the 7-5, that it just doesn't give you much of an opportunity to climb back into the map.
You can start to feel locked out. Giant X will feel locked out of playoffs if they lose this one. And this is what I was saying starting it out.
Feel it.
They
will be.
And this is it, like, if you're GX coming into this map, like I say, the series already carries so much weight. But when you reach this final map, when it's here and now, we have to stop them, that's where the pressure starts to be applied. That's where you feel every round that Vitality string together. And with one interrupting their streak, that doesn't really do much to change the momentum. Safe. Oh, he stuck past the Boombot, but they were ready. Purpo reacting just in time.
Yeah, just about managed to get that one over the line. He's also got his ultimate. That's something extra to play with in this round. I'll say as well, something I want to note, I don't think that we've actually seen much in terms of playing off Vitinho's utility. I think that's been one of the major criticisms I think I can have is you have this breach for a reason. You sacrifice an information initiator for this agent, and we haven't seen much out of that util in general. Now this round it might not necessarily be needed, but straight off the back kicks. It's going to be throwing out that Thrash. I feel like we've seen it a few times already. Trex has taken some space, but Fatinho wins the battle.
Still another guy pushing up. Fatinho's more than ready. This time the stun used well to stop any push on the back of the Thrash. Information on where Gecko is and an idea of Sander's position. Seems GX have this one locked down. 2 more to play for. They don't want to use any ultimates here, and it doesn't look like they'll need them. Last man standing is Kicks. Ult was already used, so why not throw it back out? And he has detained one. There's what? Well, there's 2 more players, not 3 anymore. Rifle in hand, Purpo didn't have a chance to fire back, but Cloud, well, he does it for him. 7-4. Last round sees a lot of ultimates online for GX. And if they put it at 7-5, sure, there's been a streak around for Vitality. They got the ball rolling. They can be stopped here.
Yeah, it's not impossible. And again, a bit of a risky play from Safe, but he was seconds away from opening that one up. I don't think Trex was necessarily expecting that position from Fatinho, but you can sort of see again that domino effect. Once they were unable to get the picks that they were looking for, just further and further swings for someone to try and bring back the round. For either side, still going to be a couple of ultimates available. That null command is probably going to be the big one for the side of Vitality, but more importantly, Fatinho one away. Cloud could use that Thrash in an attempt to get information and potentially set up the showstopper as well.
Can almost see Vitality baiting these players into using some of these ultis. They're looking for a reaction. Boombot goes through, space is taken. Leaving me a flash up towards the spawn. Runner looking to swing on the back of it. Stun goes in, dodged nicely, but it has forced them back. Thrash used, presumably for information. It'll go in and right back out. Oh, it won't go back out. Cancelled out by the ultimate in play. Trex popping his null command, nade, nice for Runner. That's going to stop any peek from spawn, allow Cloud to be isolated in this fight on the site. Very nicely handled, and he's not done yet. Sender with a little bit more damage, leaving Fatinho on 30. Flank up, where Safe is caught. And the Rolling Thunder's put through, if not a little bit early here, Tom. There's only 1 player to follow up on it, and it didn't catch the guys inside of main. Vitality still able to duel and deny this space to be taken. Showstopper was there for Purpo. He only uses it now, but he's 14 HP. He has to pre-fire this. The flash even catching him as well. That's a little bit unfortunate. Nade for the right. Showstopper for back, perfectly positioned, and the last man standing, Trex, has it all to do. Time on his side. It's ticking away if he can manage to isolate these duels. Only 1 man has a gun in hand while the defuse is underway, but Redgar's enough to stop it here. 5 rounds for GX, a 2-round gap going into the next half, and considering how things went, I think they can be pretty happy about where they've landed.
Yeah, no, I think at 7 and 5 was not what I would expected after the streak of round. What, 7-1 after what was the pistol and second round, and even a lot of those were fairly close with almost Kicks pulling it off with just a Guardian.
Well,
like they could have had so much more.
In the pistol round, Hoodie just happens to catch a timing on 2 players. One is looking the other way, and they're lined up. If that doesn't happen, well, this 7-5 scoreline, I dare say, would not have been possible.
Yeah. So they've at least been given something. Heading into the attack side, again, I want to see more from like combos with Fatinho, Cloud, Purpo. Like I think there's real opportunities, and especially on the attack, I can only assume that those are going to be some of the extra set plays. Now the good thing in the switch up of comp is that Cloud is going to be able to catch a lot more of those aggressive pushes being attempted by Vitality. The early knife from the defense is going to spot that there's nobody currently in the backside of B main. However, with GX playing so passively in mid for the start of the round, they're now going to reclaim that instead.
Aggressive Orb is actually going to run the clock down if it was kept up for full Toxins. But it's put down, of course. Safe is going to need some of those Toxins for the wall. This is a pretty solid position to play from in terms of retake ability. Walk off mid as well. Stun forces it back. This is presumably a retake. I say that. I see a man up close. Kicks has a flash of Dizzy ready to roll. But they're not going to go through the wall. I was expecting an aggressive play, which would have been ludicrous. Yeah. I'm glad they wait until all 5 defenders are here.
And the thing is, normally when you have these post plants, it's because of the utility you have. They've got a couple of flashes, but no actual damage dealing utility. Paranoia is sent, but It's only going to be down to spams, which in pistol rounds definitely has its risks about it. Already going to be sending Wingman onto that defusal. They're going to have to come out and spam this one, and Hoodie's done just that. This time, the double comes with seeing absolutely no one, and what is left all on to Sender. Got to try and find something here, but the time is already gone. Purpo there to close it, and this time GX's pistol is a lot cleaner.
Yeah, one that they very much needed as well. Trailing by 2, this will bridge the gap. It'll leave Vitality with next to no money for the next as well. And for GX, just perfect play. They play it slow, push into main, take contact play, realize B's pretty open, dump their util, grab a plant, and that's the easiest part from then on. You know, and these post plants, it's more so when you've got rifles in play because of the spamming ability to just spray straight down.
Nice. Good job.
Here we see it even with the pistols. They're able to kill most of them straight through the smoke.
That is why we hate the B side.
Yes. That's why I don't like this map.
Oh, again, we're going to see the early knife, but once more, GX have just avoided it. That's something that I think Vitality are going to have to know. And the previous round, it gave a lot over to the other side, but Safe has spotted it fairly early. Especially with the stuns, the nade, like, he's going to be able to call that there's at least 3 players already inside B main. Now, for obvious reasons, that's already going to pull a rotation, but what GX can do is almost just slow it down enough that the doubt starts to creep in. Bear in mind, there's not a lot here for Vitality, so they almost have to play everything off instinct. Instant gambles take huge risks.
Flash being held by Fatinho as well to counter any aggression that might come out of Vitality. Really nice idea, but Vitality are patient because they've got to stack up on this site. They've got a contact play with Trex, popping a flash so these classics can come out and do some damage. Those steps are heard. I believe because Trex was so close, he was able to hear 1 or 2 players as they exited main. Information is given. The A site sees the rotation as
30
players
seconds
make their way in just ahead of this GX push. There'll be 2 on site, more so 1 towards the elbow, so isolation of 1 player could be possible. It's Kicks on 20, he catches 1, flash goes up. Now the players coming from the other angle get a chance to really fight. Trex snuck inside the smoke, Sender's caught Redgar unaware, and with pistols, they're making it close yet again, but maybe not winnable. Not with Cloud dancing around like this, doing the damage. 27 HP, blast backed into the open, but that's not enough to take him down. Kicks 20 health for the whole round, and he'll make it work.
God.
I don't know how he survived the original onslaught, the chaos afterwards, but he's done a damn good job to win the round for Vitality. That's a devastating loss for GX. This one looked certain.
So this is the second time in the second round, we've seen them go in, Kicks with what a classic, and come out with 3 or 4 kills. It's just absurd how much he's able to get done, and well, Cloud tried his best, but it wasn't enough. That's going to be a round that GX are going to be absolutely kicking themselves over. And well, it's going to get the blood pumping for the side of Vitality. On the other side, GX is still going to invest into the couple of rifles. That is the sort of benefit of having the 3 rifles, 2 pistols. You can put something into this. With Cloud already having his ultimate online, still a chance they could bring it back.
Very spread out round from GX. Those 2 rifles are the ones looking for the picks, and Cloud's found it. Before the stun even comes in, he's able to execute onto Trex. A fantastic opening pick. This is what we want to see. GX slow it down now, group up with those 2 rifles and see what they can make work on and execute together. Still tons of utility to play with. That stun will be back online. And it looks like the B side is where they're setting their sights. A lot of success here early on. Let's see if it follows through into round 15.
That's the thing, the assumption as well from Vitality is to try and make sure that that rifle can't be retrieved. So the door has been shut. And now focus once again, Snakebite. At least an attempt to delay, but instead it's just going to be Kicks spamming. He's been able to stop that plant, but there's a lot of counter utility. Runner already with 1, a second for him as well. He might just turn this round completely on his own. Even with his opponents peeking him at once, he's been able to isolate absolutely everything. And now Fatinho is left, but so blind. Vitality may have started that round off in a rough fashion, but they close it in the end.
You know, I wouldn't be too surprised seeing a guy get a 3K up against mostly pistols, but one of those was a rifle, and they were all in a head peek angle. That had to be gorgeous play. Okay, 1 was blind through a wall, I'll give you that. Second, fair enough. And then the little head peek out of Redgar. Granted, didn't have the best of weapons to take it. Really nice. And if he misses one of those shots, this round spirals. But instead, Vitality maintain control, hands attached to those reins at this point. 9-6, 4 to go. And they'll be eliminating GX from a playoff run.
Yeah, more importantly for them, it's all about getting ever closer to the playoff stage. Runner, he's just winning every fight that's put in front of him, but such an aggressive position from Trex, there was no escape. Safe has already evened things up again, and just look at the damage. Yeah. Even though the trades go back 3-3, so much is done to the GX side already.
Yeah, Runner and Trex are going to have some assists coming out of this round if those players go down, because they have chunked away their HP. Kicks, well, he's not too healthy either. That's a very close angle. You can just be spammed straight through the box, but I guess it doesn't matter because Safe swung in through the door at the same time. I was very worried for Kicks. That could have been the round falling out of their hands. Instead, it's Vitality securing a 3rd in the row.
The absurdity of it. It's sort of peaked down mid. GX not having the worst of reads, but unable to get anything done. You see the assist coming through at the end. 10-6. Rifle's still going to be on the board. The light shields are being consistently purchased by GX to make sure that they can have those rifles available. They've still got Thrash. But the other side has a showstopper. Runner has been fragging out. Again, we're going to see that deep knife giving information, but GX have been consistently waiting for it. So Safe is still looking around that angle. And after the boombot goes past, just falls back to the side.
No overcommitments at this stage. They have a pretty reactive showstopper in the back pocket on the side of Vitality. If they have to get back into a site, well, that's certainly going to help out. Passive play on B, spotting for info around market as well. They've also got mid control with constant peeks in from top mid. The only player that's really in danger right now is Sender, and not least in his position. And in fact, they'll have to fall back. The fact that there's so many players right around the corner.
Placed that one way almost at the perfect time, just making things more awkward. The timing though is perfect. The stun, great. The flash, even better.
I know exactly where you
They have that information, but Redgar's gone down. That's going to be their smokes gone from this scenario. That is not the player you want to lose. Sure, they have the information, but Kix is not afraid of a fight. This man loves to brawl and battle, and within this site, he's been deadly. The showstopper almost has to be used for him, but never mind. It's going to be the shot connector from Cloud again. So desperately low. They're all being tagged up, and Trex is taken over. It's all left on to Purpo. 15 seconds, 33 HP, 2 players waiting.
10 seconds left.
He needs an absolute miracle to get out of this one. And they know exactly where he is. Snakebite just for added measure. And Trex will convert his triple and another round for Vitality.
Well, that is a big, big round from Trex. My goodness. The pressure applied onto Sender. I almost thought the hood was slow for a second when I saw Redguard die. I was like, oh, the Omen only registered now. No, that's the other Omen. Lurking around mid. Just take a look at the minimap. As that kill comes through, you start to see Redguard look for that late flank, look for that space, but they were ready for it. The fact that one man can stand on the site for that long, Kix does well to tag them up. They were all low, like you said, on the way back through. That nade was going to get him. The snakebite was going to do the same there. And that's all thanks to that early damage. 11-6, 5 rounds in the lead. Vitality must be feeling fantastic. And Giants, well, it's a GX pause down on the stage. They've got a minute left, well, 30 seconds left, in fact, to finish up these conversations. And keep in mind, Tom, not only is this tournament life on the line for GX, their last chance, but that was their last pause as well.
Oh, there's no other time to use it at this stage. You're 11-6 down.
12-6.
You need a, yeah, I think we just call it done at that point. And they still have Cloud's ultimate. The initial starts to some of these rounds have been fantastic. Like, they've been taking advantages, but it's just the mid rounds. They've been caught by players. They've had trouble. I feel like synergizing. Like, you look at the way that Cloud's jumping into the site, another player's isolated. Like, they just seem to get a little bit lost in the middle of the rounds, and that's where Vitality have the stars to thrive. Again, we've been seeing them buy time and time again, round after round after round, but they have been getting consistently worse. Some utility missing, but also just not even going to have full weaponry here.
Purpo's got ahead of that nade, but Hoodie certainly didn't. Got caught on the way back through. Not sure how that one went down. Runner up close. Good to grab one, and it's clean on the follow-up. Vitinho, the last man standing. The Guardian in hand, a flash loaded up and ready to go, and 4 opponents to take down. Also, the spike is down in market. That probably doesn't help him too much. No choice to go back to A. Kicks is waiting for him there anyways. And they're going to keep smoking him off. I think he'll have a gap coming out of this next one. There'll be a few seconds without a smoke up, but, well, Vitality, you're saying, be my guest, brother. Walk out on the site. We'll have a look at you.
Yeah, attempting a pace change, but that pace change was met with the exact same results. This defensive side,
another nade,
has been fantastic. 70 HP as if it wasn't bad already, and I think we all know that the result. They've known where he is for quite a while. He's been held in. There is the other smoke, and I think at this stage, Patino is just looking to try and risk it. Runner continues his reign of terror. As said, I think after maybe the first half of that Neon, he has been an unstoppable force. Someone we've been looking to really take over within this roster. Hyped up within Ascension. Definitely showing the caliber of player that he is. But that's the thing, in this map in particular, well, we talked about the safe show. Was it 28 kills in the last map?
Yep.
He's been okay in this one. He's been mortal again.
Yeah.
But the rest of the team have just been stepping up to a different degree.
Keep your
And on the
guard
other side of things, you're still seeing those vulnerabilities, those role swaps not being there.
Salah and Milan, former teammates on Honk, now find themselves sitting opposite each other. Different chairs, different sides of the arena. Different results they're facing. 6 in a row needed for GX to push to an overtime to fight for tournament life. Vitality just need to close this one out here, already denying the thrash that's attempted to go through. The Mosh slows the play. The paranoia is pretty good, but no one's following up on it. There's the second flash, but it didn't catch Vitinho. Good punish. That's the only player that had a pistol in hand, and he's able to take this pick.
Yeah, he's got Rolling Thunder as well, which him surviving is going to be integral. Looking like he's about to place it into the A site. There is a double stack of players. I don't think that's going to connect onto any of them. They're going to go straight in through the smoke tracks. Again, it's been him and Kicks who have been sublime when it comes to this side of the map. But the full force of this Vitality squad are here. Obviously, disengaging would probably be the better, but I don't think they can tell that on the other side. You can see already Safe is rotating back, questioning if that's what they've done.
Shadows travel. The wingman's about to find another player soon. It looks like Runner's ahead of it. 2 kills already, and everything's crumbled for the side of GX. Vitality takes victory here against the Giant squad. 13-6 and 13-7. The last 2 maps. There's a dominant statement from this squad. And what an incredible performance. Safe, I think, has to be a focal point of this series. Sure, last map, a little quieter, but he reached godly form on map number 2.
Yeah, on Breeze especially, an unstoppable force, and especially a map that Giant X have been happy to play in the past. You could see that they were well prepared for anything their opponents had to offer versus them. And as said, today they had the opportunity to keep their life in their own hands, and that's exactly what they've done. They don't need to rely on Koi, although it would be nice. It would be nice, especially if they want to move themselves further up that board, and well, that will be their next matchup as well, to maybe close it out in the season.
Whether it's backstage or in the crowd, they will be cheering for Koi, I'll give you that. But look, this is a situation that I was expecting today. 3 maps out of this series, but more dominant than expected on those last 2. Vitality showing us a really strong face, and I think this is a team that people have to fear. Taking down Heretics early on, it raised my eyebrow. And now, we're seeing this squad has the potential to take it all the way. Salah soaking in that victory as playoffs now coming closer to being within their grasp.
Yeah, I think as well we're seeing the fact that maybe that Gentle Mates match from earlier in the week was a little bit of a blip on the radar. And now coming back into strength as they look to build back in for the rest of the season. Obviously, playoffs is where things will really matter for them. And unfortunately, on the other side of things for Giant X is a very different story. Potentially looking to fix the issues, get ready for that next split, or even just trying to get an extra point on that board. I say extra, get a point on that board, because it has not been the season they've decided. Again, they show life on one map, but it just dissipated. Especially the last 2, it really wasn't a particularly competitive one. And the streaks of rounds that Vitality were able to put together is what makes them look like a team that can contend. And if they continue to build, who knows what's going to happen. Either way, we do have ourselves an interview down on the stage. We'll be heading it off to Yinsu.
Thank you very much, Tom and Midge. That is right. I'm now joined by Runner from Team Vitality. First of all, massive congratulations, Runner.
Thank you.
Since the Gentlemates lost, you guys haven't had a lot of time to prep for this game, and it's a very important game. So I wanted to ask you, what's been the main thing in the last couple of days that you guys have focused on?
The main thing was just playing how we usually play, because against Gentlemates, we didn't play our game. We didn't play Valorant, I'm going to be honest. We played something else, and it was really bad. And with the short amount of time, we didn't prep as much. We just wanted to get back to our old selves, pretty much. But we had great coaching staff helping us out. You know, we had Harry or Gorilla. He had insane calls. Even now, like during timeouts, it was insane. So he had great reads on them. So big thanks to him for that. But I'm just glad we're back again and we're playing like our usual selves.
Yeah, it's definitely great to see you guys back. But also, coming into this, like you said, you weren't happy with what happened against Gentlemates and then immediately have to go to overtime as well on Lotus and lose that first map. How did you guys keep mentally strong in this series and come back into it on the second?
We knew that we lost Lotus ourselves. We knew we played better than them, but we still threw rounds. And we were like, guys, let's just go in. Next map, doesn't care what happened. Just go in and just try not to make those mistakes. Play with each other, good comms and everything, and it worked out.
Yeah, it definitely worked out. And when it comes to you, obviously, we were very excited to see you in VCT. I felt like you were one of the players in the offseason. Everybody thought you were definitely going to make it here. Now you have made it here through kickoff and this season. What's your experience been like so far? Is this what you imagined?
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to imagine. I'm just glad I'm here. I'm glad I'm playing with this team because I love this team. Like they're my family, and I just enjoy playing on stage with them, having fun, talking to them. So yeah, that's about it.
Oh, we enjoy watching you as well. Are you able to tell me a little bit about your role on the team? Because, you know, Saif was telling me about how he's a little bit more mature now. He's kind of like the dad a little bit. So what about you? What's your role on this team?
My role is the routine guy, maybe. I don't know, I have good routine. I'm the guy that eats the most food.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm like I love working out, stuff like that, so I have a big appetite, let's say. But I'm also, I'm technically I'm not even close to being the youngest in this team, but I feel like sometimes I feel like I'm the youngest because everyone, like especially with Saif and Salah, they taught me a lot about the game and they're still teaching me, and I'm just soaking that in pretty much and
learning.
Yeah, I'm just still learning and I have a long way to go.
And last question, what did you eat before this game? I'm just curious.
Ooh, I ate some pasta with chicken and then I had like a protein bar.
Oh, okay. You guys now know the routine. Eat some pasta, chicken, a protein bar. You might be fragging out here like Runner. Congratulations once again. Thank you for the interview and good luck next week as well. We're going to head to a quick break. And when we come back, Casey will be taking on Koi.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
You're stressing right, you need some meditation. Don't let them ruin your vibe, no time for rumination. Let's leave it all behind, take a flight, aviation. Want you, girl, by my side, let me show my appreciation. I want you here with me, I'll miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my woman, be my lover, be my Jovi, be my, the only one I want. Be my preliminary. Let me caress the way I think it's necessary. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, babe. 7 days, are you ready? I don't need to say you know it, girl, you're extraordinary. I want you here with me, I miss your body, baby. No, I cannot believe that you're still single, lady. Wishing I could retrieve. I want you here with me. Be my lover, be my Jovi, be my woman, be my lover, be my Jovi,
Welcome back, everybody, once again to VCT EMEA. I'm your host, Yingsu. I've got Ash with me and a special guest. It is Safe from Team Vitality. Congratulations on the win today. Before we get into this, I don't know if you saw, Runner was chatting to me about how much he loves to eat. He sees himself as the guy with the biggest appetite on the team. Can you confirm?
Yeah, I can confirm, and I can also say it pisses me off sometimes how much he like steals people's food.
Oh,
like
from you?
No, from anyone. It doesn't matter. He stole food from like the boss of Vitality at one point because he's just looking for food everywhere. It's like a scavenger.
Honestly, that's Chad energy.
Yeah.
Has that ever happened to you, Ash?
I'm from like a 5-sibling family, so yeah. You gotta scrap.
You gotta fight for the food. You gotta fight for it.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay. I feel okay. So what's his favorite food to eat?
I mean,
so
the thing is,
I won't have
it doesn't matter what you give him. You could give him something from the trash can and he would still eat it. He is a raccoon in human form.
Oh wow, that's good to know. I mean, he was feasting on the server today as well, and so were you, actually. You had a great day at the office today. I feel like you always do it on Breeze. I seem to remember back on the guild days, you know, you always shoot heads on there. Tell me how you managed to bring this form back after what happened on Lotus.
I mean, I really couldn't care less what happens on map 1. I mean, for me, it's important that I set the pace for my team in terms of how we reset and how the mental should look like every map. because for me it's nothing new to be in these new scenarios, and for them it's like, oh, new feelings, how do I approach this? And if they see someone else treating it in a different way and approaching it in a different way and having that confidence, then everyone will follow suit. So that's my idea.
Yeah, and also, what was it like to go up against your ex-teammate, Redgar, as well?
It feels good to have intercourse with my ex.
I can't relate. I can't relate. Really, I can't relate. But yeah, actually, you got any questions for Safe before I completely derail this because I don't trust myself?
Well, I mean, going back towards Breeze, you found a lot of success on your lurks over towards that A site, right? And I think previously when we saw Giant X approaching defense on Breeze, they would go for a bit more of that map control in their game against Fnatic. Do you feel that they were kind of just scared after you kept taking their heads off to push forward?
Yeah, at some point that happens in games. I've realized a lot where people get super shy from peeking me or like coming into my map space, which is something very powerful to have, by the way. But the thing is, people need to understand is, and this is a tip for future teams, is that you can't give me that map space, because if you do give me that map space, then you guys have nothing to play with. I will always have info. I'll always know what you're doing. It doesn't really matter.
I'm glad you said that, because we had Benji Fishy here on the sofa, and he told us the only way the teams could beat you is not to attempt to aim duel you. Do you agree with Benji?
Me or the team?
The team.
The team? Yeah, probably. I mean, the thing is, we're
No, you. I think they shouldn't attempt to aim duel you specifically.
Me? Yeah, I think it's rough. It's really rough. Yeah. I mean, we saw Purple try. He came in with an AWP, I think. I think he jumped in main with an AWP, and I absolutely deleted him from the server. And I think I never saw him in that map space ever again.
I feel like you've earned the right to say that. You definitely have today. But let's talk about the second match we have coming up. Unfortunately, Koi, they have been eliminated after what happened yesterday. I mean, it's kind of rough. Safe, going into your last game, you're already eliminated from playoffs. So what do you think they got to play for today, and how do they not kind of lose that focus?
Wait, they're eliminated from playoffs?
Yeah, already.
Oh, Koi. That's shambolic.
That's rough, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I guess it's... I don't know what, usually teams use that as like a training ground, kind of. Because at this point, it's like we can't do anything with it, but at least we can refine whatever we have left before we disband. So...
what is happening?
We've gotten toxic, Safe.
I know you did really well today.
I'm not toxic. I'm just saying that it might be a little rough. It might be a little rough on the edges, but at some point, like, they have little left to work with, so they just want to show that final form, let's say, before they go back into the dungeon of practice where they're like isolated for a few.
We need to draft an apology after this, because someone's going to clip that.
I'm not apologizing.
That's going out.
I'm going on Reddit. I'm #1 on Reddit.
On Reddit, okay.
Against Barbar?
I love Barbar.
Yeah, but Barbar's going to see that you
I
just
love
said
everyone
that.
in the Koi roster. They're amazing people. Amazing players as well. It's just like, to me, it doesn't matter. I'm just speaking the facts.
Yeah, okay, I respect that.
Yeah.
We need to get Safe here for Truth or Cope next time. I feel like he's the perfect person.
It would be a hot takes, I think.
For that.
For sure.
But of course, last time these two teams played against each other last year, of course, very different circumstances, very different rosters. We had Ibai watching the game as well, and he was really, really tilted and unhappy of the fact that they obviously he lost the Kometo on the other side as well. This matchup is going to be very different this time around, but despite the fact, Ash, the Koi are eliminated, they do have the chance to do the funniest thing ever. If they get their revenge this time around against KC and are the reason that KC don't make playoffs, I feel like that's like the sweetest thing you could do.
It is. But can they do it? I don't know. I feel like we've all seen Koi play since the beginning of this season, and realistically, we talked about the narrative of them having the opportunity to play a little bit more loose at the beginning of the season, considering that they didn't have any results from last year weighing on their shoulders. It was really an opportunity to turn over a new chapter, but we still aren't seeing the synergy coming through there, Safe. I think...
It do be rough out here.
It's just rough. They're just swinging. I feel like they're just swinging, and they're either winning or they're dying, and they're not trading at any point.
Anything can happen in a game of Valorant. It's my personal opinion. Anything can happen. We could see Koi today just go absolutely destroy KC, and like we would forget it probably next week. But it would be funny.
It would be a plot line for sure. But this is the thing. In order for them to do that, I feel like if we take a look at a couple of the stats here, they got to fix some just basic fundamentals. I think they're not really winning a lot of their 5v4s, which is a shame because they are getting first picks, but they're just not converting it here. And also, they've yet to, this split, win a single 1v2, 1v3, 1v4, or 1v5. They've just been winning 1v1s. And I feel like, Safe, that's a tough spot to be.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's the most fundamental thing you should work on as a team, I guess. It starts with that, and then you build on top of it, like how you play off each other in these, like, let's say, statistical scenarios. But, I mean, Koi have a chance to improve it. I just don't know what's going on wrong for them, to be honest.
And maybe they just come out like, we don't care anymore, we're just gonna get angry,
It could
get
be,
hyped.
and also, like, not peeking together could also be a play. Like,
Not
it's the most
peeking together?
unexpected thing ever. You just see one guy swinging alone, killing 3.
But can you do that, Ash, against Casey? Is that the win condition against Casey?
Not really, because Casey is this team that likes to group up together, right, when they're playing and ensure that they're guaranteeing these trades every single time. You see them playing in pairs in that kind of sense. And I think, too, we also know Starkso on the side of Koi to be kind of that emotional leader, the one that you're usually expecting to see hype up the team. But we've seen him get frustrated on that stage. And Safe, I think after seeing you on the stage today as well, we've seen you also talk about and hear you talk about being a bit of an emotional leader in that sense for your team. Do you think that that's something that Koi really need to work on to maybe find someone to truly be that rock?
I think Koi really need that specific role on somebody in the team that just carries everyone together and tries to have like this coherent troop, because right now they don't have like a togetherness identity, and that's why you could see these small mistakes and we're peeking alone, we're doing things alone. It's because no one's like rallying the troops and everyone's falling behind that. It's like kind of RNG, but yeah, they definitely need someone to take care of it.
I think it's because Starkso stopped dancing. When he was dancing, he was winning so much. He was winning freaking world championship titles, and now he's no longer dancing. Maybe that's the fix.
Well, I think he was dancing because he was winning too, though.
In fairness, he was dancing against Steel and then immediately lost that match, which we keep bringing up over and over again. But I think you guys make a lot of great points here, because we talk about identity of teams. I think it's very obvious when we watch you guys, the things you're cooking. So what would you say is the identity of Casey and Koi? I'll start with Casey. So what kind of team do you think Casey is here right now?
I think KC is the team that will always catch you off guard, and they will always be a troop together. Like, there will be no place on the screen where you will not see a player jump out and try to kill you. It is impossible against KC. They are everywhere. They're like flies on the wall, just flying everywhere. And I think their togetherness is like the thing that really makes me interest myself in them. Like, it's something I realize instantly, like, holy damn. Holy shit, that team is like so well knit, you know? And yeah.
And what about Koi?
Koi, I feel like they've always had glimpses of brilliance. I feel like Koi, ever since last season, like when we were scrimming against them when I was playing for Liquid, for example, I felt like, oh, these guys are actually good. They're doing good stuff when we were scrimming. It's just being able to translate that into the arena, into the officials when things are at play and when there's risk on the line and things like this. I just feel like they're a bit loose right now, let's say.
Do you agree? I think too loose, because we talked about them having the opportunity to play loose, and now it's like they are swinging, but then they're also throwing away their man advantages, like you had talked about beforehand, and we're really just not seeing I think it might be maybe a communication issue as far as like even the basics of calling like 1, 2, 3 swing. Like, I feel like we're not seeing that out of Koi.
But do you think you would agree with Safe that anything can happen in Valorant, even Koi taking down Casey?
I think so, because, I mean, we've seen the curses. I think this entire season so far has been also a toss-up in both groups of Alpha and Omega.
Safe is a bad influence. I feel like if he wants to get, you'll be like, no way in hell.
That's my job.
You know I'm a KC fan. You know I'm a KC fan. I'm not going back on that.
Okay, so you don't agree with him?
Well, I think anything could happen.
Oh my God, all right. Okay, I mean, that is enough from us. It is going to be a very, very important game here. And hey, it's time to bring out the teams onto stage. Here is Carmichael and Koi. been eliminated for playoffs, but KC have everything to play for here. Before we take a look at the map, Vitas, I gotta ask you real quick, Safe. Barber, playing under him, you know, we see him smash his desk a lot, but is he like that realistically, you know, when he calls a timeout? Is he screaming at you? What's the mood like?
No, definitely not. Every time I've heard Barbar take a timeout, it's always been super calm, like making sure that we adjust in a form of game plan, never saying something random or something very vague. It's always very specific on what we need to work on. So I think the emotional side of him is like only on the camera, let's say, and he's like reserving himself for the players so that he's fully calm.
Yeah, that's really good to hear. I was getting worried that he was maybe also screaming down his mic as well.
Yeah.
But taking a look at this map pool, Ash, what do you think?
I think I have to reserve the fact that I maybe take back what I said about anything can happen in this matchup. Because it's KC and you're looking at this map, Vito, and it looks very strong in towards Carmine Core's favor. They're really good on Sunset, especially on those retakes towards that B side. And on Icebox, Koi are incapable of holding a post plant.
Oh no, it's like that. It's like that. And what about you, Safe? What do you think about this map pool?
I mean, it looks like it favors KC a lot more. I know for a fact KC have a very strong Sunset, let's say, and I feel like Koi always play Icebox for some reason, and there's like a lot of data on that. And KC is probably the kind of team that's looking at that and being like, that's juice. We know everything.
Yeah, that is N, right? N's going to be looking at that, and he's going to have like 50,000 different plans on how to be able to counter that. But let's start with this Sunset. We talked about why KC is so good here. So what do Koi have to do realistically? What are the things that they can even do to have a chance here?
I think revisiting those fundamentals, but ultimately, if they do find themselves on a post-plant situation, I think they do have to push some of those lanes. Maybe if they're planning over towards B, take that market control back, because KC, again, they're going to be this team that groups up together. They'll continue to fight, and they're very explosive on those retakes as well. Martine being the one to make a lot of space for the team, and everyone else cleans up.
Oh, who's the safe on KC and Koi? Who they got to shut down? Who do they not got to aim duel?
Let's see. I guess Narrate on KC. They can't aim duel him. He's gonna absolutely destroy you. And on Koi, I do feel like Rubinho's been playing this.
Yes. Oh, that's a really
I
great
do
shout.
like Rubinho.
That is a great shout, but let's take a look at Agent Select and see what we're gonna get. Wow, the Neon is popular now. People like this, and of course, we got the Gecko too.
I'm a little bit scared with the Neon because I think, again, when it comes back down to those fundamentals for Koi, now Camo's going to be on this duelist that can get in there so quickly to make that space, but will the rest of the team actually be able to follow up in that kind of regard?
You like it? You like the changes?
I'm not sure. I mean, I personally don't like any composition that does not consist of Viper. I love Viper.
You're a Viper simp?
I'm a Viper fan, I'm a Viper simp, and I just feel like she retains so much control, and seeing them play, like go off the Viper and have single controller, let's say, it's kind of like iffy for me, but I guess people know how to play with these comps better than me, so.
Oh, well, hey, you never know. Safe, I'm going to put you on the spot. I've got Kukuka and Pansy waiting to cast. You want to toss over to them?
No.
He said no.
Well, I said no. Oh wait, no, over to you guys. Is that what we say? Over and out? Buzz Lightyear. Okay, does that work?
That was good.
Thank you.
You're gonna do over and out, yeah. And there, I think Safe kind of highlighted a lot of the things we were kind of discussing about this. Yes, the pressure is now somewhat off, I guess, if you want to look at it in that way for Koi. We might see a little bit of freedom, but sell me on this. Give me something. Give me some hopium here. Give me some copium. Give me something to look at.
I can give you something. It's not because I'm Spanish, right? But I did see a video this morning from Aedoth, right? One of the assistant coaches. Speaking about how Koi is just bringing in a different way of approaching officials. So even if they don't get a win, I want to see some light in their eyes. I want to see some convincing rounds, even if it doesn't translate to a full win here for Koi. As you're saying, and that Des was mentioning, playoffs are no longer an option for Koi, but of course the rest of the year still is.
It's got to start now, though, and it's a long old road. But we've seen composition change. We've seen a lot of things look a little different, so this does indicate maybe there's been adjustments. Now, whether or not you like them, we're going to find out. We're going to have to see the proof in the pudding and a hard opponent in the form of Carmichael. These guys, not quite in that kickoff form that we saw. Still taking a bit of a knock from that, but they've still got a fair bit of potency to how they're playing. So let's see, into the post plant already. KC looking comfortable here. Going to see if Koi can disrupt that somehow. There's already the back line. Bit of a swing there from Magnum, just out in the open.
Beautiful so far, just getting the flashes, and the diffuse has already started.
Yeah, this is nice. Great amount of pressure from Camo there. Trying to break down that back line, allowing the diffuse to come in. That is great work from Koi. No fear on addressing the back line. The smokes are in the place. Good flash, good push. It worked out.
Hear me out. It was textbook, right? We know how easy it is to get in this kind of post one if you do such a fast execute and you don't find a lot of utility to counter you on that entrance. The spike was down. They just walked outside, and the planning from Koi was very, very strict. Like, someone was going to tap the spike, then the rest was going to be picking on the angle so they could get a kill, and then flashes after that to just secure the rest of the players. Pretty easy round to start for Koi.
I mean, it's the
and a lot of
step.
bulldogs.
It's, yes, there are quite a few bulldogs out. 4 to be precise, and only Starzo deciding that the Ghost is more than enough for him. But again, great start for Koi. If you're looking at a team that's just kind of adjusted these compositions, you want that confidence to start early, right? You want them to have a little bit of faith in the system, in the concept. And for now, it looks like Carmine Core eyeing up that A site. High flash, swing, and they take the angle. Now, does Koi fight back? Yeah, they absolutely do. Not letting that go for 1 second. Camo just farming up 2, deciding now to slip away. Don't want to take too many risks. There is a Bulldog recovered. The hands of Magnum.
Could be dangerous.
Yeah, could have some potential here. Still no full rotations from the other 2 either. Keep in mind, they're still pretty split on this one.
Here's the thing, you do not have the information of what has been going on mid. You have to.
Yeah, Narrate, though, going to take down Camo.
Watch out.
Here's the cross. This is when you needed a bit more damage. This also couldn't quite do as much as you wanted. Still does find Tomasi. So a 2v2. All Bulldogs now recovered. This is looking dangerous. Suddenly not as comfortable for Koi. They still need to stick the landing on this one. Narrate and Magnum still alive, and Narrate was the man to watch, and there's a reason why. This guy is deadly. 3 already in the round and 35 seconds to play with. He's got time. And he wants to make Rubino sweat. He wants to make him nervous. He wants
30
to just
seconds
add
left.
that level of doubt as to where the hell this man has gone.
He also doesn't have, like, you know, the full information of what he could be doing right now. He's going to be clearing the angles, and apparently, is he going just onto Ties? Does he want to wrap him up, or does he really want to go to the other side of the map? But there's only 14 seconds left.
Timing. Who sees who first? It's Rubino catching Narrate. But that could have been, that was a coin flip. Kakuka, that was a coin flip.
At the beginning of the round, I was thinking, hey, I think KC is just biting the bait. We saw Koi doing a little bit of an aggro there onto A, trying to bait some of the players to pick and trying to get them some kills. And hear me out, they were playing in pairs, something that I think the desk was also mentioning, that sometimes they get so many isolated duels that they lose most of their 5v4s just because they can't trade. But this wasn't an example. Although, now we're moving on to the 3rd round, and look at Koi's buy. This is not looking any good. This is like literally the opposite of Navi's.
Yeah, they're doing the anti-Navi, is that what we're going to call it now?
Yes.
I like it. But you're right, they're going to suffer through this one. So, very difficult to navigate now, working with that Stinger, Bulldog, Sheriff or 2, and a Ghost there. Now, Shadow does have his ult, though. I'm starting to get a little bit curious as to how he wants to apply that, potentially.
And Camo's very close as well, right? I think that if they're able to set him up, or if he gets a kill, I think that, you know, he might get brave with it.
Yeah, but on the other side, Narrate obviously has his as well, so Rubino will be the first man to receive contact here. Confirmed attendance towards that A side of the map, but they don't know how many bodies are behind this, so just a little bit of spam. He's got that paranoia primed.
But just look at all these rotations. Everybody from Koi's on the other side of the map. Now A is completely isolated, and even though KC do not have this information, they're going to have a very easy time walking onto side. Koi actually just, they double down on B.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty free. Now, as you highlighted correctly, the Common Core don't know that they've won this out completely free. Yeah. They're unaware of that
and
now.
That knife, yeah, it's going to give them a little bit of false information for a KC, but Koi still is not rotating. Maybe they just want to dive this way?
It feels like we're getting quite close to that. They're not particularly playing towards this now. Yeah, it looks like that's the case.
I mean, even with Shadow's ult, they still have a chance if they want to keep it. But yeah, going on to side, getting there with no information. Everything has to be clear. Probably that's what we see Starks with the Stinger, clearing a little bit onto mid. Now it's up for them to decide.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the finances. It's still in a bit of a tight spot for Carmine Core, but they're going to have the information now. Yeah, that's a fair bit of info on towards CT. So they know what they're after here. So do they try and hold this as long as possible? Do they chase this? Again, they don't have a lot of buffer, so I think the Carmine Core will probably just opt to back safely as well.
There's barely any time. I'd be surprised. Yeah, Casey's just gonna walk off.
I didn't come here to die.
I mean, honestly, try. Why not?
Yeah, why not? It might cost him a rifle or 2. Let's see how much they get to keep. Yeah, Shin's gone down. That's a rifle. Yeah, that is a massive. Wow. Okay, so Carmine Core, yeah, they win the
They
round.
tricked us too, Lauren. They tricked us too.
Yeah, they
You know,
absolutely
we were
baked us
looking,
in.
we were like, yeah, they're just going to go and die to the spike, but actually that late tap and no one from KC to be able to shut that down immediately cost them a couple more rifles. Now is when things have to change. As we were mentioning, Shadow has his ultimate. We want to maybe see some proactivity from Koi. The thing for KC and how their matches have been so close in the ones that they've lost, I think that they've been a little bit easy to read, and probably that is one of the reasons why Koi has decided to pick this Sunset to start with.
And I like this adjustment though. We've got the two players, as you were talking about before. Camo, well, he got one. I was kind of hoping he might get a little played in further by Shadow being there, but one and done. Don't know if it's going to be enough. Yes, it's early information, so they can cheat across the extra body towards the A side of the map. And as we can see, it is a very heavy investment from Carmine Core towards this side. They haven't got anyone playing that default out. They didn't particularly look towards middle. This is, again, quite all in from them. Shadow shouldering on the angle too, but it's Magnum to break in. It felt like no one was watching the wrap. No one watching Elbow at all. Allows them safe access. I kind of want to see it from Magnum's perspective, what he was able to do with that, because it felt like they were prepared and ready in this form for Koi, but not the case at all. So Plant's going to come down. And Starks and Shados, they're saving. This is a Jame affair right here. We're saving weapons. We ain't going near that. Carmine Core did the hard work initially, but I'm still curious that no one had eyes on Magnum's swing.
I need to see that replay, right? Because everybody
if it was lucky, fair enough. If it was a bit of timing,
everybody
who knows,
from A-Link was just looking for Narrate to use any kind of utility that meant that they were going, but maybe it's a little bit of miscommunication and also the initial plan not going their way. Probably they didn't have the exact protocol on how to retake the site and keep control over it. Because now 4 rounds in, 3 out of 4 have meant a plant from KC, and we know how important it is for them to keep them down.
And also, just to add on top of that, now for Carmine Core, they're going to be able to stabilize a bit. After what was that round just gone, where Koi got in their faces? No, obviously they didn't win the round, but they cost them a lot of those rifles. Now a bit of stability starting to hit in. They keep 4 of those rifles moving forward. Yes, Shados and Starks are the same on the other side. But I'm hoping we get this replay and see what happened there, how Magnum got 2 of these players. This was the start, so again, it happened. And yeah, that's... I mean...
Timing is also very unlucky.
Yeah.
I think that Gravino was trying to pick for it, but just it was the right timing. Harry's just doing it.
No more
Fair
charges
enough.
left.
I think this is doing Gecko voice lines.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, probably any other pets. But yeah, now onto any... just look at the buy now from Koi. Of course, things are not looking good. A couple of classics, as Sheriff. Yes, Camo has his ultimate and definitely wants to do something with it.
Nice, deep flash. Pops the ult, tries to take a little bit of control here, but you can see already the counter utility coming out. It looks like Carmine Core were aware of the possibility, holding a much deeper default. Second flash comes in, and they're gonna have to use a lot of this utility now to re-clear a lot of this space. They've lost eyes on middle, they don't have that full control here. You can still see Camo, well, gonna have to be back down on this classic.
Yeah, this
just
is
a moment
important
longer.
because at the beginning, Starks also used his knife over tiles, right? So now they've gotten all this pressure over here. So this trip is giving misleading information, so they have to sell that kind of space, right? That's what KC is being a little more passive because they first need to spot Camo, and they just did.
Yeah, Camo is a nuisance, but he's not the end of the world right now. It's going to be the,
just
the map control. Yeah, exactly. It's smoke it off, and let's just kind of hit maybe this B site instead. They do have, I want to look at the utility they've still got. Narrate's got obviously his full set ready to go. Paranoia did get burned. That's fine for them. And everything else for the cross, I mean, the smokes will be there for Shin. So that's, again, not an issue necessarily. Plant should be coming down. Starks are trying to disrespect the cross, and that's perfect. Denies it wonderfully. Starks disrespecting that smoke, playing just in front of it, catching any attempt. Beautiful, denying that mid control, allow them just to funnel through on main and punish them perfectly.
It's definitely a different approach. I think that also something that we didn't say yesterday on Sunset, even though we're seeing a lot of it, is that we're not that looking at that mid and all the things that you can do to, as you're saying, condition your opponent. And I think that Koi did brilliantly on this one because it just forced KC, after especially they used the second smoke onto A, they have to go B. And Shadows has his entire utility there. Time is not on their side anymore.
Might have a brawl at the start here. A bit of a battle, seeing that flash again. I want to see it.
Camo's hungry for more.
Yeah, Camo's willing to put, oh dear. Oh, does he keep his life? It looks like he does, but for how long? Yeah, I don't think he knows how far up Shin got there. Absolutely not. Once again, left somewhat high and dry. Yeah, they know where they are, but Starks couldn't even save him at that point. They just lost track of one player, and it was enough to cost them. So Carmine Core get the man advantage, and they can pause here for a second if they want. They don't need to overcommit, but you can already see the information want to be found there. Shadow investing the ult, wanting to find a couple of those facts, and Starks are getting curious.
to use that thrash and actually retake a little bit of the space. Also, the paranoia has been burnt from Gravino, and Casey is just going to turn around. They still have a whole minute to work with, and the entirety of Koi is already on the right side of the map. Yes, the entirety of the setup also for Shados is waiting on B.
They can be behind this by some margin. No ult close enough by to get fully online. Just going to double check that no one's near. No one's at tiles now.
I thought Ray had it gotten through more. Just stopped from it.
Maybe.
I was like, nah, not interested anymore.
And I mean, Carmine Core have access to this site. Gravino has made it here on time, but it is going to be a retake. Now, what do they have to work with on this retake is going to be everything. One smoke, no paranoia. They do have, I think, Wingman still with Shadow, but that's about it. It's going to be quite limited this time. We were complimenting how well they disrupted this back line. This is going to be difficult now with a lack of utility.
Yeah, exactly. Especially right coming in from Starset, that I think was pivotal and so important for the first round and in the exact same kind of retake. And it looks like for Koi, even though they had control over that second part of the round, maybe they burned too much into retaking elbow, and now they don't have anything to work for this, so they have to just sit and wait for the round to be over on a 4v5 situation.
It doesn't feel good. It feels a little Counter-Strike-y, if I'm honest. If you know what that is, but again, this does feel like there's no option.
I don't know that game.
Nah, never heard of her. But it does feel as though it's the right choice for them in a weird way, because as you highlighted, they burnt up so much of that util over towards the A site. Good call. Again, if we're talking about mid-rounding though, Bayer, this is something we wanted to kind of discuss when it comes to Carmine Core especially. I think that was a good call from Magnum potentially to pivot back towards that B side.
Yeah, exactly. There are so many showings of KC, of what they do in the map, on how they want to play it. Yeah, they're very good on the retakes, they're very good on fundamentals, but it's that mid-round that sometimes they were not ready and prepared for. This was the complete opposite. Also, one of the reasons why probably Koi didn't want to go into the fight, look at how close everyone from KC is getting from so many important ults.
Now, you can see a further investment. Again, you're still going to see this battle here, but look at the adjustment. This is a nice read potentially from Carmine Core.
Oh,
They're going to try and pressure, as they know they've been getting a little aggressive on the extremities for Koi. They're now going to try and wrap through middle. Now the paranoia is good, and here comes the counterplay. Camo and Stars OT'd up for success, and they catch them all. Oh my god, where's Shin just found that from? Quick DP, he wants out of there. Where's he off to? Taking tiles, allowing Narrate to play in. Still wonderful synergy between the two. Narrate still got full kit as well to play with. And a quick look towards that B site. I don't think Camo can stop him here. I like this adjustment from Carmine Core. And there's the plant.
Yeah, and not only that, Narrate is going to get his ultimate with this plant, thanks to Wingman. So it should be easy if they manage to go to a safe position, which they have. Of course, the utility from Shaders is not going to be available. So Koi has to play this very well, and most importantly, together. They cannot go tap the spike. They have to push them before they know.
But I love this already from Shin. Look at this, trying to offset the timing. He knows that Narrate's got his ult. It's a little risky to do this because there's no protection, right? But he knows this is going to buy time and probably capturing this one player. No, he got information though. Now Dizzy to follow. Spam comes. Oh, and he still gets one. They don't even know about Shin. Now they do, but it's too late in the day. Perfectly played in the post plant. I want to highlight again, Bayer, that was a beautiful round to watch from start to finish. Noting that the adjustment potentially from Koi would be to put extra bodies on that A fight towards main, and they went, cool, let's pivot away from this, we're going middle.
And somehow they were prepared, right? For what was happening and how to react to it. And actually the timing of Shadows just using that cage and actually being spotted by Narrate, but also again highlight what Shin did at the end of the round. Not only giving Narrate the smoke to play safely from B and use this ultimate free of any kind of worry, also the fact that he was rotating onto Market Beautiful, and it also forces Koi to look for something else. And now we see Camo going on the other side of the map, looking for some aggression.
But I like
I love the change of pace and of tempo there
this
from
is
KC.
really nice to watch. Now, the one thing I like is they're putting bodies behind trying to find information. Now, sadly for Camo, he's just been slapped. Down to 4 HP. He's not feeling it, but did Grubino get spotted? Oh, it did. Does it matter? Because Narrate is nasty, just snapping his wrist. Look at this boy already. 9 kills at this point. He's already heating up here. And again, if we're looking at this from kind of the perspective of what Carmine Core are doing, they have control on both sides of the map now. Response, which is actually not bad, is to walk middle. You've lost everything else. Stack up, try and take a fight somewhere.
Yeah, exactly. All together with 4 Vandals. They're going fully for the retake, but of course they do not have the information. Yeah, Shader still has his camera onto A side, so he could gather something, but are they just going to wait? Camo with just 4 HP. It's not making things easy.
No, and they're looking towards B. I think they've misread this slightly.
That's the thing, like if you push all the way to mid, right, like that, now you have to retake everything again.
There's utility here. They're hearing all of this. Camo knows. I don't think you're getting under that one. You can do limbo all you want, but
Spike planted.
this is rotten luck, really. I think they're feeling it too.
There.
Maybe waiting on the timing to get that presence from Starkso towards top middle, try and get that crunch going so they can maybe look towards retaking this site and this game on time. Narrate's already going to find Starkso, so it's all eyes on the pack on the back line. Somasi waiting. Oh, it's gorgeous. Even the third looked like there was a potential, and now all on Shados. A 1v4.
And we're looking at Starkso on the floor. And Shados is just saving, so it's all right, you know? He's just walking away.
Okay,
so
let's take a pause then almost for our Celtics. I feel like Koi might be pumping the brakes soon as well. I feel like Carmine Core are completely outcalling them at this point, and the scoreline's almost deceptive because it's going to be, what, 3-5? That doesn't seem too bad, right? If you're just tuning in, you go, oh, 3-5, it's a respectable performance. But the way this is starting to turn, Bayer, the way the momentum's being kind of managed and how the map's being managed by Carmine Core, I'm worried for Koi now.
Yeah, exactly. The 3 rounds, right? But first one was the pistol, you know, that things can happen. And the second one was a very, very close one that could have gone Casey's way perfectly. Now, I think that, again, it has to do with the mid-round calling, with how things are being addressed and how the pressure is being put in the map. I do like the fact that both of these teams are fighting for mid. They're understanding that there is a potential exploit there in the map, but I think that the reads, as you're saying, from KC and the mid-round calling are being very, very good.
Yeah, let's so far the exchange here again.
Camo's just gonna go again. My man.
Look at these two. Look at
honestly, just
Carmine
listen to
Core.
Save. Say said honestly, ignore Narrate. You're not gonna be victorious if you aim duel him.
There.
They didn't even use utility.
And these levels of adaptation from Carmine Core, there's so much like small variety on the way they're doing this. Again, that dry swing out that time, just quietly waiting for that swing. It was perfectly played. Shadow and Camo had no idea what was coming their way. It's beautifully crafted. If you're playing with kind of mental expectations, they have absolutely got Koi in the palm of their hands right now. KC are really calling this out well.
Spike
and
planted.
I mean, this is looking like another save.
Martin's going to plant, he's going to get his ultimate, and also Magnum is so close to his. Everything is looking their way, and I don't know in how many rounds already, but I feel like at least 3 or 4, we've seen Koi just taking a step back in their own defense, trying either to save the weapons or to just die to the spike in the case of the 3rd round, but not really having a response to the post plant.
Nope, not at all. And
Which is concerning.
No, it absolutely is, and yeah, Koi can keep their rifles for now. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if KC hunt this even further.
If we look at the credits, like it's not even that big of a deal, right?
Yeah.
Like Shadow's still on 2.7.
Narrate's on 5K anyway. It's I just want to see a little more from Koi. I want to see a timeout in the last round to maybe address some of this, come in with a new plan.
I think it should come down.
But again, I wanted it on the buy. Maybe, you know, now they can probably repurchase fine, but I want to see a timeout from Koi, and it's now hitting. Because they've lost the grip on this game. If you're looking at those mental kind of back and forths between IGLs and kind of how they're approaching it and the good reads, it's currently in Carmine Core's possession, right? So what the hell does Koi do here?
Exactly. They decided to change the composition from what they did in the play-in, right? During kickoff, you know, that was a million years ago already. Into this, I see the intention, but to me, there is no plan B.
It does feel a little one-dimensional, doesn't it?
Yeah, I see that okay, let's try and set up Camo for something, but what is the next step? Because every single time that has been counted, that Camo is down, first of all, not in the last one, because in the last one, I see that there was a chance for a trade. It's just the Narrates and who else was it? I think Martin, just too good. It's just life sometimes is like that. But from the other side, I get that in every round they want to use the Neon as much as they can and just push through mid, push through B. Right, but what else is there when that is definitely not working? Are they going to now give KC the space and try and just play for that postman? Because even with that, in the round where they tried everything, once they wanted to get onto B, they had nothing to work for, even with in that 2v2 situation. Not a single piece of utility. And it's actually that kind of economy during the round that could be the difference between you winning or losing.
Okay.
Because the cycle of ultimates that KC have been using has been mad. Like even just Tomasi using his ultimate just over a dead body gives them the round.
And again, if we want to kind of, I feel like all I'm doing is just glazing KC at this point, but the fact they're already adjusting, let's say maybe during that timeout, Koi came up with the concept of how they want to deal with that kind of A approach that's been going on, keeping players in the right place, kind of, you know, maybe reserving some of that utility, whatever it is. KC already hit an adaptation. They're already going to go back towards this B piece we haven't really seen in these gun rounds, and just depending on the ultimates here, Martin going to take so much space here, post that down towards C, takes a little bit of flak damage towards Stark, so spam comes in, Camo doesn't get the connection he wants, and they already sit towards the post plant. Now, difference being Bayer, Koi has utility. This is the first big attempt they can make. I want to see what they can do here.
Everything for Camo, for Rubini, of course, it starts to steal with both of the flashes, and he's gonna never mind. Well, no utility.
Oh no, that was such a big opportunity, and just held in place, hands tied behind their back. The KC firing squad putting Koi in their grave. It's time to run, Camo. I mean, the timing of that ult from Magnum was devastating. They finally had the util. They finally had it. That one little flash coming in. Boom, for a blind. I'm thinking it's time. No, it's not. No fun to be had. Narrates there, detains one, if not two. Oh, it's soul crushing.
We need to check actually if they can hear us, because we were talking about, yeah, you save all your utility for the retake, and then Magnum presses a button, and then there's no util that can happen. And the shots, of course, are beautiful. He does get, you know, the first flash, but that is all that they're good for. I think that they're also very prepared and also very reactive and responsive to what happened on that first round. Yes, of course, now they're saving the utility. We also know that we've done a very fast-paced round. So we're just going in onto the side planted, just trying to be a bit more pressure with Martin. But they're very aware of what they're doing. And that's why we see the score being the way that it is.
Okay, so they've won out the A main battle for once. They've taken no casualties. So that's a tick in the box for Koi. Now on the other side, it looked like Carmichael wanted to prioritize a little bit of pressure towards top middle. So they've removed anything that might be holding them back there. Just that smoke in place, and the body behind it, I think, is going to be Stark, so just trying to keep eyes on if anyone tries to walk the smoke or pressure up middle. Now he slid back. It's all a bit of a fake here. They're putting late presence, and Martin's not being subtle. He wants to make noise. He wants to keep them here. That should be two noted, and it is.
Yep.
The third not found, but that's fine. Camo, you might consider him to be there because he has been so regularly, but they're actually still creeping up the back of this.
Slowly but surely, everyone from Koi starts taking even more passive positions.
And look at this. As soon as, you know, Narrate maybe invests a little bit of util, it's so hard to figure out where they are. Yeah, you found a couple of players here, sure. But again, you've had contact towards A, so they want commitment. They want to find where these players are, so they've walked middle. That's not a bad plan. Camo's found Magnum. That's pretty important, to say the least. So now KC have to retake this mid space. Again, it's that kind of trade-off between the two.
And also, we say Urbania, you know, just repeating that smoke there just to trying to fake that presence. And Casey's just going to walk on mid. Of course, all the utility is going to be burned. Smokes and everything, but Koi looks ready.
Yeah, they're in the right place for this, but they get outgunned. Martin and Tomasi swing the corner. Shadow Camo go down. 18 seconds, and the red carpet is rolled out towards the A site. Carmine Court are just showing us variety and good adaptation. They're just running through this map. And it felt like Koi had a good attempt that round, but do they try and go for the retake? Well, it doesn't matter now, if I'm honest. Shados and Sarzo, what are you meant to do? What are you meant to do?
Hear me out. Somebody's daughter is going to uni with all this savings.
This is a hard game to watch now.
It's hard also because some people might forget that Eng did sign 3 duelists and just put them on different roles. They're still duelists. Like they still have that crisp aim. That is going to make them a very, very serious contender when we talk about those late duels. And even though Koi had the position, had probably the good read, and we're hearing them and reacting to the utility, is those duels that they cannot win.
And that's the hard part, because it felt like Koi were in the right place that round, right? They'd kind of expected this top mid presence, that deep smoke coming in is very indicative that that's going to be the routing towards A, and they still just get swung and there's 2 gone, right? It's
last round in
this
the
is
half.
Getting a little bit tricky to watch. But if we're going to kind of look at this from what we were discussing with at least Carmine Core's perspective, we're seeing good mid-round calling, we're seeing good adaptations. Magnum's doing quite well here. So if anything, this has been a good display from Carmine Core to maybe just look like the favored side, right? You know, there's something to be said about a team who can close out well.
I think that people had the question, right, onto what is KC going to be after everybody seemed that they had a read on them. Can they be what they showed they could be during kickoff, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Can they maintain that, or are they going to be undertaken by the other teams that have been here for a very long time?
Okay, players.
Oh my god, this could be a very good round. Look at all the ultimates available.
So many options. But why do I feel it might just go topsy-turvy? Camo getting curious, though. gonna wander down mid. And again, it's a misread though. I mean, I say that.
They're so ready.
But
Casey's just waiting.
He's got timing. Please don't mess this up. Please don't mess this up. It's fine. It's a hit and run. In and out.
That's a win.
Camo. Yeah.
That's a win.
Doesn't need to overdo it. He's seen so much there.
Exactly. Now, KC, they are going to look in to get onto A. They have all the control over onto Elbow already. And just look at Shin going back onto tiles and try to create some pressure.
Okay, wingman.
Carnalito.
Not being used to plant here, just clearing through. TP used. Plant coming in. This is all a little bit dangerous here. If Shin decides to go walk in now, he could find a great deal. Yeah, he has. He just found stars, so absolutely none the wiser. And it wasn't pretty from Camo, but he's got the job done. Trade comes in, but Martin up on top. Finally gets brought down. We've got a little bit of a battle here. Camo wants to get at least a 4th round. Does he have the chance at it? Tomasi and Narrate still going to be holding on to this one, though. The site control, at least, is a good couple of steps for Koi here. Camo so down low, though. Look at his HP, just 5, but none of the bullets landing for Tomasi. Camo is going nuclear right now. It's Narrate, though, in a 1v2, and my God, I thought he had that one. Not to be. Koi finally retaking a site, finally getting the defuse, and get themselves a 4th round.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is probably the 2nd time after they did it on pistol. I might be wrong, and I might have one of the rounds that they've gotten have been like that, but if I'm not mistaken, it was the first and the last that they managed to retake. Yes, Shin did have a lot of presence and pressure, but Camo actually with that 4K saved the day. Now, we have to think about the second half, right?
Talk to me.
Now Koi cannot be saving as much. We need to see now the set strats coming from them. I think that they were having great attempts from the defense. They have to translate it also onto the attack. Now, you know I like numbers.
Do you?
I do like numbers.
Okay, talk to me about something.
So I was looking at pistols, right, and just see the win rate. For Koi is not looking good. This is just for like the main stage that we're having right now, this stage. Koi has a 33% win rate before winning this one.
Okay.
Now, KC is on 60. The most important thing to note is that KC doesn't lose both pistols. They've only lost both pistols once. They at least win one of the pistols. But since they lost the first one,
so you're saying...
If numbers are right, Lauren.
Look, Thinking Man's Valorant agreed with you, okay? This man was loving the stats you're bringing out. So you told me how this round goes, which is crazy. So I can just kind of kick back a little bit here. We know that KC will pick this up because stats never lie. Now, Shin is shouldering this one, laying on that smoke, gonna refresh that. But I think they're gonna have a little bit of a second to work with. Yeah, they're gonna be ahead of it. Nice pick there from Camo. Okay, first step taken. Knife gonna reveal. Yeah, there's a lot here. Now, do they respond from this? Yes, already gonna pull across a couple of players. Martin gonna lean towards this side.
Go, go.
There's gonna be a little bit of a run back. So
Ballsy from Magnum also, you know, he goes on the pick, he gathers that the information that they started running, and the rotation is instantaneous from KC.
Yep.
Tomasi's not going to be alone here on B. 40 seconds still left. And Koi all together trying to go into B.
Bit worried because Magnum's still got the nade there. Martin.
I mean, Narrate
still has a lot. Yep. Narrate standing. I mean, okay, plant.
30 seconds left.
Not going to be denied, I don't think. It's Martin who's going to find the nade towards Shadow, but there's the plant coming in. It's denied. Okay, 20 seconds now. Koi needs to put bodies on the line, and Camo, he's refusing to lose. This guy will try and do it himself if he has to. 15 seconds. The spike is still the problem here. 14, the clock is ticking. They've got to get a move on, and this is now just a... What? How the hell did Camo get that? That's ridiculous. 6 seconds. Can Tomasi play his life? No! Koi swinging the corner, coming around, desperate to close the gap. They just about get away with it. Bea, you've lied to me.
I did.
I can't believe you
Sorry.
done this.
It's given, man. Sorry. No, seriously. I mean, 2 rounds in a row that now Camo is the star. I need to see the replay on when he gets flashed by the DZ and still manages to get the kill. Yeah. Oh, it was already almost done, you know?
Just about out of it.
But the timing was very good for Narrate. You know, we were mentioning 15 seconds still left. His moment to use the Dizzy and trying to prevent that plant. But Camo wanted to be the hero here. He wanted to create that pressure, maybe even retrieve this fight and try the plant. On the side of KC, we saw a lot of isolated duos, right? Like picking when somebody else is using the utility, and then someone uses the utility and nobody picks. A couple of mistakes that give Koi their second pistol, but still things are not looking the best. They do the same, right? They buy 4 Bulldogs, keep 1 Ghost for the second round.
But there's a chance. Go on, Koi. You're not going to lose to just classics, right? It'll never happen.
Hear me out. Free weapon.
No.
Cool skin, though.
Okay, already Shin. I think he's got that little bit of a feeling here. After no contact towards B. Yeah, he's got
Here
to
he goes.
run. No escaping though. Camo is seriously doing some work here. I do want to really credit how much this man is achieving. Again, yeah, this is against pistols, but I mean, during the entirety of this matchup so far, he has been a huge win condition for this team. It should allow for the plant to be put in safely. And, well, it's now on the rest of KC to see how they want to position this. See if they can just give it up towards a spike if possible.
Maybe try and get some
exits.
Kills, yeah, get some exits. Trying to find something. Even with a utility micro can do, you know. Spot someone with Martine's boombot. It looks like they're just going to be waiting for now. And I am hearing the Spanish casters scream because they're actually believing that the comeback is real, Lauren.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I can speak Spanish. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I never knew. That's crazy. So they believe the comeback is on. All right, we're going to hold them to that. Spanish cross.
I mean, little by little, if you think about it, and the buy that they got for this run, and the fact that they is the Salulu. The amount of credits that they're going to be able to save now. Shadow is going to be able to purchase a Vandal if he wants, or even drop it and change it. And especially the way the Camo is playing, just compared to the rest of his teammates. 15 and 11 is sounding very, very good, especially because I don't think that he's feeling the pressure. In so many rounds, he was the one that was going in first. He was the one in which the play was dependent. And even though it wasn't successful, he's not feeling the pressure. He's still going for it.
Which does actually take a lot of resistance, right? It's like you're losing jewels, you're getting kind of pushed around by Narrate, but Camo kept at it and he's come back around just as strong. Now, 6-8. Now, the Spanish cast might have believed that last round was enough to give them belief. I'm yet to get there, but you know what? I'm ready. I'm on board. Koi going to be picking up the pace and going straight up through the guts, right up through middle, and Camo leading the charge. Man on the front lines, the flash was perfect. Dizzy is the counter. Martine Narrate trying to slow the roll a little, but they're ahead. Martine's going to find one Camo on the tray, but it's Narrate to slip the net. Gets ahead and even finds Gubino as well. Come off it. Saxo and Shadow. This is the bonus. Can they do some more here? Can they do some damage? Maybe cost a couple of weapons. Hello, that's an enemy.
Are you friendly?
Shadow, 1v4. He's got himself the Vandal, and he's got 58 seconds. Spike is deep within the control of KC, but I like what Koi attempted. It found no validity to it, but hey, why not try and make something happen on the bonus there?
I mean, hear me out. The play was beautiful to watch, actually. Like, the utility was on point. They knew exactly what they wanted to do. They just ran all across mid. They used the paranoia, and they just wanted to do a back to front, right? It's just trying to push them into your position where they would find a trap. But KC's a little bit unbothered and very ready to take those duels. Also, the utility coming in from Narrate makes it impossible for them to keep on going on that on such speed, right? So the moment that they need to slow down, they're lost, because that is when the rotation from KC can come and they can go into better positions.
Absolutely right. Koi now. This is the important one, really, in my mind. Now, what ults do we have? Shadow just one away. That could be pretty imperative. We do have Camo with his.
Yeah,
there is that to report. I wish it was Shadow with it here, because that could have been nice. But again, Shadow's been having a bit of a nightmare. 3 kills, it's not really what you want to be seeing. But it is what it is.
They can just walk and try and get the orb, of course. It's not going to be,
I mean, Martine and Chin are on the other side, and those two were deadly. Yeah. They flipped it to the attack of the defense, and Martine still good for it. They know what they were probably going for here. Reading it well. But it does seem as though Shadow should be able to get that ult. He was still standing, but actually opting against it. Maybe not feeling the timings right. Maybe not feeling secure enough to go for this.
Watch out. It's not the first time that Koi runs out of time just because they decide to work the map a lot. But hey, that play didn't go their way. Still, Gravino's just going to stay closer onto A elbow.
Are they going to try and cut through middle again?
I mean,
otherwise, why are you putting Gravino there?
Yeah, but look at how ready KC is for this.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, absolutely.
And it's not raid. There's no other. All the setup is favorable for KC.
They're trying to turn eyes away, right? They're trying to imply pressure on market, which is nice. It kind of like sells this feint, but it gets shoulder checked. And I think we're seeing the time run out, and the spikes at top middle. There's a lot of map to go here. You got to go fast and rate. He's just laughing. You got 9 seconds. Find a site. The word melons comes to mind.
Melons. Yeah.
Melons.
Yeah. Some slacks will get that. Melons. Melons in double digits now for
Melons
KC.
in chat.
And actually, they even managed to get those
They even get the
kills
as well, and the kills
That
on
is
top.
so bad. Also, because it's Martin finding them, and it's going to put him so
Oh, he's
close
one-
to
is he
getting
one
that
away?
ultimate. Yeah,
Oh,
exactly. He's
man.
just one away. Another situation where Koi has a plan at the beginning of the round, doesn't work, and they're lost. And they're like, okay, what do we do now? Maybe.
I quite like the concept. I like the concept.
I don't know if nobody's having an idea, or there's so many ideas that they cannot agree on one. They're like, so did we win the round?
It's in my mind, I don't mind that Grubino was kind of placed there. That they were trying to kind of feign that pressure through market, but they still know the timing. And now they decide to pick up the pace. Now they decide to get in their face and try and build a field. Oh, it's messy. It's not pretty, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. But you can see the hunting squad is on the way. Look at what's flanking around the map here. Look at what this post plan is going to be. It's going to be scary to hold on to.
Not only that, all the utility from Tomasi is still on the side. He's going to have that trip. He also has the camera. The moment that they break the trip, though. Now Koi needs to, move. They cannot stay on the side. They need to take positions. Playing all together, though.
But I kind of like that they're trying to focus on CT. I don't mind that. It's a bit of a switcheroo. I don't mind this at all. So let's see what they can try and achieve from this one. But again, Koi need to close that gap here. They need to try and get back towards this, trying to depend on the ults, try and give them at least an advantage, but dealt with already by Martin. What's the next layer to this one? Diffuse gets towards halfway. Narrate, Tomasi can be shoulder. There is one. It's Starzo and Grabino on the other side. A quick spray and praying for Starzo. No one else is on the spike.
It's a rough one. Here's the thing, right? I think that we're focusing maybe a little bit too much on what Koi is doing, but also because we want KC to be the KC that we saw at the beginning of the year. We want them to be consistent. We want to see them out there and be in control of the round all the time. And I don't think that they're doing a bad job at it. It's just that we're not seeing it because of how Koi is acting. And of course, this calls on to their second timeout
To be
here
honest,
for
sometimes
Koi.
my intelligence is so over. It's insane.
Tomasi, aren't you 18?
He's just so smart.
His intelligence is just
Giga brains. Koi deciding it's time to up the brakes a little. It's been 3 in a row for Carmichael. Barbar looking happy as ever. Gotta say though, 2 of the best dressed coaches I think we've got coming out on stage today.
Yeah, but I think that their personalities on camera are the complete opposite.
Absolutely.
Even though on KC we have Eng, we also have Zeish that just goes crazy with everything. Blah, blah. And then we have Eidoth and Barbar who literally complement each other, you know?
Yeah, I see it.
They're like each other's half.
It's very cute. Now, okay, let's talk bigger picture then, because we're in a timeout here. Now, I think a lot of us, if we're being realistic about this, said, KC, very much tipped to win this series, but we were looking at the silver linings, we're looking at, maybe momentum builders for Koi. Is this a better looking Koi than we've seen so far? I know it's a bit of a hard question. I'd say yes.
It's complicated.
Because
I think that
the rest of the performances weren't great. I'd say it's better, but it's still not good.
The thing is, I've seen this kind of rounds before. I appreciate that they changed the composition, but we fall onto the same mistakes. The Koi that is running out of time, the Koi that is responseless. That, I do not know if the problem is that there's too many ideas and they do not decide on one, or that just because they do not have map control, they don't know what to do or what is safer, and nobody steps up.
Oh, that knife. Big info.
They start rotating, but they stop on their tracks.
But again, look at the response already from Carmichael. They know what's going on here. Martin can try and slip around towards the other side to try and play towards top middle. As long as you see Narrate stay alive, this is still really difficult for them to try and deal with. You can see the KC are trying to be slippery, right? They're making them work for their dinner, and already the spikes will be running back. It's Camo to find Tomasi, as Camo is solo trying to hold on towards this A side, but he's fallen. He can only hold it for so long. The smoke's going to take the place, and the spike should be able to be taken towards the site by little old wingman doing his job. Now, what do we see for the retake here? Narrate not going to get everything he wanted, I don't think. A little unfortunate for him there. But he will have
Thrash is ready.
ult back online here. What maybe they were waiting for. Got to clear through this, though.
Just in case he wanted the lineup.
Yeah, going for the approach through Link while the rest try and go around more CT side, and here comes the swing. The flash was fantastic, and Carmine Claw clearing house. It's so systematic. These guys have it down pat. They are absolutely on the point.
This is exactly the KC that we need to see. If they get onto playoffs, this is the kind of performance that we need to see, not only against Koi, but against anyone. They've learned from previous rounds. Koi, if they want to do a fast execute onto mid, how are we going to move? We immediately see Narrate and Martin just walking back and being like, okay, if they want to take that pressure, if We know that they have a Neon. They can take it. We will respond later onto it. Let's think of the utility that we have. Nare, brilliant with the ultimate, and how everybody else, how Magnum, Shin, everybody's going onto side with the perfect timing on how and when to get the kills. Great job coming from them, and now it puts them 6 chances of closing the map. How's that 6, Lauren?
That was very good. Very unique 6 too. We do have potentially a bit of a fight here. Eyes on Shin. And he feels that there is presence behind this. So yeah, going to invest the smoke and just slip away towards the site. Not overly fussed. Maybe a little worried about what they heard at the start. Maybe the TP enough to kind of keep him guessing here, but just sitting safe towards CT. Going to get off the site. I mean, they did just show us one of the most well-crafted retakes, so they're not in a particular hurry. Now, the problem I would say to add to this is that Camo's still standing now. He is a difference maker, and he has been for Koi. So a 5v5 post-plant. Is this, again, KC displaying and almost showing off their viability on these retakes towards the site? Same lineup for Narrate there, almost considering it. You can see how close Koi are. They're trying to shoulder this. They want to keep control of Blink. That is a high priority now. Already the fight starts to come out. Is he going to force Camo away? First couple of steps found. Martin starts to have a little look through towards Elbow. It's a trade out. Camo going to find one. Gribian on the trade. Much better from Koi. Showing that lovely crossfire. The swing off the contact. Narrate's still here, though. This is still not fully safe yet. Time is starting to tick. And
standing.
Oh my God, Starkso almost got punished there. I mean, he will be found by Tomasi, but it's a round secured. It's a round secured for Koi. This time they live, they survive, they make it up to 7. How many chances now do they have to close?
Yeah, I'm gonna wait until the replays are over.
Yeah, of course,
actually,
of course.
You know,
Oh, you're learning!
Yeah, I'm learning,
Oh
Lauren.
my
You know, you only need to tell me once. It's just trauma. It's okay. No, but seriously, now is Koi who is learning, right? The Casey goes practically for the same kind of retake with the same utility being used, exception for that thrash. But the positioning from Koi is different, and also the responsibilities on who is taking which duel, who's speaking first, who's covering what angle, who's covering from A-Link, and what kind of utility you're going to be using there. And also, considering the buy that they had and how the credits were not the best on their side, very, very well played.
How many chances, real quick?
No, that's not my best five.
S chances.
S chances, sorry. It's just, we don't have a pen, and doing it with your fingers is kind of complicated. Anyway.
It's tough, okay? It's tough out here.
Aggression from KC at the beginning of the round. They
You're
don't
right.
spot anything. But Shade is just going to be staying and making sure that nobody closes by.
Now, it looks like they're quite aware of what could be coming their way, considering how deep we are seeing Tomasi sit. So trying to potentially avoid any of that trouble from Starzo with that ult very nearby. And we wait. Patience being shown here. Setting the timing just a touch. Tomasi.
And security, I would say, as well, right? Like, the setup from Tomasi is just too good.
Here we go. So they should get access to the site. Tomasi happy to shoulder a little bit here. Still suppressed, though. So, again, look if that plant's coming now. Should be. Shadow putting Windman to work, but he's been denied. So that's a little bit of a problem. Have to pull the second time of asking. Flash there, no one to swing. Knife to follow and Paranoia posted. Pillar should be cleared. Now we look at the post plant, that deeper hold from Koi. What do they have to play with here? Another opportunity for KC to potentially show off, but it looks like Koi want to get aggressive. But KC Reader is just on Shadle to try and become a turret. Starks on Grabino. How much can two men do here? The underhand flash not going to find much here, but the TP taken, and look at what they're trying to do here. Oh, this is desperate times for Starzo. Shin's going to put him out of his misery. Diffuse can come in, and this scoreline close, yes, but Carmine Core looking in control, Bayer.
Yeah, I think that this is the kind of KC that we want to see, especially with the retakes. We know that they're very on brand, but we are hungry to see what the next step for KC is. Of course, they're still, you know, looking towards those playoffs, and it's not going to be just as easy if they get there, but they need to secure this win 100%.
Certainly do. Icebox next.
I think, to be honest, sometimes like my intelligence is so over. It's like insane.
Alright, I'm tilted. I'm tilted, guys. I'm muting and running it on. Chill out, Dad. Chill out. Me.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through Attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. I'm feeling good, feeling great now. A hater can't play with my day now. Get that negativity out of my face now. In my city, I'm the man of my state now. Yeah, I'm living life to the fullest. Baby girl, you talking to the realest. Energy and joy, you can't steal it. Good vibes all around. Baby, tell me, can you feel it? I woke up, so I'm blessed. Just another chapter in the test. I know I'm doing better than the rest. Got a smile on my face, showing teeth for the crest. It's no sweat, I'm a vibe in my own right. Go time in the sun, yes, I'm gon' shine. So fine, got a baddie on my phone line. Feeling good, feeling great, chasing these good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Put my soul on that beat, I'm ready to feast. Margaritas with some divas, I'm pouring the drinks. I'm living life to the fullest, the blessings in me. Don't really care what you say, whatever you think. Nah, unequivocal miracles with the lyrical. With the homies tryna pop like the cereal. Lucky Charms, got a model on my arm. Go watch on my wrist, garlic parm. No alarm, fireworks, I can feel it in the sky. I got love in my eyes, but there's money on my mind. I see passion and pride that despise all the lies. I've been around the world, so I'm down for the ride. Good drinks, good people, and good times. Fast cars, pretty women on FaceTime. More money, more fun in my life. I'm just chasing my shots with good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Too busy chasing good vibes. Feeling good, feeling great on my time. Won't let a hater block my shine. I'm just living my life. Too busy
My name is Marshall Massey, in-game narrate. I play for Carmine Corp, and I'm from the United States. I started gaming like ever since I can remember. I was always playing like competitive games like Call of Duty just with my brothers and stuff. I was always just around playing games. All like my friends were playing games. It's just like, it was just my environment, I guess. And since I had like a couple brothers, I was just super competitive. Every time I played a game and they were better than me at it, I just wanted to be better than them. I would say the moment I knew that it could be a potential career path for me was like, I started playing VALORANT specifically, and I started streaming a lot. Like I didn't play competitively, but I was streaming a lot. I got really good at the game really fast. So like in the first 3 months of playing the game, I got rank 1. After I got rank 1, I knew I was really good at the game, and I knew that eventually, like if I could like just prove it in like a more competitive environment than ranked, that I could be like full professional. Before I was pro, it was definitely really hard to explain that there is a future in playing the video games. I always knew I had the talent, but it was just like the motivation at the time because I had nothing really concrete to compete for, if that makes sense. Like so, but when I started playing VALORANT, obviously I had something concrete to compete for. It was obvious to me. But in Counter-Strike, since the North American scene wasn't really great and there weren't a lot of orgs supporting at like lower, not like tier 1 levels, but like tier 2 levels, there was just none. There was just 0 orgs. So there's no real goal, if that makes sense. So it's definitely, I was like, oh, I want to go to Europe. I want to play in Europe. I think that would be cool. And I always had this thought in my mind, like, I want to be the guy who's like playing in Europe. He's the American guy. Oh, American shit region? No, I'm in Europe now. What are you gonna do? I'm here. I just want people to like remember me as like someone will remember like Shroud or Stewie2K or Tarek or one of these big North American players that when people look at me, they're like, I want to be like this guy. For them, if that makes sense. Like I want them to be like, oh, this guy, he did this, and that's why I want to play games, or that's why I became really good at the game. I want to like see like a really good pro player be like, oh yeah, this Nary guy, he's the one who got me into like playing pro games. And now I'm the best in the world. It's because I taught him, obviously.
Well, he is sure on his way to be one of the best in the world. Here he is. Narrate in the AIM Labs warm-up. Will the real Marshall Massey please stand up? Mitch?
You know what? I'm excited for this guy. Last Icebox, he looked absolutely unbelievable. I just feel like this matchup here, this next map, looks like a job for him. He's going to be entering, taking those early fights and saying, everybody, just follow me. I'm super excited for Narrate, as everyone should be.
As everyone should be. I mean, he is making mom spaghetti of Koi right now, that's for sure.
Yeah.
What's that on his sweater?
He's definitely not afraid.
No, he definitely isn't. I think what's so impressive about it is yesterday we were talking about how good Chronicle is mechanically, the fact that he's so flexible, and then you've got Narrate who's able to do the exact same thing. Also coming off of his initial role of a duelist and the way that he's really blossomed as this flex player here for Carmine Core.
Yeah, we are going to be heading to Agent Select soon for this Icebox. What about Koi? What can they do here?
I don't think that they can really do that much realistically because you look at the Icebox statistics and at least for Koi, they've lost 7 out of 8 of their post plants up against BBL. Then you look over towards KC who actually won 7 out of 8 of their retakes against Gentlemen.
Yeah, third comp change, you like?
Yeah, a little bit of a switch up, right? I mean, you mentioned that it did get a little bit better going up against Fnatic with a comp change. Now they've gone a little bit different. I think this might be better. Camo being able to fight a little bit more, I think that's their main problem. Post plants were not working for them. They were getting onto sites, but not being able to secure them afterwards. Now, Camo's going to be battling ahead, and after a good first map, maybe that can bridge the gap, but the reality is, right now, KC are just better than them, and they need to come in today and prove that that's not the case, because that first map, it might look close on the scoreline, but they won so many early rounds. They were trash in buy rounds.
I think realistically, there's also a big difference between the way Carmine Core look to grow up and play together, and you see the opposite here out of Koi. I think on map 1 here on Sunset, it was a little bit better with how we were seeing players follow up with Camo, but they need to tighten things up way more up against a team like Carmine Core.
Well, as Safe so eloquently put, over and out, Buzz Lightyear.
I mean, it wasn't I hold you to a higher standard, Sue. Your throws, your, little segues to us have been fantastic. That, I allowed Safe to do it. It felt a little lazy.
Sue, come on, this could have been your last chance to toss to Lauren and me.
So she believes in a third map.
Really?
That's crazy. She believes it's going to bind.
Jeez.
Wow, maybe. Maybe she knows something we don't.
You know what I do know?
What do you know?
I know that KC hasn't lost this map this year. Not only that, their opponents don't even get to double digits when they play against it. On the other side, we have a Koi that is not doing very well, but as they were mentioning, they bring another iteration of this composition. Now Camo being on the duelist after trying a composition with no duelist. And them starting from the attack side, Camo was brilliant on the previous map, and he needs to show up for this one.
Camo. Let's see. The one-man army. I mean, a good start, all right? That's going to be the site. So they should be able to get a plant. Man, Oh, there we go. Oh.
It's like me in the gym.
Oh dear. Well, okay, it's round 2.
Happens.
Yeah, round 2. It's fine. We're going again, and it looks like a little bit of a pre-takes happening here. I'm seeing the high flash come through as well. Dizzy doing his job. It's going to be Shin just on the swing, looking to find the players on the site, and it looks like KC are just flying through this. They don't even look phased. That wall to the top so they can allow for the defuse to come through. Stark, so Gravino needs to try and keep control of this. Nice work from Shados to deny Shin at least. This is going to make it a bit more difficult. They have to address this backline, and they got to do it fast. Spike time is everything.
Don't have much more. Gravino's going to have a snake bite, and it's probably going to delay even more. With Shadows getting a kill, this is looking doable for them with that wall.
Gravino. Okay, Shadows has to save this. He has to go and challenge himself. Has to put his body on the line. 3 kills already. He has to go above and beyond here. Array can't do it in time, I don't think. Out of bullets, out of time, and out of options. Shadows does enough. Koi off to a start here. Similar to the first map.
We've been here before.
We have been here before.
Koi didn't like the ending. It is all right. They go with both pistols, but not much else. But hey, hear me out. Even though Sunset was their map pick, I like how they're approaching maps differently, how they're understanding what they need, what they do not need. They get the plant down. I think that KC also gets the story right. Like, they use the wall to try and get that defuse. But the utility is good coming in from the side of Koi, and also the bullets. So, we see them celebrate, and so they should. Even though they're locked out for playoffs, there's still the rest of the year to play for Koi.
Now, let's see if there's any more of where that came from, though, because this should be a quick lesson for Carmine Core to learn that you need to address that backline as fast as possible. And you're right, they've changed it up. Magnum on the angle. Nice headshot, not the kill, though. Camo still alive. 15 HP, just going to do the old switcheroo there. Keep that Bulldog in the right place if possible. And try and take that side control. Got to be a little careful of the turret there at some point, but no harm, no foul as Magnum fell early. So going to be the plant. And again, look and see if there's any sort of danger that could be had here.
I think that case is going to go for the same that we've been seeing on the previous map. They just want to go and die to the spike, not giving anything else to the opponent. Also, Camo is already on 4 points for his ultimate. Definitely in the upcoming rounds could be important to Masi, though with this Marshall is going to try and find the headshot.
Ay, Shadow.
The Shadow finds it onto him.
Very nice. Okay, so again, we're looking for Carmine Core just to give up themselves to the spike here. Shados willing to stick around, though. Might actually try and punish this a little bit. Yeah, flashed in. Oh, there we go. Spots our one. Knows where they are. Oh dear. Dizzy still being saved.
Honestly, I was just thinking, why don't we give Gecko an ability that can also heal you? Because if this agent could be a little bit more OP, maybe everybody would play it. Oh, wait. Oh, everybody plays it.
Yeah. Now, I would like to see the variety here from Casey, excuse me, from Koi at some point, because, again, we've seen them show some real competence towards this A site. I want to see if they have the same sort of thing towards a B take, see what they look like more in a default. I want to see what they look like across this map. Now, the buy coming in here, this bonus for Koi, is actually pretty robust because of the amount of Bulldogs. They were able to get past those first 2 rounds quite cleanly this time, at least in that second round. So they stabilized well. But first gun round coming in for Carmine Core. This is where it could all change. But it looks somewhat similar, but again, a little bit of a difference here. A little show of utility probably from the Dizzy over towards the other side, but Carmine Core instantly getting to work. And Martine just drifts ahead.
Just dry picks? I mean, it is what it is, right? Shin does get the ore, but they have to back out. And now Koi can go for the same execute one more time. Right there. They're just going to wait and freeze. Obviously going to get the information thanks to Stark, so they're going to also retrieve that Vandal.
Yeah, that's lovely for Camo.
This could go south.
Yeah, it certainly could. Shin Tried to stick it out as long as he could, but it's Narrate now with it all to do. Spots down one, denies the plant, looks for a follow-up. It's Shadow going to find Shin, so it's all Narrate really on this site. The support's a mile away. Tomasi is almost irrelevant. Oh god, he's found Shadow too. How is he still here? It's just the raid boss. Looks for the new angle. He's found. Oh my! Stop it! Narrate! You're not meant to be able to solo a site against 5 players. Please. God, if Carmine Core thought that Koi had a chance in this one. Narrate's turned it on its head. He finally falls. Does Shados have the backbone to face this one? There's Tomasi now in the 1v1. 30
He has time
seconds.
to rotate. If he wants to rotate, he can still do it. Obviously, with the wall, Tomasi is always going to have some edge onto this side. So for all he cares, yeah, he's just going to run and try to get onto B. He's going to have enough time to get the plant down. He's going to stay 1 orb away from his ultimate. He's not going to be able to use it for this round. But hey, if he manages to convert this for Koi, this could be exactly what they need to try and snowball in for a bit.
Okay, this is good. And Tomasi had to stick around, really. There's not too many options in that. He had to kind of almost call the bluff and stick on one side. Yeah, he could have gambled, but
he would have had a very easy time trying to prevent this fight from going down just with the wall and with the pieces of utility he still has.
Okay. So now it's all about choices.
So, you know.
Yep. See what he goes for here. Shados opting to sit somewhat out of the standard position. You can see the setup's going to be in play. Actually, tell a lie. The Nano Swarms aren't down. Now going to be utilizing them just on the fly. Going to force him away. Going to force him off the angle. Counter utility there now. No more utilities easily placed. He has to swing on this, and he does. Shados plays that very well. Safe pair of hands and denies what was a miracle round from Narrate there, and keeps that Red Bull clutch in the hands of Koi. 3rd round posted, but I'd be worried if Narrate's doing that sort of stuff already.
A little bit too comfortable here for KC, as we were seeing them just pushing a little bit. Yes, Narrate does get 4 players down, but the entry was a little bit too easy for the side of Koi onto the side. Beautiful utility once again from Narrate. This was a constant on the first map there on Sunset. They're not able to translate that round. But hey, still not everything is lost. Beautiful from Koi. I really hope that this gives them some kind of security in every play that they put onto the map. Now that they're moving towards the B side to explore the map a little bit more.
Yeah, I like this. I want to see how this starts looking. Magnum. Gonna try maybe get a little info on this one, but Koi probably just expecting this sitting a little bit more in towards a default because it's gonna be on those pistols, maybe a half buy. You know, they don't quite know what they're up against, so just getting the lay of the land. They're not in a particular hurry, but again for Koi, I do want to see them keep this clean here. This is a big opportunity to get up to 4, start really building through this map.
Yeah, Chidis is going to in that corner just in case somebody had pushed. Of course, being a little bit more patient, knowing that Casey's buy is not going to be the best for this round. But definitely, this spike has a direction for now.
Not a bad call. Slowly creeping towards that B side. But we can see they're trying to kind of pull a bit of a fake. Yeah, I like what they're doing. Stuxo, gotta be careful. Yeah, he can't be sloppy on this one. But fortunately, if you look on the other side of the map, Camo has found Tomasi. So that should open up the space for the plant to come in quite safely. Cross is being watched. And Shados has got the moves, though. Gonna keep this somewhat in their hands, right? Somewhat in their favor.
Yeah, exactly. But just because of that, Shadow still has the ultimate. Of course, they're also very close to get in the rest. This round is going to be very important for Koi, and they're almost there to secure it.
Very, very close now, Martin and Shin. Wants to try and make a stand. That Vandal does get picked up by Martin here. Shados. Having to deal with so much. Martin. Yeah, he's been toyed with it. Not much more to be done for him. As Koi can just kind of escape from the other side. They can keep this slate safe. And credit to Koi here. We're not seeing anything particularly, you know, wild and out of expectation. But 4 rounds is excellent. We'll take that for them. They need some stability here.
Yeah, exactly. And the way that they're able to move 4 players out of this round, not even invest that ultimate from Shadows. I like that there's 2 triggers to what happened. Is one, Starkso being spotted, but also Camel getting the kill onto Snowma, just being like the instant trigger, and also the questioning in KC about where the pressure is going to be ending and what can they do with the weapons that they have. Yes, Magna did have some presence there onto mid and could have gotten 2. He's good for 1, but now we face the timeout coming in for KC. Now this is going to be a second full buy for them, and it has to show some edge. I think that, yeah, Narrate had a beautiful 4K, didn't convert into a round win, but hey, the ultimate's still there. They also have to be aware of how much they're given to them and how they're going to respond in case that lockdown is used on this round. How much can they trust that after what they've just seen on round number 4?
Yeah, it certainly adds a question mark to the next couple of rounds, but I also think that and maybe I'm wrong in this, and I'd happy to be wrong. It felt like Carmichael were playing a little bit too fast and loose to my eyes. We saw that kind of dry swing coming out from Martin. We saw, you know, again, just taking fights that aren't as well considered, well thought through. And maybe after map 1, I don't blame them. It was, you know,
it wasn't even
13-7.
tradable.
Exactly. It just felt a little out there, a little too individual. And that's not something we've really looked at and said with KC is a problem traditionally. They have been very much good fundamentals, right? That was the whole thing during kickoff. We're like, hey, this team could be the, not new Gambit, but, you know, shades of Gambit, right? So we're kind of looking to see those fundamentals fall back in place, see if they can stabilize here. Koi have given themselves room. They have the lockdown in place. They're one away from the Bladestorm. They've got Thresh on the way as well with Shadow. They've got a lot on the horizon now.
I think they're maybe to condition, for what happened on round 1. They do not want the spike to go down after what happened there. Shin, again, is going to be taking the orb. He's still very far away from his ultimate, and he's going to be forced out. Right there. Look at also KC changing the way that they're positioning over on B, being a little bit more aggressive, not giving that entry for Koi. But they're just walking in.
Yeah, it's Dizzy and go. Send Wingman, he's through. Follow up with the position coming out from Camo. Deny. Okay, narrate. Now, this is an issue.
That's his job, right? Every single round, we've been seeing the same pick. He has to deny that.
And there's the lockdown. We'll wait and see how that was utilized. This should at least facilitate a safe plant here.
Yeah, exactly. We see all of the players from KC just waiting patiently. Size and Ray, he's going to try and shoot a bit, but none of them is going to be caught. And the Thresh might be coming in.
Nice suppress though. Flash. Starkzo needs to stick the landing. I like what they did, trying to be disruptive to this retake that was waiting. Now Shin, Tomasi, and Martin operating at a player deficit. A quick take towards the side. It's turned the attention of Camo, who lands it. Tomasi on the trade, but still numbers favoring. They're starting to dwindle. This is much better from Koi.
The way that they've been moving around the map, now Shin doesn't really have a chance to do much here. With the Guardian, the spike down, no utility to work with. And the position from Koi guarantees them now 5 rounds in a row. We were talking about the weaponry and how they were going to react to what Koi was putting onto the table. But that timeout that they requested also gave Barbara and Eidos a chance to tell the guys, hey, once you use that ultimate, yes, you've gotten those 4 rounds, you cannot just wait. You need to be aggroed, you need to take those positions, and do not let them use their utility in peace. Because especially if they want to go for a 5v5 retake, that is the best situation for KC to win.
Insane.
Nice! They're getting pumped up, they're starting to believe it here. They've broken the buy, 2 rifles coming into the Shin and Martin, and really, we've got to see these guys step up here. Shin's looking a little quiet on this one. Right. Looks like an early challenge. You can see the temptation.
He's going to Thresh for what, round 2?
I think so.
I just want to see what he uses just to keep track of it. Koi being patient.
He's such a scary player, though. They have to respect him. Might force a little bit of utility early. No, they're willing to clear this.
Do you remember when yesterday, who was it? Was it BBL was going B on split all the time?
I don't want to talk about it. I'm going to bring this up.
How many times are we going on A? Because the only reason that Shade
Stop it.
No, there was another round where they actually went B. No worries.
It was against me.
Not happening.
It's a gun round. Kind of. Okay.
Same Dizzy.
Yep. And Narrate still trying to do his job. Gravino going to force away Martin. This is nice so far. Shin the only one to draw blood for KC. But they've still got control of the sites. The plant's not in, so they're going to have to play back to this. Narrate has got himself an upgrade.
This is dangerous.
This is what scares me.
He can even give it away and just use the Thrash.
I think there's enough of a worry that, yeah, they're investing ults now to try and control this one. Narrate's going to take that time to get ahead of this. Starkzo goes down. It's down to Gravino, Shadow, and Shados. Dizzy up top, the plant's still not in. This is getting a little low on time, a little late in the day, but Koi digging in their heels. It's just Tomasi left in a 1v2 now. 15 seconds, how does he play this? It's very doable.
He can even use this ultimate if he wants to create some pressure onto them. Definitely take some damage from the DK, but that has to be his choice.
Spike planted.
He spotted him, Shader, safe pair of hands. It got so dangerous then, but Koi still in control. Unanswered rounds now, up to 6, back to back. And I'm sick and tired of that A site.
You might be tired, but actually the way that Koi are entering the side is mostly the same, right? The Dizzy that has spotted Shin a couple of times already, Narrate playing on Cockwall every single time. He's the one trying to... But all of these things that we're mentioning is probably things that Koi know already and they're prepared for. The problem is that they're facing it time after time. And speaking about time, Case is going to request another timeout.
Good.
After 6 rounds, they're going to burn both of their timeouts.
I mean, They have not found
Rightfully so.
the solution at all. Yeah, Narrate had one round where he got, what, 4 kills? Still lost. Doesn't matter. You're not addressing the
bigger
problem here,
picture,
right?
yeah.
It's and if you are Eng, this is your time to work, right? This is the time where you're working with Magnum here and you're coming up with a solution. And it can't just be based on the ult, it needs to be an overall ethos look at how we are losing these rounds. As you said, quite a predictable opening coming out from Koi here, and it's worked. Why would you change what's working? You got your 6 rounds here, you're looking lovely. A couple of little adjustments here and there. Yeah, they had a glance towards B, but the issue is now, obviously, if you are Koi, why not gear shift? Why not try and, you know, run a fast B, do something a little different? It's up to you. You can change things at this point. But by all rights, KC have not had an answer here.
I would pay money to hear what Eng
God,
said
I
to the
wish I
coach.
could hear it.
Jesus.
Oh, if only.
If they end up winning, we need to ask him. We need to find out what was said in this timeout. Ask him to in 6 rounds. Also, Shadows 10-2. What a performance from him. And as you're saying, Laura, you know, I would like to see something pacey, something fast. And definitely something to address here. Martin is going to be the one taking the orb, trying to get his ultimate online. He's just going to be 1 orb away. He's going to be spotted by Starso 0 point.
And is that enough of an indicator that there's an adjustment here, right? If you're Koi, how do you read this now? You've just noted that Martin's the one towards A. So yeah, Dizzy gonna go through, running a very different setup here towards that B site. Camo gonna pop the ult, as does.
That's the thing, now Magnum utility is not available on site. Yes, the Alarmer did get to spot someone, but the plant is going to go down and there's nothing that he can do to prevent it.
No, this is really nice from Koi. And look at their presence in middle, this late play in middle, it's waiting. This is nice, a 3-2 split here. I want to see how well those 2 in middle do, as they do start creeping a little closer. Gonna try and deal with the counter presence now. The pressure starting to build towards Yellow. It's a good clear, but it's a good trade. Magnum still standing, takes down Camo, but here comes that push. Here comes that pressure through middle. Got to see that. That's what's meant to be keeping this spike safe. Splitting the attention of KC, making it hard to fold them down, but already Magnum and Tomasi hitting well these shots. Can they deny the Suffuse though? Shin gonna try and get himself away from here. He's still alive, barely breathing. Magnum! What a round from him. Diffuse is there. Already got it to halfway. And I thought Koi was about to make 7, but KC deny it.
Exactly, but you know, I don't think it was as easy as it looks but at the end, I do understand and I do see the utility falling and actually doing it beautifully so. Now Raid forcing them out of Yellow into uncomfortable positions. Maybe Koi getting too comfortable of getting all the space that they wanted, not finding confrontation, getting onto the site and having it so easy with Stark's ultimate. But even when that flank, Koi does not manage to close it.
But look at this adjustment, and I really like what Koi is doing here. I really like this. Just going back to something that's not expected. Because if you're KC, you're expecting that A take at some point, right? You are expecting that to come in. That's why the Viper's Pit is there. That's what your adjustment's meant to be. Now on the other side, Martin's going, guys, there's something going on here. Guys,
Hear me out.
Help me out
Now
here.
I know that this wall, we've seen it before, but today, right now, this round, something's different.
Martin, yeah, gets his head checked. Down and out, Camo's gonna find him, but Narrate is here early. And Dizzy's not gonna locate any of this. He's in just a little bit further away.
The rotation's
towards
going
back of Yellow. Does have some support on side, but Shin's not having a hot game right here. Magnum with the lockdown getting a little closer. Do they continue on this pathing there?
Watch out for Saxo when he gets the 0 point again. He could be deadly. I think that he's one of the unsung heroes right now for Koi with the utility that he has been using. He has it again, and he probably will use it fairly soon to try and spot any of the players. 5 of them from Koi just waiting patiently.
It's letting them sweat for a second. There it is.
Here we go.
Knife comes in, but the lockdown's still going to be going.
Yeah,
so they've got to deal with this, so they've got to deal with the players in the place, and it's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Shin going to find Grubino, but now he's in a little bit of a predicament. Can he keep his life? Yeah, he can, because they're trying to evacuate back towards Yellow. Who gets captured and who gets detained? A couple of players here, just one actually with their hands held. Shados on protection duty, and Magnum outdoes him. He doesn't get too greedy either. Slips away.
That is beautiful. They know that the spike is still on the floor, and now he's been retrieved, but still 3v2 situation. The Alarm is going to spot him.
They need this plant down, 14 seconds. Starkso's got to keep him safe and secure. Gets to dip away. Oh, that is so dangerous. Beautiful shot from Camo, but a 1v2 coming in for Starkso. He needs to roll back the years here. Knife back ready to be played in, but Shin gonna get the wall there, and that's a difficult position to clear. Tomasi waiting patiently and is rewarded. KC gonna find their second now.
This is now, Lauren, if you are Koi, give me one reason, as to why you would not go A next round.
Then fall.
Because they expect it. They think we're going there.
Yeah, but they do not have a Viper's Pit now, right?
They think we're going there, so they're going to stack it.
Yeah, I hope so. I really think they should.
Like, the problem is it's a game of chicken now. It's
literally
surely,
playing rock, paper, scissors.
It literally is in their head, Koi are going, oh, you should go back to A, because that's what's been working. But then obviously KC are going to think that's just weird. Just watching IGL chicken.
Hey. Now is when we have to see the adjustment, right? The only couple of rounds have worked now for KC just because they've gone B. What have they changed literally on A? They're going to be shut down. Those knives are not going to be available for my team just for a brief second. And again, Koi is just going to rotate onto B. Tomas is going to be waiting, but he's going to walk slowly back. As he's hearing everything.
I'd almost like to see Koi kind of run with a little bit more of a fake here, kind of feigning that B-long presence, maybe kind of pushing up towards yellow, and then hitting a bit of a default here and kind of falling back. See if they can dismantle that early presence that KC have been trying to rightly identify. And actually, maybe I'm getting my dream come true.
Yeah, hear me out. Like the only kill that we've seen on B at the early round was one in Snowman. That is not going to happen again. They're not even playing from that position anymore. At least at the beginning, in mid round, right? But these frees from Koi we have seen before. Actually, there's not that much difference. Camo is already onto yellow, but the rest is the same, and Casey's so prepared for it.
Right, not gonna be able to get Mosh down now, at least safely. He's lost that angle, but he's still got a good pixel out of place there. Can he? Oh, he's so good! Why are you putting this aim gun in this position? It's so perfect. Rubino gets punished on this. Plant's gonna come in. Man to the good here for KC. Let's see how Koi play this. Not resting at all. Actually, Starkso can slip the net a little here. Shadow's gonna find Narrate. Trade comes in. Keep your eyes on Starkso. What can he achieve? Beautiful. He's outdone. Shin does the dance. Oh my god. Suddenly Martin just appeared on his screen. Up and over we go. Trying to play that high and low almost. Neron sacrificing himself if he had to, but Martin lands the knife. Shadow now a 1v2 for himself, and it ain't gonna be fun. How does he approach this one? He's trying to toy with it. Halfway now achieved. It's Shadow, you gotta check this one. You gotta swing this one.
Other round, there was plenty of time. He was getting double beep from the spike. Beautiful play right there from Martin and Magnum. That double height. It was impossible for Starkso to choose a right target. There was no right answer. 3 rounds in a row now for KC. The 3 of them retakes, just giving them all of the space. And again, just like they were doing on Sunset, saving all of that utility for the retake. Perfectly executed. Showing that presence also on A. Every single time that Starkso is using that first knife that they use onto A, he's getting the information that there's like 2 or 3 players there. So they just rotate off to B.
I do love hearing there, Baba saying, I believe he said they're over-rotating, which, I mean, to an extent, yes, but that pause wasn't selling anything. You're not showing presence towards A. You're not kind of putting players back there. Yeah, they'll put bodies on the line for this one. Do they do it again? Quieter on approach here, though.
I mean, maybe with the Viper Wall, they just want to walk, as Casey has been given it all that space. They do not expect anyone to be there. Maybe even if you get Starkso to get that deep, you can use his flashes, and maybe he can just flash for Camo. Keep going.
The fact that Camo's here is pretty solid. They've crept this far. Jump spot, so he knows there's a player up here, and he executes him. Magnum now gone. Viper's... Oh, right. Tomasi, what's this about?
Right.
It's not done yet. Shadow, Starkso, and Grabino, I believe in you. Starkso gonna find Martin. It's gonna be an absolute mess on this side, but Starkso holding his head high, gonna find both. So we're dealing with him on the edge of the pit. Beautiful from Starkso. What can Narrate do? He's got so few options here. Has to dip in. Oh my god, beheads Grabino.
The wall's still there, yeah, but
I'm terrified. Why do I feel Narrate's got this one?
Does he have a safe plant?
Oh god, oh
Not
god,
again.
Starkso, you got to get a run on here, and he knows it. He's got to try and shoulder this one. Narrate, does he keep his cool? Starkso, beautifully played, stunning from Starkso in the end. The veteran on the stage and keeps his composure as necessary.
And hear me out, I think that we had a very, very similar round with Koi where they managed to get that plan, but it wasn't exact, and it gave their opponents, I think it was Fnatic, a very, very safe plan, and I was thinking, please, not again, not again. But Starkso also understanding that he was not defusing it all the way through the end. He was willing to risk losing another round just because he was like, hear me out, I'm 30 HP. If he has, he has. If he hasn't, I'm winning, you know?
That's it.
What can you do? He even gets the kill in the end. Beautiful to see from him, and all of this ultimates now available for the side of Koi. So many things, sorry, to play with, as they only have a couple rounds more.
Could be now. So we're back to this
If they
8-8.
do the same, what they did with Shadow's ultimate last time that they used it.
Now,
Get out of my way.
go. Quite similar scenes here. Now, I don't know how effective Shin was on this one. He's already had to pull back towards the lower side of screens, and Camo going to isolate Narrate. There's no trade there for Shin. He can't do anything about this. So that's going to be the spike down. But this is an adjustment. This is different. I like what they've done here with Rubino playing in middle. A late lurk. Could be a nuisance, could be a problem. Lockdown comes in, Magnum on the clear. Starts on the trade out, and we're going down to 3. Magnum, Tomasi, and Shin.
Are they sure?
They have no idea, though, about this man. Grubino makes his presence noted. And Sarzo from down below drags him to the depths. Koi, beautifully done. Back to what was working. Making it look good again.
I love the fact that they're not stopping themselves and the way that they're doing the using the killjoy. Also how pre-planned, as you were mentioning, Lauren, the round was with Rubino just taking all of that space onto mid, knowing that KC would already be taking positions, trying to get into that retake. Magnum trying to go to break the lockdown by himself while everybody else was just taking a safer approach. Shin was not sure where to be put, what angle to look, even to get out of the range. Tomasi on a corner and starts to just celebrate. That's like half a dance.
I was about to say, that looks almost like a dance. Maybe there's a chance here. Maybe. We'll see. Camo wants to disrespect this, but they're going to take the safe route out.
Yeah, Magnum took the orb, sorry, to get his ultimate online for this last round of their defense. Only 3 rounds so far. The knife again from Stark, so I think that they've been brilliant.
But it looks like there's actually a battle on the site here. Yeah, Colin Core sticking around now.
They have the
this
spike.
is, oh my god, they absolutely do. But Sarzo hits a worldly shot towards Martine. Quick flash, and he wants to go back through by the wall. Yeah, gonna cut it off, divide it out. Flash coming in, gonna find what he wants, and the lockdown having to be respected.
Everything that was used there. The thrash, the lockdown, Spice trap.
I like this. The space being filled, but Grubino comes back around and catches him off guard. I kind of like the idea from Magnum then to try and work behind that, but he has allowed the evening of the scoreboard.
I think there was either one or the other one, you know? Like, you use the lockdown, and then if you feel like you're being pushed, you put Narrate in a safe position to use the thrash, or maybe for later in the round, because you cannot save anything for next one.
No, going back in now.
Now we're back into a 3v3.
Oh, and that's Spike still down. Fire back in hand, the flash.
30 seconds left.
Goes through to allow the cross, but they just don't expect Narrate. He's so willing to challenge on this. It wouldn't be the first time, but now it's Shin to help him out. Shados and Stark, so looking to find some of these players here. Gonna catch Tomasi. They know Narrate's still around. They know Shin's still around. They know where these players are roughly, who are running low on time. Dizzy gonna blind him for just a second. Stunning shot from Shados. Can't do any more. Stark so on the trade out. Koi keeping this moving in their favor. Maybe Yinzo did know something more than we did. Somehow she knew that Koi were gonna get 9 rounds. I don't believe it.
Hear me out. They've had great leads in the past. We all saw what happened against Fnatic. 11-3.
Stop it.
They got their narrative. I'm not saying that it's going to be the same.
I can't believe you
but
cursed
here
them like
I am,
this.
No, hear me out. Here I want to again point out what happened with KC. You either invest one or the other. I don't think that Shin is actually feeling comfortable in this map. I hope that now on the attack we see a different face from him. But actually, we played that round to the best of what they have. They knew that the opposing team, I think not only they got the first kill, they also got the spike in their power, and they lost everything to just be using the utility on top of each other's.
Force suppressed.
Right.
Again, Stark's knife is going to spot almost every player at the beginning of the round. That is crazy.
I'm terrified of this scoreline. I'm worried.
So Lauren, you wanted to go to dinner, right?
I mean, is that not for there or? I feel like we might be in for a late one at this point. Maybe just, you know, cheeseburger.
But honestly, if we're going to see this face from Koi, and they still have this in them.
But I'm worried it's just one map. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to be a realist about this. I know I'm meant to tell you a tale of how fabulous it is that maybe there's still life in Koi.
Lauren.
Yeah, sure, but it's a best of 3.
Yeah, but what I mean is that they haven't even gotten a map since kickoff.
Yeah, but Camo's died. My hope's dwindling. I've lost all my hopium. I need it back. Analyst Desk, I bank on you to make me a believer. For now, though, Starzo trying to hold and play off the back of the Dizzy. The swing's there, but he gets punished on it. A good trade for Shadow, at least. But there's still a man advantage, right? So, Spike
left.
not yet to be saved. Yeah, okay. Man should be able to get that down. Okay, not a problem. Rubino catching a little bit of damage on that way through. So, Casey willing to stay ahead of this wall. They are not backing away from this. Toying with expectation from Koi. And there's the first swing and a big punish here. Carmine Corp gonna leave it just down to Shados. Not this time. That's 4 standing. And the first found in the second half.
Now, if they want to perform the comeback, of course, it had to start on the pistol right here. So getting them gives them a little bit of leverage, maybe try and get back into the game and how they want to approach their attack. And now that they are the ones making the calls and they can be extra aggressive, we were talking about set plays. KC should be brilliant at this, so we can expect that from them. Now, on the side of Koi, yes, the purchase is not going to be the best one for this round, but hey, they're only 4 rounds away from closing the first map of this stage for them.
See, when you put it like that, just 4 rounds.
It's just 4 rounds,
Just
right?
4 rounds. We can't get 4 rounds. Let's make note of that. Just 4 rounds. Lovely way to curse it, Bear. That's beautiful.
I mean, they only needed 2.
Goodbye. Sharp from Magnum there, but again, this isn't the round to be too worried about. They've gone for a stack, and I kind of like the idea of, you know, trying to find the information towards B. Not the end of the world. I want to see what Koi can achieve. If there's any silver lining they can get out of this round, be happy enough. Flash on the swing, and in we go. Nothing really there. You can see how deep KC are sitting. They should be now fully focused and on red alert. They have been punished in this first half. If they're meant to be a top-tier team, right, if you're looking at them as being one of the teams we send from EMEA to international regions, losing a map like this puts a big question mark beside them. If there's any other team watching this from any other region, and maybe KC's one of the teams that make it out there, this suddenly gets thrown into the map pool, right? Suddenly there's worries. Anyway, that's neither here nor there for now. But as it stands, KC should be fired up, should be proving a point. And, well, down to the last 3 from Koi. This isn't the round where they make the stand anyway. They've got rounds to play with here.
Yeah, probably Koi is just going to wait this one out.
Yeah.
Little by little. And actually, just thinking about what you're saying and the teams that we're going to end up sending, well, KC first need to make it to playoffs.
That's very true.
You know?
That is very true.
Right now, they're 2-2. We have some surprises. Some are pleasant than others. But hey, hear me out. The good thing about KC is that even though they're on that 2-2, every single time that they've lost, it's been in a 2-1. So their map differential is literally perfect. Is the best that you can have even in that situation.
And to be fair, the loss against Foot, now with the context of how good Foot are, doesn't worry me as much. The Na'Vi loss is the one that maybe sticks out a little bit more, but outside of that, I'm not too bothered by it. We'll see how well they can close out. But a loss here, that would be...
This is an upset.
Yes, it would be. It absolutely would be. So,
because
5 to 9.
also, I think it opens the window for the rest of the teams to spot a weakness that,
Correct.
of course, they will have time to address. Maybe they have more time that they actually want to have to address those kind of issues. But I think that it's literally the next step for KC. Yes, a lot of firepower, great coast and stuff, this and that. How is this team going to evolve onto...
how it
I mean,
goes.
they not started, but they were there right at the beginning, exploiting it at the max level. Not that everybody has
They've
catched
seen
up.
that, they've learned from it, yep. This is the fun time. Okay, this is the first buy round coming in here for Koi, and the bonus for Carmine Core. A lot of Vandals here, a lot of, actually a decent purchase for KC. Still got those Bulldogs, yeah, but very effective. And once again, we see this A site.
It doesn't matter when you look at Narradius almost had his ult.
Yeah, that's very true. And as it stands, look and see when that plant comes in. There it is. Oh, and Tomasi so aware of what Camo wanted to achieve. Holding that back line, no flank potential now. Shutting that door. Now we look at the post plant. What do we have here? Quite a bit. Tomasi gets to kind of kick into gear as well. You're going to have Magnum with the utility. You've got all of this good stuff to add on top. What disrupts it? How does Koi deal with the back line now? First target, finds it. Shadow, beautiful. Dispatching of Narrate. They need to follow up though, and he takes a lot of damage. Magnum and Tomasi in unison, taking them away from this. It's Starzo and Shados that are taking a lot of damage. Starzo's down to 5 HP. It's save time. Get out of there. That's going to be 6 now. It's the slow march back into the game now for KC. 6 posted, and they'll be happy enough with that. Couple of upgrades to be found as well. Tomasi going to walk away with it. Shin getting off the Bulldog. That's a brilliant bonus round for KC.
Yeah, and in this case, Koi is very smart to just go and save for this one. All the pressure has been put there. Also, I think that we do not see Sage as much anymore. So having that deep wall that prevents you from going in and actually not having an easy entry onto the side, it reduces the number of angles that you have to cover, right? And also, it makes the duels for you, for KC, easier, just because they can have easier trades, right?
Just
but
4
this is the
rounds.
beginning. Come on, Lauren.
4 rounds? Just 4 rounds. We've all won 4 rounds before, right? I mean, once upon a time. As it stands, though, this round you're mostly looking towards Shados, you're looking at Camo, right? These are your two danger players. Now, if they can identify where they are, let's see how they approach this.
Here.
Looks like KC want to kind of take their time, and I quite like that. Again, I always say in these rounds, take a moment to go through the protocol list, and off the back of that knife that was just invested towards A, and the presence from Camo, they're opting to adjust. Now, this is big. This falls onto one man's shoulders. He delivers well on the first, and he gets to back away. Do they pull anyone to support him?
It's kind of a bit late. If you look at the rest of the map, Koi is already has already moved towards B. Magnum is just going to be waiting on his own, and if he hears anything, he's going to start...
Saw you,
Okay, but Dizzy's good here.
Someone's there.
Okay, they found him.
Everything, yeah, and the movement from Koi starts going on to the other side of the map.
This is so good. This is so bloody good. Magnum's cleared so much. This is all off the back of Magnum hearing those steps, hearing the rotation, and knowing how uncomfortable Koi would be when it'd have to rotate here.
Right, and now Koi needs to make decisions, right? KC is already going to get the spike down. Look at the position from Gravino, from everybody else.
Magnum's got to be really cautious about this because they're not a million miles away. They're quite close by here. He still needs to find value. Yes, he did well to almost facilitate this round, but you want value to positioning. Now, backlines, Starkso going to close the gap, but he's only got that classic. So again, he'd have to close the gap before he gets some sort of danger. Shados and Camo, they are your headhunters here. They've got to find some value. Dizzy goes up, going to find the blind. Shin going to find the flank. That's Starkso gone. It's all going to be the madness on the site itself, and Martin takes his time. It's Camo finally getting involved, and he really gets involved. Finally, Koi find their footing in the second half here, stabilizing and going to make it up towards 10.
Hear me out. Now there's only 3 in Lauren. No, but really, really good movement there from Koi. Also exploiting everything that Shadow can do with that Gecko. We were seeing it from the side of KC, and we were wondering if Koi were ever going to be as comfortable. The lineups are there, the presence is there, and actually, even though the roles for KC and the responsibility were taken there, someone like Camo is able to disrupt everything, also off the time end of Starkso dying in the back. Now things have to change. We see celebrations, we see Barbara giving everything, giving a vamos. I want to hear your vamos.
No.
No?
Careful. Not yet.
Maybe in a couple of rounds?
If they win the series, sure. But look at the adjustment now as well. Gotta highlight it. If I press the button right, there we go. Operator is coming out, and they're getting confident. Now, confidence can be that double-edged sword, but I kind of like what we're seeing. And this holds so much space, right? It frees up that third player. You can pull rotations around. Martin's got to have a very unique challenge here, because look at Yellow. It's not been cleared. It's not been secured. And Grubino reveals himself eventually and takes down Martin. They pulled over the third body off the back of that deeper positioning that Camo was able to attain. This is lovely so far. KC, hello, Shados, careful now. They're 8, almost caught you sleeping there.
Yeah. Little by little, look at Koi. They're still keeping an eye on what's happening on A because Magnum is nowhere to be seen. It's always on this flanks, but the spike has already gone down. Is Camo going to be the hero once again?
Oh, this is going to be so interesting to see how this works out. Camo bailed them out last time around. Does he have that same punch, that same potential? Now I'm looking at that late lurk in middle as well. Don't forget about that. Magnum's going to make his way over, but it's Magnum to find one. Traded out. This is Camo's time to shine. He gets shut down, but it's all on Magnum, who's been spotted, who's been noted. But look at the HP. It's down in the dumps. It's dreary. And oh, he's got it, Magnum! Clutches up for Carmine Core with a Red Bull clutch coming in just when they needed it most.
I was kind of scared, you know, because while all the action was happening, I'm sorry because I'm mentioning it a lot, the moment that Starkso uses the knife, everybody shut down. They send Camo in onto Yellow to try and get those kills. Everybody, you know, puts the next gear on. And the way that Magnum is still rotating from the other side of the map, I was, you know, that question was still there onto where is he?
Oh, that's off.
I can hear the tech boss. I think we need a couple of you
Stop it. We're fine.
Coaching area, please.
Why are you doing this? We're fine.
Placing
Look,
swarm
see?
grenade.
It's all good. No sweat.
It's okay. It was just 4 rounds.
Swarm grenade out.
Anyway, the buy now not being the best for Koi as to they have to face.
Early challenge. Actually, kind of like that. The first time we've seen them try to actively challenge Magnum this deep, this early. Not a bad plan.
They were on the previous eco. Like Camo was also with that Vandal trying to get a bit. I think he got Tomazi, but still, it wasn't enough.
But it's allowed for this 4-play stack again. They're putting so much faith in Camo here. But can they still hold? They've got stingers, they've got sheriffs, they've got very little, maybe a flash in play off the back of the Dizzy 2. Martin's very close though. He's ahead of this, and there was a real chance he just had the perfect spray down, but they're really doing damage here. Koi digging in their heels. They're not letting this round go. They're desperate to hold on here. Tomasi just wants in on the action, but he ain't getting it. On the other side, Camo got Magnum. That's that mid lurk. We're down to the 3 here. Grabino's still not been cleared. This man is just a beast by Yellow. Still so much value on the follow from Stark, so it's all on the right, but this guy is something else, not in this round. Camo makes it there in time, and Koi live on.
The fact that this was a low buy, but still, even with just the pressure that Camo was putting onto Magnum, making sure that he's not taking that space for free again, being that question in the back of their minds, and actually, you know, having what it takes to go onto this one and just keep performing with it, even though the utility that was on the side, and Camo being with a man and a mission, he wanted to hunt down Magnum, and he did. 2 rounds away from going to that 3rd map.
And
look at the buy now. We were saying that it was not the best for Koi last round, but look at KC right now. They have a lot of ultimates to play with.
Looks like they want to try and punish what Camo's been doing, potentially.
Camo's hungry.
And I mean, the man's been eating up this map. He's been doing so well. Even if it's not shown in like numbers, I don't even know what he's on, but he has been playing so well. Pivotal. Yeah. Martin trying to just deal with him, but good luck. He's got support there. It's not just Camo on his own this time. He's got Shadow there. He's got Starzo there. There's a lot of bodies behind this. Camo's not really affected, not really phased. Just going to fall away from the first angle. He's got a flash waiting for him if he wants it. Dizzy to follow up as well. Really trying to play him in on that.
Exactly, double flash. If there was something there, he would have seen it. Timing is
deeper
lost.
alarm bot too.
Yeah, and they just leave. They know that Magnum is going to be by himself. He's been for the past, like, what, 3 or 4 rounds? Yeah. Just trying to go on the lurk. So they free up a little bit of that space. Now KC started to use that utility, but the spike still does not have a destination. This is also going to be invested. Even the Thrash, they're going full on fake onto 8.
And I think the alarm bot might
go knife again.
Yeah, it's never gets dealt with, but the lockdown's here. Okay, again, to try and counter this pit, Rubino's got to make his mind up here. What do you want to do about this one? Well, he gets his choices removed here. Shadows on the swing, going to try and trade it out. Martin having none of what they're trying to sell. Plant going to come down, and the last couple of players making their way over here. They still got presence in middle from Starkzo, and they've got the 2 coming through from CT. Camo and Shadow, and these 2 have been absolutely on fire. Gonna need more of that from Camo now. You know what he's been doing over around the back of Yellow here, but here we go, Martin. Got to deal with this, and he does. Oh, but again, Koi cleaning house. Refusing to lose and standing tall, the 3 make it back to the side, finally showing some of this potential.
Loving to see that they have this in them, that they can play up to this potential, even though Martin gets the kill here onto Grubino, and he doesn't manage to get much out of it, even getting the second one. The moment that Starship gets his ultimate online, shuts him down, and just try and go for what they've been doing is just hunting them down at the moment that they try and get that position for the post plant, not being able to play, and just playing in a raw duels.
Yeah. Right there. Just one more round. It's all they need. And they've got KC on the ropes. I can't believe we might be going to a 3rd map. Genuinely, they've made me a believer in this. KC looking lost for an answer.
Me han ilusionado.
We'll come back to that.
You will.
For now, Starkzo, gonna be trying to check on this. As there's so many bodies, beautiful! Oh, it's stunning from Starkzo! And yeah, they are absolutely large and in charge. Koi not done yet. We are going the distance. Map 3 now, they made me a believer. Bind is up next, Bayer. I can't believe it.
Honestly, this is a sum up of how this map started. They were able to go on top of the read from KC, establish their own plan even from the defense. I think that Camo was amazing on those first duels. Same for Starkzo, putting the team on his back. But hey, this is not over. Bind will be up after this.
I know a place that will break you into 1,000 pieces. Stay away from them. Stay away from Lorca, Paco, and Picasso. Don't ask about Lola. Ay, Caballo Grande. Ay, Dolor de Nieve. But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Be careful of the Andalusian crush.
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin. In this series, I'm going to walk you through attack on Pearl. Watch out for the stairs, clear this angle. You're going to be able to fight this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the ballin', spotting, ballin'. Phone was dry, but now everybody calling. Good at taking risks, yeah, I always go all in. Swear to God that I'm deaf to the talking. I can't hear it. See the finish line. I know that I'm near it, yeah. Cut the check and I'ma clear it. Ain't nobody out here that I'm fearing, ayy. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes, that's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes, the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. Hey, you ain't realist, like you got a few disguises. Walk in the room, I know I'ma be the flyest. She like me, yeah, it's hard for her to hide it. One-on-one, ain't nobody like this. Got this far by doing me, I'm everything I knew I'd be. I don't care what we used to be, no, yeah. They try to get close to me, you can't get what you want from me. I got this vision you can't see, no. Easy to see things all on the way up. Used to think it's hard, now I feel just like a layup. I've been in the gym, yeah, I'm tryna get my weight up. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. The way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the way it goes. That's just the
What a performance that was on Icebox. Koi have finally won a map here in this split. It has been a while indeed. I've got Mitch and I've got Ash with me here. Safe was right. I feel like he probably saw that coming. Anything can happen, Ash in VALORANT.
I feel like Mitch right now. I understand how he feels at this point. Like, you rooting for Liquid, me rooting for Casey. And I think
he doesn't root for Liquid, he roots for Enzo. That's
true.
Okay, fair, fair.
I'm there for Mystic a little bit too. I mean, I like all the boys, but I love one of them.
Okay.
Sorry to derail you there.
No,
but yes, finally they won a map.
Finally, they won a map, and we saw a lot of changes in the fundamentals, I think, coming out from Koi. They were doing a lot better as far as seeing Starkso following up with Camo as well, and their spacing, I think, improved a lot there, Mitch.
Yeah, I think there was a lot for them to bounce off of. This Jet allows them to follow up on the entry ability of Gecko flashes, combine that with a KO flash as well. It just gives them so much space, and I actually didn't end up noting down the statistics, but I think in opening duels, Camo was just off the charts. Absolutely. There was eight wins, 2 losses, something like that. And if you have a guy popping off like that, you're taking side control quickly, it solves the problem we highlighted earlier, which is they've got the plant down in previous games and weren't able to secure late round because they burned up their utility, and while it's on cycle, retake comes in. Here, Camo's taking the space, finding all those kills, and when your Jet does that, you have your util online for retakes.
I mean, not only did they win a map, they finally won a 1v2 as well. I feel like this really set the tone for the rest of the map.
They finally break their curse, right? And I think we also saw a bit of a mood shift there on the stage as well with some of those player cam reactions too. You can see Shados going for this 1v2 as we speed up through the round, of course, but the energy was much better, I think, for Koi as well, emotionally going into the second map.
I think that's fair to say. Yeah, this is a team that really managed to get a grip on all their emotions moving through, and I think you can see as well players like Starzo popping off in opening duels, in late rounds. And Shados, he didn't just get the one, he was Shados in this one, as you like to say, too. 2 1v2s.
I'm going to need to say Shay Trez on the next map as well. Because we are going to be heading to map 2. This will be Bind. Now, let me give you some hopium and copium. Maybe if they don't lose an 11-3 start, they could take a huge upset against KC.
They just didn't really know what to do on defense, I think, last time for Koi up against Fnatic. We didn't really see them having any goals, I think, on defense, but also the playstyle of Fnatic versus Carmine Core is very different with how they look to approach those attacking rounds. Carmine Core a little bit more explosive. Fnatic being that type of team that likes to default, they'll wait for you to use your utility first and starve you of that information.
I do think I'd like to see some changes from Koi just because of what we saw on Icebox. A more aggressive stance to these rounds has benefited them massively. Their defense struggled before, so maybe they do want to switch it to a more passive comp, but I think the way forward was having proactive aggression for this squad, and it's odd to see up against KC, a team that are known for that active aggression, for being able to duel. But here, it looked like something else had activated on Koi, and I gotta say, you add to that the fact that I was very critical on the first map. They got some early rounds, they got some pistols under their belt, and that made it look closer than it really was, but they got trashed on map 1. Here, they traded pistols. It's just good fundamentals that won them the game.
I mean, this is the other thing, though. For Koi, they're already out of playoffs. They're not playing for the next round here in this split. They will be playing for that all-important championship points. But for KC, this game is huge. This could be the difference maker between them actually going to playoffs or not. So the pressure is fully on their side.
I think we do see some of those nerves for KC as well on the stage. Martine looked a little bit shaky, I think, in some of those player cams that we ended up seeing, which is something that's difficult because I think you look towards the blue wall, the community here for Carmine Core, and they're vivacious, they're passionate. And when
you're just describing yourself because you're part of that blue wall.
Fair enough, fair enough. But
what color is it, Ash?
Blue.
Hey, there we go, there we go.
But that's a lot of pressure to have, knowing that the fan base is so emotional too.
It's the same with Koi though, right? This is kind of a rivalry at this point. We have all day of this France versus Spain. Obviously, the first one didn't go so well for Spain. And you can just look at chat here. I know KC are winning the vote, but Koi, they still have a lot of passionate fans.
Yeah, this is actually one of the more middle ground votes that we've had. Sometimes it's like, well, I guess the Koi fans are on the Spanish stream and the KC fans are on the French one, but here, yes, it's a nice little middle ground for us. You know, I'm looking forward to the next map thinking, nah, right, I want to see this guy step up to new levels. I think he had a very good first map, but Icebox somewhere I traditionally think he can pop off, and I want to see him go berserk. I don't want to see him come in afraid. I want him to not be afraid, because it's all about survival for this squad, and he can be the monster he needs to be. Comps aren't going to change up, and, well, I can't say I'm devastated about that. We're quite not running a kill.
No, but they are going to start on the attack side, which is where they did look good.
Yeah, so that's really favorable for KC for Koi heading into our decider here. But again, I think that you also have to consider that they did also show a lot of their hand with the attacking set plays that they had up against Fnatic. That's something Carbine Core could have looked back at the VOD, so we are going to still need to see innovation coming out from Koi.
Yeah, this is an interesting position to be in. Realistically, the solutions on their defense shouldn't be too hard to come by. They've got plenty of data to look back on what went wrong.
Well, this is going to be a huge decider, and also a huge time for me to potentially toss the Pansy and Kakuka for the last time. So, hello, are you friendly?
Oh dear. Yeah, do you know what? I am now. I've picked myself up off the floor after watching map 1 and map 2, and now I have high hopes because the funniest thing could happen here, Kakuka. It really could.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, it could be very, very complicated for KC to get on to playoffs if they are to lose this map. As the desk was mentioning, the last time that Koi played here, yes, they did lose an 11-3 lead, but they did get that lead, right? They did get that 9-3 half starting on the attack. We just need to keep our eyes open, right? Just looking at those DZs, and we'll be all right.
Okay, here we go. Oh, I'm nervous. Why am I nervous? Because KC are probably nervous as well. Koi, as said, they have the opportunity to cause the upset of a lifetime here.
It wouldn't be of a lifetime, you know? I think that especially it would just solidify the thoughts that maybe KC were not that good.
Christ. Ice cold there. Already TP's gonna be taken. We're gonna see that pinch towards the side, trying to address first and foremost Showers. Force Koi away. But how do they pry them out of these positions? What do we have left to work with? It looks like a Dizzy. One flash for Magnum. And that flash did not make it around the corner, but apparently it doesn't matter. Stasko's going to land his shot. And Camo, trying to buy a couple of seconds here, tries to isolate the fight towards the site. Narrate going to outdo him. Down to a 4v4 post-plant. We're going to need to see that defuse started soon. Oh dear. Oh dearie me. Hello. Well, that wasn't pretty. And neither is this around anymore. Shin's fallen and Shados after what was a fantastic map 2, going to continue things here in map 3.
I'm loving the read onto the read, right? I think that the way that they just go in, get the plant, and they also hear the TP, and they have a way to react to it. Starso using the flash to get onto the flank and secure that kill. KC, on the other hand, trying to prevent that post plant from being so easy for Koi, but they're not able to do so. Not even that smoke coming in from Shin is able to stop what Koi wants to achieve with this map. As we're saying, they cannot make playoffs, but still, the rest of the year is not dead for them yet.
English does get difficult at this point. It's my native language and I still struggle. I just still can't believe
we can do it in French. How's your French? Okay, then we won't.
Just remember, I am British. Our education system was severely lacking.
If you think the Spanish education system is good.
It's better than ours. Anyway, Magnum, this is going to be a really tough round, as they do only have classics. Look and see if there's anything more. Narrate out of nowhere. Gonna make the most of the flash that was sent before him. Actually catching 2. That is wild.
He already has it again.
Almost unfortunate. Yeah. Almost unfortunate he couldn't get some of these weapons, right? Like, it's genuinely a bit of a shame there. Now, if you're gonna be Koi, you are on red alert. You are worried now. You've got, okay, well, we've lost out on 2 here. Not what we wanted. Fortunately, though, KC took a walkabout.
KC's going to be waiting patiently on CT. They just have to walk and try and clear every single corner.
Oh dear, Stark's open. There's quite a lot of them there. Shadow's down low. Is anyone going to be able to close it? What are we up to? What are we doing? What are we doing here? Shin, you don't win these. You don't win these, right? You don't win these. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the hell am I watching?
Too close for comfort again. Koi manages to salvage this second round, but it isn't pretty. It is very, very close. Still is a round that goes for them. We were seeing this Dizzy and how Narrate is able to find not 1, but 2 kills off of it. Just the backing off. Still, very good second round after it. And Lauren, I feel like, I'm a broken record here, but how many times are we just going to see Narrate so close to his ultimate?
I mean, this guy is just...
Round 2, by the way, lost both of them. Doesn't matter.
Still this close,
I mean, there's one away,
Shadow quite close himself as well, though. He's 2 off from his, so you might see a little bit of a priority towards that. Hot flash goes in. No swing this time. Magnum, go back away here. Have to give it up, but he notes the presence, right? Like, that's half of the battle in this round. a lot of bodies behind this. They're just going on this one. Okay, Magnum better be ready now. Probably didn't expect this much pressure. Hooker control still in the hands of Carmine Core, though. Magnum's just got to play his life if he can. Already smoked off. God.
Beautiful for Gavinho still to get that kill. You know, what can I say? Magnum is just walking back, but he doesn't know that it's a triple threat because you have Shado's molly and you have Gavinho's molly. Like, it's a lot, but it doesn't matter. KC's back on the retake, already 2 bodies down. Uh-oh.
He's alive. Just.
Still alive.
Yeah, Koi need to get an eye on this pretty soon. Denial on the defuse here.
Nope.
Well, no, actually, yeah, still alive.
Yeah.
This is... this game doesn't feel nice to be Bayer.
It was just a bonus round. Come on,
weird.
Lauren,
Okay.
bear with me. I think this was still just the beginning. Koi having a couple of rifles going into this one. KC, even though losing that first player, happens. It just happens. I think that the reaction from the rest of the team is still there. They managed to get onto the sign. Martin very, very smart with this position. I think that also the fact that they play the Gecko as well makes them understand where the weakness can be when it comes to that late utility for the post-round. Both Thrash is available here.
There's my buddy.
Waiting to see if that gets utilized in this round. Again, Koi opting for this B lane already. You can see it looks like Carmine Core are responding, dragging 2 players over this side. Flash again, yeah, trying to find its target. So, well aware of the destination coming in, but 3 players already on this site here. I want to see if there's maybe a fake coming in. But no, they're just going to wait for the ult. Camo. I mean, it's going to be hard to build off the back of this.
Yeah. Well, the thing is that he can just take it back. Or maybe like to have it a little bit closer, but yeah, he's going to be able to retrieve it. But of course, KC still has all their utility to play with. 40 seconds already gone. Just that dog not scouting much from the side of KC.
I guess the pause after the hooker control is adding a little bit of doubt, right? It's kind of drawn back Martin a little bit more. He's sitting a little bit more towards Heaven on A. Shin, similar scenes. They still have that 3rd player here, and Magnum's still got eyes on long, so he can really cut this 3-2 split. They're leaving it down to 35 seconds.
It scares me.
Yeah,
Starks are ready for another lineup.
This is the 2nd attempt. It's actually a
Should
mystery to look
go.
like. There it is. Smokes in, flash in, and away we go. But Narrate finds a pocket to play from. He's already taken down Camo, and Magnum unchecked. KC happy to hold this, but a beautiful flash from Magnum there. And KC retaking all the space that Koi thought was safe.
Yeah, so here's the thing. They do not have to do much about it, just because since you play the Viper, you're going to have that wall constantly, and of course you can renew those smokes. I understand what Koi wanted to do, just change into Thrash position and just going from Lon. The problem is that you have not been putting any pressure, and Magnum was patient enough to be able to get this kills and also play off his own utility here on Long. Very comfortable for KC to keep their ground and not allowing them to actually capitalize from that Thrash.
Okay, so this is going to shatter the money
to the drawing board.
Yeah, the Koi was starting to build, and I want to see the variation here because this map has looked good for them. Obviously, the map against Fnatic, or the way that match went, was rough, but they still did very well until it stopped going very well. So, yeah, okay, Shin had to give away the game here. He needs some help. Martin's there to try and save the day, but he can't save him anymore. Aim training, though, not bad. 3 found, but 2 rifles to be picked up, and Narrate knows exactly what they were after. Denies any of those rifles slipping into the hands of Koi. So 3 stand and make it out of there.
Beautiful aim lab that we had there for Martin. Definitely guarantees him also the ultimate to play for this round. Again, this is going to be one of the important rounds for Koi. As they're making the investment, they're also going to be extremely close to their own ultimates. Everybody is going to a little bit come online for this round. We already see the pings not only in the map, but the players from KC ready to go on the aggression from Hookah.
Okay. Big ults here for Carmine Core. A little scary. What do we have? Okay, yeah, look at the aggression from KC. Having a look down middle, they're kind of forcing the hand to touch. But
and the rotation also from Magnum and Tomasi. They know exactly what space they're giving up.
I like what Magnum's done here, though, is prioritize that shower control. That's really nice. So's the follow-up shot. Shadow going to be punished. They do get the plant in, and the res, I don't know if it's safe. I don't know if they can really fight for this control, because as I said, as soon as you slip away from it, oh my god, Tomasi. just catching them as they tried to clear that. Playing it so well together. Gravino's position is somewhat revealed, maybe not accurately, but enough that Magnum can play this out. And again, just slipping into showers, buying so much space and control there. Perfectly done. Twice now, Magnum has been essential to these rounds.
Yeah, completely. Andalucia flawless for them.
Nailed it.
Yeah, of course. But really, very understanding the purpose of the round, right? You put the pressure out of Hookah, and it's literally like pushing a bottle of ketchup, you know? If you press it out in the top, as soon as it's gonna come out in the bottom, right?
Okay.
So they force them out, and Koi just falls into that trap. They do exactly what they're conditioned to do by KC from the defense, and also the movement from Tomasi and Magnum, understanding that all of that movement, all of that noise that they're making is coming right in their direction, and how to play around the smokes that the opponent is going to set. This is the kind of KC that we want to see, right?
Yeah, and I think a really good timeout coming in for Koi just to stop this, hopefully, where it starts. If we want a competitive game, because look, no one wants a third map if it's just going to be a blowout, right? I want to see the best from both teams. If you're going to take us here, let's have a damn good game of it. Push KC again. Let's see them go to their absolute maximum. I want to see them bringing out the A game. I don't want it just to be a whimpering third map. So for Koi here, pump the brakes. Let's identify what's going wrong here. What can we do to adjust this? Because they need to come in with a plan and a concept here. Because right now, they're being kind of manipulated, it feels like, by Carmine Core. They're being forced around the map a little too much.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to do that. I think that you have to address the issues as soon as possible. You're talking about the third map, and actually during this stage, in the 4 matches that KC has played, every single time that they've gone to that third map, they've lost. But they, you know, they can still change that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Only been 4 matches, and definitely the look that we're getting from them, especially all the ultimates that are going to be online for them. Look at that, so much different things that you can do with them, especially Tomasi. I think that he was brilliant.
Okay, yeah.
On previous occasions.
I do want to see, well, they're right off the rip.
Yep.
So that's an instant denial of space, right? That is almost a no-go. And with that in mind, I wouldn't mind seeing another player maybe rotating towards B off the back, but maybe they have faith enough in Shin and Magnum here to be able to do what's needed without that additional body, but it's just a dry hit here. They're just... It's a pop flash and a push, it looks like. Yeah, that's it. Keep it simple, stupid, and away they go. But can Camo connect? Just, I mean, he does eventually get Shin, but Magnum's still gonna be good for 1. Now the spike, that's what I'm looking for, and that's what I'm looking at. Tomasi has found Rubino, so suddenly, that space isn't safe, and you're right. He could play this in potentially. Maybe a little paranoid about a lurk here. You can already see him eyeing up the back just in case, but no, it is all towards the side. It's this pause that's caused this doubt.
Yeah. Little by little, look at Tomasi already going on from B long. They're just waiting for his call to understand what's actually happening on the site.
And I like what Koi tried to do there is take control of CT with like almost 3 of them, right? Take that space. Good response from Carmine Core as well as to drift back even deeper. Now, can they isolate Tomasi? Do they know about this? Here comes that ult that they were worried about. Keep that space. It gets denied on the first way forward. Camo unaffected, as is Shados and the rest. So now it's just the guns at their side. Wingman gonna go first. Camo gonna lean into this. Get ahead of the Dizzy and take 2 heads on the other side. Martin left for dead, and now it's Tomasi in a 1v3. He slipped the net quite nicely, but Camo's caught him. And that is a beautiful response from Koi. It felt simplistic at the start, but the pause on the site was actually very well considered.
Both of the ideas were very, very good. The execution, how Camo is shining today. We were seeing how Tomasi was literally on to B long, and the moment that Narade uses the thrash, he's trying to force someone out of two onto Tomasi's line of sight. But Koi is playing on angles that cannot be disputed from that part of the map, and it guarantees them the round. Obviously, the way that Camo gets a 4K facilitates everything, but it was a huge investment from the side of KC, and they didn't get much on the other hand. Starship just keeps using the same 0 point, and he's catching Magnum time and time again.
But it's also just really good conditioning.
Yeah, exactly.
Right, this is great conditioning that they now need to keep these players dedicated towards this. And again, if it is just a fake, that's fine. If it keeps them present enough. I kind of like what we're seeing from Tomasi, though, to shoulder this a little more, maybe get a little curious. It is going to be checked on, though. Starkso is not leaving this position. Even a flash, that is going to catch. So if anything, it keeps selling this concept. There's a lot of presence at B, or potentially more bodies behind this. They don't quite know. It is going to be an A hit, at least for now, how it looks.
Forces the investment right into the sky. You're not going to be able to retrieve that flash. But Koi looks to be ready as Shadow is just holding his utility on to go to the execute.
But there's still no one addressing the presence towards Shower. Again, the paranoia to slow this down. This is still going to be tricky to try and take control of a nice, deep bit of utility to allow this. And look at this double fake. It's beautiful. Tomas is going to hear this. He's going to be screaming, calling for support, but he's good enough for the first. Looking for the timing on the second. Couldn't quite got out in time, but on the other side of the map, Camo and Shados doing incredibly well. What do they do now? Do they pull the plug? Oh, this is going to have so many question marks. Do they continue towards a no? Too much unknown, but Magnum's made it back. They have no idea. So Wingman going to go and try and get that plant down, hopefully unfazed. And Stark's so curious because he knows Magnum's alive, but where the hell is he?
So many
no idea here. Oh dear, this is worrying. Now, if they identify no one else is on this site, they can start pressuring that defuse here. Magnum going to use the dog to clear.
I think it's a little bit early. I think that he might... Oh, Shadow needed to wait.
Oh dear, Shadow should be dead here. Yeah, he is. Narrate's caught him. And now Shados, this has to be magnificent from him. And this position is rotten to try and work with. This is so difficult. Yeah, he can't do it here. Diffuse going to come in. And so many question marks across the map in this round.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking maybe Magnum being too eager and too soon to be using that dog on to clear onto the side, but actually is forcing them into uncomfortable positions time after time. Tomas is good for one, and again, it forces Koi to freeze. Also, after Shin gets the kill onto Camo. It's just time after time. The KC somehow always managed to be one step ahead in this defense.
But it got so close. I feel like, again, Magnum is really playing a good game here. His positioning towards elbow was just critical to me. But I'm already seeing something quite curious. We're looking like we're going to have a bit of a fight. And away we go. Martin, oh my good God. Around that corner is so many players, but it's Magnum again. This guy's winning out this map. He wants this one. He's going to do it himself if he has to, but already Martin there going to be traded out. Camo right back at him. It's Narrate to tilt this back to a 2v3. Shados and Shadow now the last one standing. Narrate is absolutely off the leash this round.
You don't want to face him in a 1v1, you don't want to face him in a 1v3, you just avoid wherever he is on the map. He will click onto your head, he doesn't need any kind of training. Of course, he's one away again from getting that orb, and they're not scared to be taking those fights time after time. I love to see that they change things up, that they want to keep Koi up their feet, not feeling secure about anything that they're doing. The only thing that Koi know for sure is that Magnum, the beginning of the round, is playing on tree. Just in garden, just...
I feel like I just heard it's over. I feel like I just heard them say it's over. Maybe, you know, maybe I misheard. Maybe it's Jova, I don't know.
What's over is definitely the money for Koi. We're seeing not the prettiest of buys.
No, it's a little rough. You know, we've got odds and ends. We've got an ult or two, but it's not pretty. It's not what you want to be coming in with here.
Also, it's not the first time that Tomasi uses a snake bite here to prevent any kind of initial fast push.
Already, nice flash though. That was really bloody hell.
Nice
Camo finding that. Okay, Koi, are you serious? This is the round, but the raid boss is here. Narrate's made it to the site. Even a rocket can't stop him now. Camo just trying to hold him back, trying to buy a couple of seconds. Posts it eventually. But I'm nervous when Narrate's around. And already he's close enough by. He's got his ult here to be played with. Wingman clearing through a little for Shin. And they're getting much closer by now.
Cover going out.
Yeah. Little by little, Shin is going to try and open every angle. Martin and Narrate already playing together, just like the previous round.
Paranoia is perfect. Camo going to be blinded up. Martin takes that opportunity. And now they have to deal with the deep hold on lock. This is going to call for the ult. Grubino going to invest that. That comes down. Takes him away from the defuse for just a moment now. Swing towards long. Martin's going to find Shadow. We're looking at Shados. Can anyone else step up here? Carmine Core are working their way through this. The Molly is... Oh, Grubino! He's got to get in, though. He's pulled off the fuse. Oh my God, what are you doing? Grubino's got time! That's incredible work from Grubino between the ult, the molly, and the body on the line. They get back into this with a Red Bull clutch.
Low buy, by the way.
Low buy, by the way.
You never count
Stinger, by the way.
Yeah, Stinger, by the way. That kill.
And this flash was so good as well.
What is that? He remains on 5 HP, but it is enough to get the round. They invest all of the ultimates after the spike has gone down. Beautiful work here from Grubino. Bubba's not believing it, but he'll take it. You know, he'll take it. Now, of course, it's not done. It's only a couple of rounds.
Yeah, that was just like
them.
We need to see if Carmine Core can correct or if Koi can keep doing this sort of stuff, right? It just feels by the kind of seams of their pants they're pulling off at this point. But you know, we'll
look.
See.
Now Starks' knife has spotted that Magnum is not on Garden anymore. At least not this round.
Okay. Magnum. 2 flashes. Still the dog
Looking
there
at
as well.
you, no pressure.
Okay, no one close to Octagon. That might... I mean, he can still hear that there's presence there, so it's not exactly going to be making him change his mind about that, but they haven't pulled that third body over. They still have full faith that there's something coming over towards this side of the map. And yeah.
Well, that is something.
I think they might be coming this way.
Yep.
Right there.
Here we see the pings. Martin is going to invest his nade as well. It all depends on the timing, because if he does it the moment that he hears some utility, he might get some damage here.
And I think he might. Stall.
There.
Martin. There. How'd you play this? 35 seconds. Here we go. Drop on the wall, and it's going to be Dizzy up top. Shadows to find the rate. That is the big boy down from the site, at least.
No thrash available.
No, but also there's that shower presence. It looks like that's the kind of protocol list for Carmine Core, is to dip back towards shower if it becomes an issue. 20 seconds, still no plant down. This is where it gets dicey. This is where it gets dangerous. And something is shit on the site. He's found Shadow, and now they're going to have problems with this plant. I'm keeping my eyes towards Grabino. He's the one with the spike. 10 seconds. Starksville can only get one, and Martin is still standing. Showstopper's here. Posts it, doesn't get it. 6 seconds now. Where is that plant in the final second? He puts his life on the line. Oh, drive-by. Martin denies. The round's done.
I cannot believe it once again. I feel like so many times Ko runs out of time. I like the adjustment though. If we just take a look at the smokes that Garino was using, were different from the ones that Casey had prevented, the ones that we have seen time after time, and the ones that they played around so well. Just a little bit deeper, just trying to get that utility to force them a little bit outside of the side. Oh, and even with this, honestly, props to Tomasi, because honestly, without him, this wouldn't have been so easy, even though they get the round. Casey decides that it's time to take a timeout.
I mean, to be fair, we have heard in the past, and I think Eng saying it as well, that if there was a call coming out from Magnum or something he was seeing that he didn't like,
does it, yeah. It's not the right call. You don't have the right read.
And again, why not call out here in the first half? Maybe just get them in the right position moving forward, kind of get them ready even for the next half. There's so many options. Again, they could just talk about how they want to approach it with the ults coming in, what to be expecting. And in my mind, it's more a mentality thing. Just kind of settle the tempo a bit here. This game has been really hard to get a kind of a beat on, right? The pulse of it is all over the place.
Yeah.
So just keeping the cool, keeping the composure, because this game suddenly means a lot more, right?
We see them also, you know, pointing at the map and everything. Maybe he's talking about the positions and how, for example, Nori hasn't been able to be using the ultimate.
Yeah.
Even though he's been working to get them time after time, not only with the kills, but also with some ores. I think that if you're working towards something, but then later in the round you're not using it, then why don't you invest in those kind of resources on? But still, it's a good moment to talk about the last round, since they have a couple of ultimates in their bank that they want to potentially use, and also think about what are you going to do the moment that you go on to the attack.
Yeah.
If there is anything that you can spot just for this.
Okay, there is a buy here for Koi. It's not a brilliant one, but it's serviceable. Yeah, it's serviceable, and Starkstone still got that ult there. No one else really close by. I mean, Shadow within touching distance of 2, but not perfect. And I'm looking at Koi with a bit of an adjustment here. Starkstone's actively hunting this, and he's never made this far. He's normally run into Tomasi, right? Like, Tomasi has been actively playing this position. Camo could be closer. Camo's got the spike here.
Little by little, watch out, because this could be...
Yeah. This is a stack coming out.
Yes.
They're so close, and Shin's read it. Shin knows they're nearby now. The paranoia's going to go in, and do they get to survive now?
Seekers as well.
Oh, this is huge. He wants in. Yeah, Narrate's going to find Grabino. They're going to try and make a quick pivot towards that B site, but there's going to be Tomasi waiting. He didn't fully rotate. He's still going to be at the back here, waiting, looking around. He's a bit curious if someone's maybe made it towards Elbow. Going to line aside the Dizzy, spot them on the cross, going to punish Camo. Follow up on the util. He's buying time, and he's doing really well at that. Shadow going to send Wingman to work. And as it stands, Casey just keeping their cool. Not going to overdo this one.
Beautiful utility from Tomasi. He also makes sure that nobody's pushing him from the right side. The plant has gone down, but still it's a 5v3 situation. Not ultimates to work from the side of Koi. They have to be playing from within the site.
Double swing, trying to deal with that ult. He's not going to find a target, but it clears quite deep. And now we've got to look for someone to over-deliver here. It's got to be some of these players to find something. They're trying to stick as a pack, work towards long, find a fight that can maybe win it. Martin says no to Tomasi as well. 7-4, made up to 8. Koi held on that 4th round here. Not going to get the buffer they were dreaming of. Carmine Core course-correcting enough to a strong scoreline.
Now, Lauren.
Yes.
Do you think that this adjustment has directly come off to what Eng and Zage might have been saying to them? The way that Magnum was now playing onto showers, 4 players on A side, 1 player just Tomasi waiting on B, being like, guys, I just know. Hear me out, I know.
It felt like it. Yeah, I mean, by all accounts, by eye test alone, it felt like it was the right read. I liked the switch up. I liked that Tomasi was so diligent to play safe on B, not overstaying his welcome, not willing to walk in towards the likes of Starkso, who was actively looking for that opportunity. A lot of good looks there. So it'd be surprising if that was something that came up on the fly. But again, if it's enough to give you an 8-4, right? 8-4 and kind of how the scoreline feels, if it's like a 7-5 or an 8-4, feels so different, right? So getting them up towards 8 rounds is massive. Carmine Core cannot drop the ball here, Bayer. There's no two ways about it. Map 2 will be something they'll sooner forget, but at this point, this means everything. We don't get B game level Carmine Core. We need a, star level coming out. But already, pretty much just a quiet walk up long. This is all in Grubino's hands. Is someone with him here? Or is it just Grubino?
Yeah, it's just him. Yeah, because there's a 4-stack from Koi on the A side. Casey's going to have an easy time, but watch out, Shin. Because you might be the one finding the first bullet. He's just going to be waiting to see if someone comes on the flank, but the plant is already down, and Casey has taken over B.
But you could, I mean, I was going to say, if you're Shin or if you are KC, you might be considering that someone's there. Maybe you're expecting a 5-play stack towards A instead. But regardless, he does go down, and this then makes the site feel a little bit claustrophobic, right? You're kind of cornered in here a touch. So they get to find their comfort at all. It's going to be Martin shouldering this one, flashed off Dizzy to follow. This is going to be so hard. Counter Dizzy comes out, but by now it's looking a little bit late in the day. Narrate already being chipped down to 27. He goes down, did take a couple with him, but Starzo standing. There should be no threats now as they get the first in the second half.
Good trades all together playing from Koi. They managed to get this 5th round. Of course, it's not going to be easy. We all know how the last defense went for them when it came to this map. 10 rounds in a row that Fnatic got. But hey, you were saying, Casey, they should forget about that Icebox. I'd rather have them learning from it. And if Koi learned anything from that bind defense, is what not to do against that kind of aggression.
Oh, rewind. No remix. 8-5. Why do I get... I feel like we've really got a game on our hands. Koi.
I got you.
Build up.
Here.
Early ult progress.
Shadow crosshair.
It actually sickens me to such a wild extent. I shouldn't be cheering against players when I see that crosshair. It actively makes, my acid reflux play up. But for now, again, we're looking at silver linings if you're KC. Again, maybe a win would be a little bit too much to ask for in that. You're looking at what they can achieve with very little. They have got a good step towards the site, and Shin's got a follow-up. Now, that rifle is potentially recoverable. That is something that could fall into hands of Grubino's trying to play with it, but it's only going to be a judge to be holding it back. Shadow's gone down, and suddenly the alarm bells are ringing. What's going on, guys? Camo comes over and puts his body on the line. What is going on? A 1v1, Grubino with the judge. Shin on the other side, he's got it! Just about got it! But that got far too dangerous.
How many times have we seen Koi in this second round after winning pistols, making it only with one player alive? Of course, the economy is going to be so resented, and it's going to open up a question, like, are you going to purchase into this round trying to improve it, or are you just going to try and do a bit of what Casey was doing here? Very simple, very easy from them, using a little bit of utility and just entering a gun point onto the site. Koi just 2 rounds away.
Oh my good God.
And it looks like they want to go on the aggression.
Yeah, love it. Tomasi going to be tested here. Magnum's still going to be eyeing up showers, so he's a little bit far away. He's heard something. He's heard something. I don't know what he's heard, but he knows. Oh, dearie me, that's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Now, that's fine. Shadow will take that every day of the week. They're coming in what they could scrape together here in the bonus, so why not try and run something a little unique?
Yeah, and now that they're walking back, watch out, because Magnum is already onto side. Starkso did get that information of how many players were there, but he might be misleaded into something else. Magnum is just playing.
He's been traded, though. He's been traded, though. And this is still not safe by any means. Like, this is still uncomfortable. It just feels like a very weird position to be in. CT's safe, so they opt to try and take it over once the boombolt goes and everything else, or this could be almost a pre-take on this one. Yeah, Starkso wants to check on this. He wants to have a little look here. It's going to be just showers, anything to block this off. You've still got a little bit of utility here, and they're still very paranoid as to where these final players remain.
Yeah, Urania is going to be joining them very soon. We see the pings on the map also to keep an eye on what happens from heaven. And surprise not, of course, Narrate has an ult.
Yep, and he's found, I think, both players there. That's going to be pretty gut-wrenching as Grubino.
They can hold.
Gonna be the one to hold this down. Here we go. This is the challenge here. Pain Shot gonna come down. Doesn't get any sort of effect really. Forcing him away from it, of course. Starto spraying and praying, but it's Shados' connection goes down. And suddenly Shados unleashing fury. And Grubino had faith all along. Diffuse comes in. Koi now 1 away from tying this up.
All that conditioning that we were seeing coming from KC from their defense has been replicated now by Koi. They put in all that presence, all that pressure, and even though Magnum is on the lurk, something that we saw also happening a lot on Icebox, he does not manage to secure the round. He doesn't buy enough space for the rest of the team, and everything on Koi's side is looking great, especially knowing that their buy was not the best after that second round, but they managed to secure that bonus. And not only that, it also gives them Shadows ultimate.
That is big. I want to see if that early invest comes in or maybe waiting it out. It looks quite simplistic on approach coming out for KC, right? Just eyeing up that B side. Oh dear, Rubino got caught. Really awkward timing. Looked like he got caught in the jump there, but still, Shadow gonna slow the roll and kind of temper the pace, spotting a lot of players. They're gonna have to fall away from this, but a 1-for-1 trade to start with ain't bad. Darkso's gonna be a little careful. Okay, I'm blind. Yep. Darkso is actually going for the fight. He's actively pushing into this. Koi! Oh, dearie me! Tying it up like that in that fashion? Getting in their faces, no fear, no stress. They're going up challenging towards Hookah.
A couple of rounds ago, KC wanted to do something very similar, just getting up onto Garden and being super, super aggressive onto the side. Now Koi was not going to allow it. Starkster was not having it one more time. Shadow on the hand.
I still can't believe it.
I think that it's the moment, right, to make a statement.
Oh, this is the ultimate. Bobo is having. I've never seen him so happy. It's nice.
I think he's losing it.
Maybe. But it's just that pure no fear, right? Because Koi can do what they want. There is zero repercussions, bigger picture when it comes to qualifying, right? That is off the card. So already, hold on. Over towards long we go. Quick look at that. Smoked off as it stands, but that got very dangerous very quickly.
Yeah, of course, Starso is also getting that information again. And even with that round, they didn't invest anything. They only got stronger in their economy and in their ultimates. Look at this. Look at this money.
Oh, beautiful. Beautiful from Magnum. 1-for-1 trade out, though. You see the instant ping on the map. Yep. Ooh, Viper's Pit gonna go in. Still
he
a lot
needs
of
to buy
space
space
to play
on
with.
himself.
Yeah.
But look at it. Look at the players from Koi. Look at Shadow and Gravino. They're just walking back already, and the spike isn't even close to going down.
Not yet. Stall coming in from Stark, so trying to buy a couple of seconds here. And Tomasi rightly looking towards the back lines, does find Shadow. But would you expect Grubino to be here? Now that I don't know. Quick TP. Oh? And Grubino's position could be massive. Now the spike will
going
cross.
to stay there.
Tomasi is dead. Yep. Tomasi just moonwalked into his own death. 3v3 now. Plant gonna come down.
Spike planted.
And now Long is not safe. Beautiful reposition from Gravino. Oh, and the spray works out for him. Almost getting the follow-up. Martin copped a headshot there. 1 HP left. This really falls on Narrate. Trying to control it and no expectation of Starkso in elbow. And now there's panic galore. Martin has to be a hero here with 1 HP. It ain't easy. It's not looking likely. Shados gonna take the lead for Koi. An obscene round for KC. They're going to be gutted about this.
Loving how Koi is working the map round after round. We were talking about Gravino, and thank God that Martin even got that kill there, because he also got his ultimate online. It would have been devastating and definitely round securing for the side of Koi, but he's good for 2. And the rest of the team is good enough to take the entire retake. All this conditioning, and remember, wasn't it? They still have some timeouts to work with, yeah. They want to, but 5 rounds in a row, something has to change.
I feel like this is the last one that Eggy's going to allow to happen, right? It's like, you guys have a little more fun, but then no more. Then I'm pulling the emergency cord. For now, though, KC eyeing up towards A. No real subtlety to this. Unless they drift back away. It's 5 bodies on the line. They are definitely trying to draw all eyes here.
They have to be very cautious about this, playing this in pairs. Magnum and Martin playing together. Come on the other side, though. See the pings. I was already expecting Visit here.
But eyes on the spike. They haven't pulled the players away yet. Smoke gonna come in.
There.
If anything, Camo, yeah, gonna shoulder 2. I don't know what they do as a response to this.
Waits for the flash. He doesn't spot anything on the other side as the players are already backed out. That spike that you were mentioning is still in nowhere's left.
Yeah, they have so little like space carved out safely. Yeah, maybe they've got showers control and they've got a glimpse on long. So they've done the first steps, but they're down to 35 seconds. They haven't even looked towards the site. I mean, they've got a good amount of like utility, right? You've got Magnum here with the flash and the Seekers coming in. That's not bad. Smokes, but now look at the stack. You've got the additional body here. You've got 3 players, and here, and you can see them ready. Look, Starzo's already got the nade here. You've already got everything you need. So if they can just stall them out long enough, Rubino try to thread the needle a little, but it's Martin to take away Shadow. Now gonna pop the ult, try and catch one. 14 seconds. Keep your mind on the clock here. Starzo still unchecked. Gonna take down one. That's a spike drop. 8 seconds now, but it's only Shados. A 1v3 is a lot to ask. And he's waiting for this now. The paranoia about where he may be is going to be building, but the angle should be caught right about now. Tomasi finds it well, but in the final seconds there, Carmine Core finds stability.
Stability on the score, at least. This is now a 9-9. I have to say, I love how KC wanted to work the map a little bit, and it's Magnum actually given that call. Both of them were spotted onto showers, and even though the read is good from Koi, just because of the timings and all the utility falling onto place at the same time, they are able to get onto side. Yes, Garbino gets one with the ultimate, but it's just not enough as they just keep going for the kills time after time. Did you expect this, Lauren? No. That we would be here?
No.
9-9.
Out of my chair. I'm up. I'm standing. I'm up. I'm back in the building. Map 2 was put me in my grave. For now, though, we do see pressure towards long. Rubino gonna be flashed in. Oh my God, what a find! Tried to stick around for a little bit more, so Narrate does get the trade there, but still 1 for 1. Rubino going down, and Martin. They are so willing.
Jesus.
They are so willing to go exploring on the other side of the map here.
Either because Magnum is going to be by himself, or because they're going to win and time it.
He's going in! That's ridiculous from Starzo! They are so aggressive here, Koi. They are playing with so little fear, and Carmine Core have to be careful of everything. And they've lost control on the other side. Shados.
Yep.
Shados.
They're playing.
Shados.
Now there's no way that they can trade them.
Shados. TP. Cool, no worries. They still have a player over the other side. That's going to be...
But Kama's alone. What is he going to do now? Just use his utility? He still has everything.
Oh dear. Gotta run. Oh my God. What?
What?
How did that catch him? That's... I couldn't tell you how that happened, but it did. Oh dear. Oh dear. Just peeking out of the pit. It's a fumble. And now we're into a 2v2. Second attempt at the plant, and Shin actually, they're being herded here. I'm going to start yelling the word melons if this keeps going. Shados going to be dipping away. And now we're going back around. What? Where's the TP? Towards the side. Okay. All good.
You win a couple of extra seconds, yeah? The plant is going to be secured. It's not like the rest of Koi had any more utility to play with.
Paranoia, double swing. Oh my God, Tomasi! What a moment to hit those shots, because that was down to the wire again. This game feels like every round is OT, because it's just stupid. Everyone's doing weird stuff. I've got flanks from Shados in their squad behind the TP in here. They're TPing back. We have Starzo deciding that, yeah, I'm just going to flash myself through the spot.
The replay, yeah.
Made it no better.
I can tell you Kama was mad.
I'm mad.
I'd be mad. I'd be very mad. Cheeky one. Thank God that Tomasi is able to close that. Double digits now for KC, but you were mentioning it, Lauren, like, this is a bit unstable, let's say, right? It's not coming to fruition, especially like late in the round where you see 3 players each in 1 point of the map.
But yeah, this game is about as stable as my mental health currently.
It's so unstable it's giving my mental health, you mean?
Correct. Yeah. This just feels like a really weird game, and I can't even characterize why. It feels like every round is OT.
Yeah.
It feels like, yes.
I think that what you want to say is that the nerves are there. This looks like both teams are playing a final. Like they're playing for a trophy right now, right?
Yeah, but
KC's playing for, you know...
But then Koi are doing weird stuff. Koi are doing weird stuff all the time. And that's fine, and I like that, but it's just weird. Because it's working against KC.
That's what I mean, right? For them, it's not that weird. I think that the plan of like, put in the extra pressure, hear me out. They managed to get 5 rounds in a row here on the defense. So I can understand why they want to take a pause and reevaluate everything that has been going on and how KC has been reacting to it. But I think that the idea is definitely there of what they want to achieve with this.
Toxins going
My thoughts and prayers go out to Shados.
More aggression.
Excuse me, yeah, in this round, as he is solo holding the site, and there's 5 coming towards him. And he's being chased. Martin clears the site, spots no one. They can late clear shower, that is an option, but we can see where the rest of Koi are actually coming through. Quick flank and then 2 through CT. This is a nice plant for them.
Watch out, because I think it was Tomasi that spotted the players already there, but Casey's playing all within the side, the smoke behind them.
Alright, Camo creeping closer. Starkzo's been found. Shadows trying to keep their attention. Just spamming, just trying to draw the eyes here, but it's Narrate watching this way. Camo, yeah, beautiful from Narrate, just watching that smoke. So expecting these guys are going to be up to something. Grubino's not got much of a window of opportunity. Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're pulling the plug on this round. Yep. The economy is not in the best spot for Koi here.
No, totally. I think that the fact that Starso went down there, like if they would have had flashes and allowed Camo to have some flexibility to play from outside of the smokes, maybe it would have been different. But love to see that Casey does not want to leave a second to breathe after Koi comes out of that timeout. They have to change the ties right here, and now they're only 2 rounds away from securing this best of 3.
Okay, but we've got Koi on a decent buy. Yeah, Guardian's still there. We've got 2 big ults as well.
Do you think Camo is going to go for the aggression, maybe?
Do you know what? In my head, I should say no, but nothing matters.
No,
in
I
this
don't
game.
think so. Like they're always doing it in pairs, right? Well, they split later, but at the beginning, it's always pairs.
It should be.
Is it quadruple lurk?
There.
And it's going to be Narrate who's the one to try and keep that back. Maybe just that early information, fact-finding here. They're going to say, okay, bye-bye. They're just going to, oh dear, okay. Oh, wait, but the TP! Suddenly, the rest of the team turns up. And Shin was meant to be watching this at one point, I'm sure, but what are you meant to do with that? Get swept aside, and you've lost Magnum and Martin. Narrate's got them space, but look who's still here, Starkzo. And does he check? He's looking for it. Yep. Yeah, he absolutely is. Reading the timing well after losing bodies on the one side of the map. Maybe expecting they were looking for some presence elsewhere. Beautifully done. And they're running down on players now, just Tomasi and Shin.
Yeah, now here's the thing. Do you still want to go for this in a 5v2 situation, knowing that you can give your opponent those kind of orbs? Shadow is going to be using the wingman to see if he spots anything. They're definitely ready to go onto site.
This feels maybe not the best of ideas.
Yeah, taking a rifle here should not be that big of a deal, right?
No, and this, they don't know there's 4 of them here, obviously, but you feel like you're going to trade this. And I like this readjust from Starkzo as well, putting himself in a good position here. Paranoia's nice. Yeah, Camo's caught Tomasi. I don't know how much Shin can do. If he even gets out with his life, it'd be very, very fortunate. And they know he's been nearby, but look who's waiting. Starkzo, open arms, gives him a hug, gives him a greeting, gives a little spray on the floor. This round, I mean, Koi 5 standing, Bea. They're stabilizing now. They found a solution.
Yeah, and it comes off of an Andalucia flawless right here, right there. Honestly, the fact that the team is so ready to follow up onto what Camo wanted to do, also swapping around again that Viper wall and how they're using it. Sometimes, you know, they will enable it so they have a safe and secure TP. Last one, that wasn't the case. Still, they were very ready to be on the action, to help him out and to keep going for the play. Is this going to be OT, Lauren? Just tell me. I know you read the script, so just say it.
Part of me thinks this isn't OT. I think Koi wins, but I don't want to commit to that
yet. Is it the part of you that writes the script?
No. I don't get that privilege. That's not my wheelhouse. Carmine Court clearing through. Springboard off the back dog there. Everything going forward. But I like what they've done here. They've actually navigated around it. Shadas got caught at the end, though. I thought he might have given himself a little bit of safety, but does get spotted there, and Martin going to punish. Now, there's still presence checked on. Beautiful. Okay, they've got all the information here. Quick rotations, yes, and the spike's not down. They know that Camo's around this side of the map. But Shadow's over here now, and he's actually swinging out from it. Checks on them. No one's going for the plant. They're over towards Lambs and Tomasi. That late presence considered. Camo so heads up. 4v4 now.
Scales have been so important.
Wingman denied.
Here.
Shin's still holding. They need this plant. A tap. Just to draw eyes. The pop flash there. Camo finds Martin. And now down to 3. Man advantage up towards Koi. TP on the way, but look who's waiting.
30 seconds
Rubino,
left.
does he get checked here? He absolutely does, but only for a quick glance. The double. And even look for the 3rd. Not going to happen. Narrate's still alive. But how much can one man achieve? With the weight of the world on his shoulders, the aim's not going to bail him out now. We are tied up, all even, 11-11. And really, Carmine Core will not be happy about this. The money is getting towards that ropey side of things. They've been pushed back further. This could be 12 for Koi.
Yeah, and hear me out. Even though they're trying everything to secure the side, I was mentioning it briefly, but each time that Camo gets a kill, there's such high impact kills, right? The moment, the time, and everything is going for him. Are Koi going to do the funniest thing? Okay, so just for the people watching,
play along. Keep up to speed.
Yeah. Again, Koi's not playing for playoffs, but for KC to make playoffs after losing this, even if they win next week, their fate is probably going to be on what other teams do, like Fnatic losing, Vitality losing, you know, all the other teams on their group losing.
We'll come back to this. Grubino's still here. He hasn't been pushed away just yet. Nice pickup from Martin. First step, but the second not taken. It's a 2-for-1 trade out, and long control is still for Koi. They know they're coming this way. The rifle can be recovered. They can get a couple of these weapons back, sure, but again, you know it's audacious. Starkso walking the wall. There's no respect. Koi kicking them while they're down and nearly out. 12-11. Carmine Core's fate resting in the next couple of rounds.
Hear me out. We have to bring Starsec's family again because I think that they're
changed
a lucky
everything.
charm for them. We're seeing it on camera time and time again. If you see a man that looks exactly like him, I would bet my money that that's his brother. I don't know, but he looks exactly the same. So I'm going to say so. And right after this, for this round, all or nothing, KC's going to use their last timeout. They win this round, they can take this to OT. But can they do it? Also, very, very beautiful from Koi to just use that double flash combo with the KO and the Gecko to put that extra pressure onto KC to not make the round any longer. The players must already be very, very tired.
Tense situation here. Timeout for Carmine Core. Now, if you're a fan of Eng, if you're a fan of the method to the madness this man has, this is the round you want to see what he can do in. This is the one that matters more than any others. And he's got a lot to work with. 2 big ults, key ults as well, influential ults. Has enough for a purchase behind this. Everything they need is there. So he's got the canvas, how does he paint it? We need this perfectly executed by Carmine Core for OT. But Koi, they're confident. They're feeling a little naughty. They're flashing walls. They're pushing through everything. They have to temper this aggression first.
They have the same minute, Lauren. The same minute, just to address what KC can do to stop them from winning this round. How the execute has to be, how and not to get too aggressive. And the response from Koi is going to be a 4-stack onto A, but no aggression coming in. Everybody's going to be very, very patient. This round could change KC's fate for the rest of the year.
And as it stands, KC are leaning towards the site, but did have 4 players. Now down to 3. You see the rotation, the body going back, but already the ult comes in. Martin needs to take some space, but the Dizzy's going to slow that down. Looks for the connection, gets it. Camo falls. First man found. We're going to have the follow-up ult, nicely layered, nicely spaced between the 2. Clearing the site to try and allow for the plant to come in safely. Does anyone disrupt? Of course he does. Starkso has a glimpse. He wants a bit. Gets the rate down. And this guy is feeling so out of this world right now. He's swinging everything. He's taking fights. This is the Starkso of old. Roll your mind back to what this man could do, but not now. Martin's still there. 4v3. Favorable to KC. OT maybe on the horizon. But still breathing is Grubino, Shadow, and Shados. There's no flank this time. This is going to need a lot to go right for Koi, and Martin is not allowing it. 3 kills here. Big for him. Looking like a 4, maybe an ace to keep Carmine Core's hopes alive here. A desperate attempt, and Shados not going to make it happen. We're going the distance. OT now online.
Very important, of course, that Martin shows up, even though the raid wasn't even able to pursue and continue with that ultimate. He shows up with the showstopper, the information granted for him as well, but it's his individual play that manages to get KC and gives them one more chance at winning here today. Now things change, right? Now KC goes on the defense, change of pace a little bit.
Here.
Okay. Here. Couple more seconds here till we get into OT. Again, this game feels like it's just gotten mad, right? It just feels mad that Koi could absolutely...
It's a good look from Koi. Like, even if they lose, I think that they can, you know,
Look,
after how the season has been for them, to be honest.
What a difference.
Yeah.
After all the talk.
Because some of these are actual good rounds.
Oh, you're absolutely on the money. Now again, this should show on the knife the difference here. I'm waiting to see the adjustment of if he continues on this pathing. He has made contact, and Tomasi wins it. Big first start. Normally Starks kind of tempered the pacing a little bit. Maybe could have noted the adjustment that now Magnum's not towards B-Long. We have the switch up of Shin being over towards that side of the map. So Magnum now going to be challenged. They've got to be aware he's been playing towards showers. So again, all the information from regulation going to be coming through. Martin, do you check any deeper? I don't think you would. Careful, careful. Really fine margins here. 57
there
seconds.
to help.
You're absolutely right. 2 flashes still. He's not burning those up early by any means.
Very slowly now, Koi decides to freeze. This is something that they do very, very often. Just wait for the next cycle of utility. Or just wait for any movement coming in from the side of KC.
That was it. Just the confirmation. Dangerous Shados.
Toxin screen down.
Left hurting after that. 30 seconds now. We're really on a knife's edge. They continue on this.
Left.
4 players on the A site. 2 locked behind showers. They almost have to. Dizzy there. Swing comes in. Magnum with a counter flash. Going to send it in. Has to swing the corner. Loses out. Camo keeping hope alive for Koi. But now the burst comes in and Martin catches. Going to put down one with Narrate on the follow-up. This isn't looking comfy. And the spike's been lost towards showers. This round looks wraps. As Carmine Corp. Oh, Martin. That's just filthy. Beautiful from Carmine Corp, facing the pressure and coming out on top. They finally take the lead in OT.
Textbook round onto adaptation to Koi. They know that they like taking the time. The way that they were escalating time and time again, the utility. Even when the execute finally comes around, Tomasi has still some to play with. Same goes for Narrate, same goes for everybody. And even though Magnum is put in such a bad situation, just look at it. The moment that Narrate plays onto Shadow, he's already vulnerable from that snake bite, taking 4 times more damage. So it makes everything much, much more easier, right? Also knowing, having in your conscience that you're gonna pick and everything's gonna be fine.
Yes.
Teammates got you.
Now it's Carmine Corp who's pumped the brakes here, if you were wondering. So they pick up the round, they slow it down.
I really want to know, I don't know if we're gonna have post-plan or an interview. If we're not gonna have anything, I hope that we can ask them for next time what these 2 last timeouts for KC have sounded like. Because I'm extremely curious.
No, I'd love to hear what they're coming up with. Again, looks like they've got the plan in mind here.
Because they're working, so I want to know.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. This is the most pressure moment between Magnum and Eng. These 2 have to work in almost perfect sync, and it's very, very difficult. And especially when Koi's playing this very, very volatile, explosive, kind of high-tempo Valorant that can be very offsetting, and they're playing with very little worry. Whereas obviously for KC, this is this high pressure. Now,
time to
more
breathe.
round.
Yeah.
KC. Secure it. Now, does it look good for them overall? No, but they keep hope alive. Koi win it, we go again. 3 more seconds. Look at how this starts. What does Carmine Corp decide to do on the beginnings here?
Yeah, Magnum is going to use his flash, trying to bait up this position that Camo has been having on the last rounds of the defense. And he's going to burn a lot of utility just to force the players from Koi to actually rotate onto 8. And at least a couple of them, he's actually achieving it this time around, Lauren.
But there's still Gravino here. Right? Still sticking around.
Molly in hand.
Did he hear a step? I don't know if he did. He might have heard something there. Yeah, I feel like
going
Shadow's going back. He's got Dizzy. But this is enough that KC should be able to get towards the site with this. He can stall them out on one side, but Gravino, he actually avoided the paranoia and isolates Martin. Oh my god, the follow-up! A 1-2 punch taking away the split towards the site. Now, fortunately for KC, they had access elsewhere, right? They came up long, they're fine, but the post plant is not comfortable. All they have is long and site itself. That's it. Rubino's just playing for time. He knows he's got them feeling uncomfy. TP gets taken. They got a solid grip around their throat right now. Koi need to start building back in though. Shin here, looking for a fair fight towards CT, but there's 3. And you can already see the counter wrap though. Look towards CT, look what they're up to. I love what we're seeing here from them. It's a nice attempt, but they get held back. Tomasi wins the fight. Narrate now comes in. Oh, Narrate trying so desperately, but the defuse is there. A valiant attempt, but it falls by the wayside. 13-13, we go again.
Gravino playing his ground and standing in a hookah the entire round, still playing from then in such a stable position. They gave him 4 kills all around the round and definitely helped secure it for Koi. As you were mentioning, Lauren, the play from KC, even with that numbers disadvantage, was beautiful. The way that they were working the map and reading onto the movement that Koi were putting on the board. We're back at the ground. Yeah.
Together.
Now KC doesn't have more timeouts.
Nope. So this is where it all falls into the hands of Magnum. What have you got for us? Now this is different. Keep in mind, mostly this has been Starzo testing this himself. Now on the other side is Tomasi. Not sure how much he's noted so far. I don't think he's seen anything yet. There's the standard knife. Everything as per normal. Now, he does get closed down on, but they can't confirm the kill. But they're taking the space. And this is a very different look for Koi. Totally different to what we've seen.
And KC's already moving. Look at Magnum and Martin. This could be fatal for them if they go in too deep.
But do they get the timing right? This is all about timing now. Grabino on one side. Shallow as well. I think they've seen enough here, but Magnum not noted, not played in just yet. He checks, he takes a glimpse, but he almost takes another body. Camo on the trade out, but look at where they're left here. Koi still kind of working their way back through. Where do they go? They've split KC 2 apiece.
Slowly but surely, they want to work their way onto A side. That knife is going to spot minimum narrate.
Camo trying to close in though, looks towards top side of heaven. Look at the spike.
Spike not planted.
Look at the spike, look at where it's going. They're pulling fakes left, right, and center.
30 seconds look left. At KC.
But
just playing in those pairs.
25 seconds. They're leaving so much up to chance. Don't. Guys.
Look at Camo. Look at all the presence that he has.
But he has to hold CT though. He has to actually get active in this, because if they come back and deny the plant, they're screwed. Maybe didn't need to go that far, just made sure they couldn't get towards the side for 10 seconds. Now there could be a fight on the side. Casey trying to flood back through this, and Shadow's in danger. Plant is down. Starzo trying to be the hero of the day. Gonna find Martin. And a 3v3, it all becomes a little more even. Tomasi finds the first step forward by removing Shadow. And now it's on the back lines. Someone's got to deal with this. This defuse ain't gonna be stopping. Nothing stops it. Carmine Core again strike first.
So important as well that Narrate was alive by the end of that round, so he could send Little Bro onto that defuse. Also the movement for Starzo trying to bait them out, right? Making some noise there onto Shadows and just running back, trying to regroup with the rest of his teammates, but it wasn't enough.
Let's go.
One run away from closing this, Casey is. Putting them in a very, very good position for playoffs. But still, can they do it?
Another attempt, another lead.
He's gonna go for the same. Magnus has used that flash, that guiding light. Rotation is just gonna be from Stark, so very little by little. The conversation's still open in Koi onto how to address it. Casey does not make a definitive move just yet.
No, and the adjustment already coming in, the rotation. Starzo, who's in full Ascend Starzo form.
They're scared now of going into hookah because of Grubinho 2 rounds ago.
Don't blame him, Shin's got the angle here. Okay, Shadow actually doesn't cop any damage from this. Dizzy ready to offset this, slow it down. They do get out of danger. That should be 2, 3 noted, maybe on Moss, or 3. Okay, so your mind's gonna think 3-2 split, and that's right. But I'm looking at Grubino, I'm looking at his positioning. Does he get away with it? No, he's been caught. Magnum on the spam, gonna find him. Don't know if the pixel showed or if it was just intuition. But now Koi are in danger and Casey on the verge here. Starzo still waiting on site. Shows position, wingman on the plant. Narrate gonna find one. Starzo on the trade. Looks for more. Shadows comes in. Oh, they finally done it! Martin and Tomasi rip it away. Koi get denied and KC carry on. But this has been a brutal battle. Koi tried so hard there.
It's so hard to see Koi again in this position where they get so close to tasting victory. Yes, at least they managed to win a map. But hey, for KC, they managed to go the distance, take it this far, and actually being able to close it. Martin played beautifully in this match. Same for Narrate. I think that is something that we've been kind of used to seeing time and time again. Of course, chances of them making playoffs is still there. Maybe would have liked something to be more concise, more being like, you know, clean 2-0, while back and forth, but they can go back to the drawing board. They can have those conversations into what every single round that they lost this map, I know that it's going to be studied by their staff. Just being like, okay, what were you doing here? What were you thinking here? What happens when we have this kind of read onto our opponent?
And seeing them back in a high-pressure game like this, I think is a really good bit of tape to watch. Because that's what it felt like at kickoff. I feel like they lost a little bit of that confidence, a little bit of the system players that they are. Nice to see them get out of this danger zone. But again, Koi, I wish we had this level of team play coming from them at the start of this. I mean, it was a messy game, sure, but they did so well to push it as far as they did. Seeing Starzo in vintage form, Grabino doing so well, Shados, remember how he was an Icebox? We saw so many moments from them. And the fact that KC got pushed this far is something to watch. I want to see how they bounce back. This is probably the most effective tape they're ever going to find outside of a loss.
Yeah, totally. We need to still remember that KC is a young team. They still have a lot to do, a lot to learn. But we will be here to watch this and actually go in the distance. Making things so complicated, even sometimes to yourself, is going to be part of the process. During kickoff, we saw them playing so many times. And that's how they became so good.
Well, it looks like Yinzu's almost ready down there, Magnum by side. Once I get the go-ahead, I'll throw you on down. It looks like, yeah, Yinzu's ready to go. Let's hand it on down to the stage to close this out.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Kukuka. I've got Magnum here from KC with me. First of all, congratulations. I feel like we've been in these positions before. We've seen you play some very, very difficult games in your career. But I don't think anybody expected them to give you that much of a difficult time. Did you? And how did you guys handle that?
I think, like props to them, they played really well on the last two maps. But to be honest, as you can see on the result, like we have always first good map, and then something happens and we just like struggle to play our game. We lose confidence, especially when we lose like first few rounds. But we managed to somehow come back. I think they played better on last two maps, and I think they should have won. But we won, so we need to use this chance and try to qualify for playoffs.
Do you think it was them that made things difficult for you, or is there something with you guys?
I think they played very different compared like to like Fnatic game. I don't know if they are playing because I mean it was really aggressive, you know. Like they were always in our face. They were playing like annoying post plan, and yeah, it's like one of these matches. I remember like last match, which I felt like the same was version 1 all the way in Reykjavik, you know, and so it's a long time.
Yeah, that was an Icebox too, right, back then. That was quite difficult for you. Now, I'm very, very curious because N has this way of calling tactical timeouts when we don't really expect it. I think there was a lot of those in some crucial times today, but I wanted to ask you in particular about the ones during overtime. Was that mostly to do with strategy, or was that to calm you guys down and to do like the mental side?
Yeah, it's strategy because he like sees. I mean, coaches see things from 5 different POVs, right? So it's easier to make conclusions. And he made call on defense, and he just offered like, we can do this, this could work. He's playing like that, and then we just decided to do.
Did it work?
I mean, one round where. Yeah, it should have worked, yeah. So it worked.
Oh God, it must be so nice to have a coach like N, I feel like, that knows what to do in those moments. Now, I feel like all over the world, people are having this discussion about why the teams that made Madrid aren't as dominant now in the regular season. As one of the teams that did make it all the way to Madrid, why do you think that is?
So until Sentinel started losing, I thought it's like all the teams which lost, they started focusing on their mistakes. But to be honest, thinking about it, I think there is just period, and it's like new teams form, and it's like the honeymoon time is like over. And I think now it's gonna show who's the better. Like we need to grind back and get our form back, and I think it goes for everyone who was in Madrid.
And lastly, before I let you go, you've been in many, many situations that you have to qualify for playoffs or qualify for a global event. How difficult is this one right now? Because it feels like everyone is good.
Yeah, it's hard to be honest, because like we rewatch like especially football and other games, so this hurts, you know, because we know we are losing all the time to ourselves, because in scrims we play very differently. Not very differently, like we just have more confidence, let's say, and we don't tend to forget things. But it's really important to make playoffs for us, because our goal is to make champions, and if we make playoffs, we could capitalize on our 3 points, advantage. So yeah.
Oh yeah, the points are looking good. Thank you very much, Magnum. Congratulations again today. You have a good rest, and we'll see you next week. And we'll see you guys next week as well. Thank you so much for joining us. Next Wednesday will be the final week of VCT EMEA regular season, and we're going to start coming back with BBL versus Giants. Have a lovely rest, and we'll see you then.
We've got Giant X elimination time. Oh, it's their decision on whether or not that comes true.
Hello, wakey, wakey, X and bakey. Let's get this
Vitinho's just pulled that one right out of his rear.
Insane,
Good job.
guys.
Doesn't even know Vitinho's there as they'll turn it around and go to OT.
Anything but convincing. We might have a series on our hands.
Let's go. We're playing VALORANT!
Vitality were utterly dominant from start to finish in this map.
Nice! Shut up! Down, bitch!
Nice! What a devastating loss for GX. This one looked certain. Vitality taste victory here.
What are you doing? My intelligence is so over.
Scoreline close, yes, but Carmine Core looking in control.
Yes, man. Vamos.
They are absolutely large and in charge. Koi not done yet. And the rate is absolutely off the leash this round. Oh, they finally done it! Martin and Tomasi ripped it away. Well, Koi tried so hard there.
Let's go. I got big dreams, I'ma do big things. Yeah, you see me on the big screen looking so clean. I don't move slow, I move fast right past anybody taking life for granted, yeah, that's too bad. I'd be grateful for everything that I have. You only got this life, you don't get it back. Make the most of it, become the best that I can. Everybody look at me, I got a plan. You gotta work hard, play hard, do it from the start. Cause how you do anything is everything is art. Stay consistent and do it every day. Don't let fatigue get in your way. Cause 10% of something is better than nothing. You better do something if you wanna be something. I can feel my stomach rumbling, I'm hungry. Big things coming, I ain't bluffing, yeah. No, I don't wanna stay the same, yeah. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train, yeah. It'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. I've had enough, I'm making my own luck. Adrenaline, my drug, I'm sick of feeling stuck. I got this, will not quit to the top, I promise.